appearing out of the night was suddenly made nightmarish as they caught a glimpse of the pilot. It was not a man at all. The creature they saw had a huge shaggy head covered entirely in white fur, flecked with a red deeper than the boat's interior. That red was smeared all over the thing's elongated muzzle. "Lycanthropo!" cried Mtia. They were practical young men who did not believe in werewolves, but here was a gigantic wolf piloting a ghostly boat. They were also very seriously stoned. Their mellow high turned to terror in a heartbeat, and as the boat slowed and ground onto the rocky sand below where they were sitting, they leapt to their feet and fled shrieking about werewolves. The boat came to a softly rocking stop.
The man, who had been in the other pilot's chair, killed the engine, plunging the small stretch of coast into silence except for the fading footfalls of the two restaurant employees. Their continual yelps, prayers, and curses lingered long after they vanished down a side street. Then the man clambered out of the boat and on to the rocks. His clothes were dark, and the angle of approach hidden him behind the dog. He clicked his tongue for the dog, who leaped from the bow to the rocks and then followed the man up to the street. They lingered for only a moment as the man oriented himself. Then they faded into darkness and were gone long before anyone came to investigate. The night birds watched them go and then one by one lifted off the sea-soaked rocks and followed. Integrated Sciences Division, Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece. Doc Jane Holliday sat perched on a stool, sipping tea from a delicate china cup, the saucer held between thumb and index finger of her other hand. She was the calm center of a storm of activity as handlers brought in dozens of boxes of paper printouts, crates of laptops, cell phones, and hard drives. Another team, dressed in lemon yellow biohazard suits, carried special metal boxes boldly stenciled with the distinctive symbol, the 4 stylized circles of which representing the infection chain of agent, host, source, and transmission. These boxes went into a cold room guarded by 2 stone-faced guards with automatic rifles at port arms. "Wow," said Isaac Breslau, Doc Holliday's senior research assistant. "That's a lot of stuff." "Yepers," said Doc happily. "They got it all, soup to nuts." No one at that site had the presence of mind to delete the data or toss a lit cigarette butt into the file cabinets. Might as well be Christmas morning. "Sure, but only if there's something of use in there," said Isaac. He was a very short man, barely above 5 feet tall, which made him quite a comical companion to Doc, who was over a foot taller. And while Isaac was slim as a sword blade, Doc was what her Jewish aunt used to call zaftig, curves upon curves. The running joke was that Doc looked like a younger Dolly Parton on growth hormones, which was not entirely inaccurate, even down to the embroidered cowboy shirts and hand-tooled boots. Doc, who had endured being a figure of fun as a girl, having grown to double D cups by 10th grade, decided to stop trying to hide and instead use her body as both a distraction and a challenge. People too dim to look past the bust line, wildly coiffed blonde curls, and oversized hourglass figure did so at their peril. It meant they didn't bother to look into Doc's eyes and see the scathing humor and bottomless intellect. While most of the kids in high school were seeking intimate connections, she was filing her first dozen patents. She was born poor, graduated high school 3 years early, and with $4 million in a new trust account. She blew through the corporate world, racking up more patents and more millions, then fell in with the Defense Department eggheads at DARPA until they started to bore her. When Mr. Church offered her carte blanche to do any side research she wanted, while also overseeing the Integrated Sciences Division, first with the DMS and then in an even more expanded capacity with RTI, she jumped at it. It was refreshing to work for someone who was not her intellectual inferior. Isaac Breslau was not on the same level as Doc, though he wasn't that many floors below. A professor of biological engineering from MIT with a handful of master's degrees in chemistry, material science, and health sciences. They'd met at a conference in Zurich and fell together thick as thieves because they were in a room of brilliant minds, but were, in terms of intellect, the big dogs in that room. Doc had hired Isaac, and when he saw the sophistication of the RTI science labs, he nearly wept. "There'll be something we can use, Lamb Chop," she said. Doc was fond of diminutives with everyone except Church, at least not to the boss's face. Not often, anyway. "We'll pick all the meat off it and suck out the marrow." "First, said Isaac, "and second, I agree." They watched the workers move in a constant line like ants going out to forage, bringing back goodies and heading out for another load. "How much of this is there?" Doc looked at a clipboard, flipped over a few pages. 3 tons of paper, 2 tons of computers, including several Fujitsu Fugaku supercomputers. Isaac sniffed. "Last year's models." Doc grinned. "Yeah, once we strip 'em out, we can sell 'em for a nickel at a yard sale." "They're mine," said a voice, calling dibs. They turned to see a slim young black man come hustling into the room. He wore an open robe over pajama bottoms and a t-shirt with the big red Superman symbol on the chest. "Well, gosh," said Doc, "we've gone and woke Lil Bug from his beauty sleep, and aren't you cute in your lil blue PJs?" "They told me they were bringing back hardware," said Bug, stopping by the 2 scientists, "but this is kind of a jackpot." "Again," said Isaac, "only if there's something worth finding." Bug cocked an eyebrow at Doc. "He's cheerful tonight." "He needs a foot rub and some hot cocoa," said Doc. "Stop it," said Isaac, but she ignored him. A lab tech came over with paper cups of coffee for the 3 of them, and they sipped and watched. After several minutes, during which the incoming crates and boxes grew to resemble the Grand Tetons around them, Isaac sighed and said, "Are we going to drink bad coffee, make jokes, and not talk about the elephant in the room?" Doc sipped and shook her head. Bug set his cup down and rubbed his eyes. "I keep telling myself Joe's going to be okay." "Joe," said Doc slowly, "has never been okay since I met him. He is, by any clinical interpretation of psychology, a bag of rabbit hamsters. What he went through at Christmas messed that boy up so bad that he should never, and I mean never, ever have been allowed anywhere near a field op." "Rudy Sanchez might disagree," said Isaac. "Rudy Sanchez is at home with his son and very pregnant wife in Corfu," said Doc. "Besides, ever since our boy got out of the hospital, Rudy has been lobbying for Joe to step down from field work. He's badgered Mr. Church just about every day." "And yet Church sent Ledger out on this mission?" said Isaac. "Granted, I haven't been around Church as long as you 2 have, but this feels like it's out of character for the big man, too." Bug picked up his coffee cup, stared into it, and set it down again. "No comment," he said. Isaac shook his head. "We don't even know where Ledger's gone. It's been hours now. God only knows what intel he got from those people he butchered is the word you're looking for," said Doc. "Let's not be imprecise." "Fine," said Isaac, though he didn't actually repeat the word. "We don't know where Ledger's off to. He has no resources, no backup. I heard that Top Sims wasn't even sure if Ledger took any weapons or equipment with him." "Oh, honey bear," said Doc, "that's one thing you don't ever have to worry about. Jolton Joe's trained for this kind of thing. He knows how to acquire money, equipment, and other resources. He might even ask nicely for some of it, but let's face it, for a man as skilled and resourceful as he is, do you really think for one blessed moment that he's going to let anything get in his way?" Bug sighed. "What I'm really afraid of is Joe finding a quiet place to stick one of those gun barrels up under his chin and see if that stops the pain." It was such a cold, frank, and plausible statement that it sucked all the warmth out of the room.
Bari Carol Wojtyla Airport, Viale Enzo Ferrari, Bari, Italy. The fat old man with the emotional support dog waited nearly 40 minutes for the payphone to be free. Coin phones were harder to come by lately, and this one seemed very popular. He watched a nun use it, then a teenage boy wearing a Pro Italia Galatina football jersey, and then a woman with a baby.
Why none of them had cell phones this far into the 21st century was a mystery. The old man waited until there was no one around to observe him, and then he waddled over to the wall-mounted phone and thumbed in some coins. The fact that he wore gloves to do this also went unobserved. He let the phone ring while he stood there, eyes closed, one hand clutched tightly around the handset, the other balled into a fist at his side. When the woman answered, the man sagged against the wall as if he'd been punched. There were tears in his eyes, and his breath was a ragged wheeze. "Hello?" The woman's voice was soft, tentative, and uncertain, almost as if she suspected but did not believe who was calling. The fat old man said nothing. "Hello? Who's calling?" asked the woman. He did not reply. Then she said, "Joe?" That one word, soft, scared, hopeful. It took so much of what he had left inside to speak. I love you, Junie." And then he hung up, whirled, and fled. The dog followed as the man hurried toward the closest trash can, and it stood guard while the man vomited. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. Church woke in the lightless depths of the night with a name on his lips. It tasted like blood and bile. He reached for Lilith, but her side of the bed was empty. Then he saw her by the window, standing so still, her naked silhouette a study in tension. He could read that in every line, from the rigidity of her back muscles to the fist clenched tightly beneath her chin. Without turning, she said, "He is alive in the world again." He. She didn't need to say the name. They both knew, and they were both afraid. The Pavilion, Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington, 4 months ago. Eve was alone even though she had company. That was how things were since Adam died. Men came and went through her life, seeking connection, coasting on the far edge of her awareness. She kissed them, shared intimate moments, and engaged with them intensely. She even killed one of them once, just to see if that would make her feel anything. It didn't. And it was messy and a bit disgusting. 2 of her other men had to clean things up. HK tried to scold her, but Eve walked away and locked herself in her bedroom. That had been, when? 2 weeks before? A bit longer? She couldn't tell. Time, like so many other things, had lost its meaning. The only highlights of her day, the only thing that gave her any joy and brought her to a sharp focus, were the visits. Daddy came and sat with her, telling her things he wanted her to learn, filling her mind with plans about how they were going to find Joe Ledger. Find him, capture him, and spend days, weeks, ruining him. Breaking his will and his heart. Turning his body into a cage of broken pieces. Feeding him on pain and making sure the doctors did not let him die. Eve wasn't even sure she wanted him to die. No. It would be so much better if Ledger were turned into a cripple. Maybe with no feet and just a few fingers on each hand. He'd only really need one eye. He wouldn't need certain parts of his anatomy. Daddy said that a man could be reduced to something barely recognizable as having been human and still survive. A person like that could live for years, kept in a cage or given a little dolly to push himself around on. No teeth, no nose, no hope. And together they would drive him to the very edge of madness, but not push him over. No, she wouldn't want that. She and Daddy wanted him alive so he could be aware every single day of what he'd become and to live with the knowledge that everyone he loved was either dead or being similarly destroyed. Whom, then, should they remove from Ledger's life first? Always a delicious speculation. Church, of course. Both Daddy and Cougar wanted that spooky jerk dead and run through a wood chipper. Junie Flynn, yeah, she had to go. Eve wanted to hand her over to a dozen, no 2 dozen, of the biggest, ugliest, meanest fixers, and then ensure she suffered greatly. The others, too. The big, stupid white guy with all the muscles? Dead. The black man who looked too old to be a soldier? Dead. The difficult person with the sniper rifle and the gay Italian guy? Dead? Dead. All of them. Dead. Not quickly, and not all at once, but dead in the end. And their deaths shown on movie screens 10 times bigger than life, so Joe Ledger could watch. Every single day. The very thought of that made her feel. It made her weep. It made her scream. It kept her completely alive. Integrated Sciences Division, Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. Doc and Isaac stood side by side, looking at the material brought from the island. Folding tables had been brought in and arranged like spokes on a wheel, radiating outward from where they stood. Each table represented a specific branch of science. Scott Wilson found them and threaded his way through boxes of additional materials that littered the floor, creating a labyrinth. "Good Lord," Wilson said when he reached the center and stood by the 2 scientists. "What is all this?" "It's the hall from Mislav Mitrovich's lab," said Doc. Wilson glanced from one table to the next. "Is there a method to this madness?" "Well," Doc said, "a couple of hours ago, I'd have said that it was just a mishmash of records from a bunch of unrelated lines of research." She tapped one table with a bright blue fingernail. "For example, here we have some pretty advanced work on neural memory chips, including some off-market studies on closed-loop neural prosthetics, clearly purposed for military use." Tap. "Here we have what are clearly stolen documents from DARPA, focusing on human-machine fusion. That's cyborgs to you, Scotty sweetie. A well-funded and long-range program to determine how best to integrate machine parts to human combat soldiers, with an eye to having a cybernetic ground force by 2050. But there's also a lot of material here, including very sophisticated schematics that leads me to believe that actual development is much further along. Some that seems like it's in-house development by Cougar's group of Frankensteins, because those newer reports aren't written in the DoD-friendly military doublespeak." Tap. "Here we jump into biochemistry, specifically eugeroics," Doc said. "And before you embarrass yourself by telling me you don't know what that big word means, it's the science of developing wakefulness-promoting drugs, ostensibly for dealing with a raft of sleep disorders, from narcolepsy to idiopathic hypersomnia, with some very specific drain stops in between. But Isaac here, who, I should tell you, is more than just a hobbit-sized stud muffin, thinks that some of this research ties into a case that Church started a bunch of years ago and Ledger rapped while on a gig in Paris with violin. The bulk of this research is new stuff, and it's not the kind of thing that's going to play well with labor unions. There are reports in there for use in factory workers to permit them to work shifts of 40 to 60 continuous hours, and that's like combining a sweatshop with the Boston Marathon. And references to research lines with military applications. Think about that. Soldiers on a specific mission who don't need to sleep and don't tire even with constant movement and exertion. Tap. Then this stack is science straight out stolen from us, and I think it was back before my time, during that time Mind Reader was being exploited, before Bug gave her a big ol' makeover. There's data here that I know for sure we took from the Jacobies, from the dragon factory run by Paris and Hecate, and from their father Cyrus. There are extracts from Zephyr Bane, from Sebastian Galt, from the Seven Kings, from maybe 20 of the cases the DMS worked on, and all of it is coded. Bug thinks the codes are a cross-indexing system, and he put someone on it to figure out how it works. She tapped another, but then hesitated. "I could go on," she said. "Bottom line is that this is both a jackpot and a big old ball of confusion." "How so?" asked Wilson.
Well, on one hand,
It's a treasure trove that will, I hope, give us a clearer peek inside Cougar's research and development process. Given enough time, we might be able to determine what they've been working on and the likely applications of the same. Except that it may not be as random as it appears, said Isaac. Correctamundo, agreed Doc. Wilson chewed his lip as he wandered around, looking at the mountains of material. Without turning, he said, the manifests say that there were biological samples. Is there anything there that might explain this? Oh gosh, Sugar Bear, said Doc, there's 40 kinds of bioweapons. We have full specs on some, and Rage is in there, by the way. And then there are some that all we have are samples, but no specs. Those are in a hot room, and I have people studying them. What about the people? The, test subjects? We turned them over to my big Woolly Bear and his team. The patients are in quarantine. Woolly Bear was Dr. Ronald Coleman. He was a molecular biologist who oversaw a division of integrated sciences dealing with the hunt for what he called disease identity, a radical new field of diagnostics. Hell, suss out what was done to them, Doc assured him. Some of those folks have implants, said Isaac, and we think that's where a lot of this ties together. In what way, exactly? Asked Wilson. Isaac smiled. His smiles always looked like he was wincing from some mild abdominal pain. The more we try to separate out the different fields of science here, the more they seem to want to clump together. I mean, especially if we start with a what's the worst that can happen point of view. And if you start with the idea of cybernetic implants for soldiers and add a cocktail of chemicals to enhance stamina and wakefulness, then what we might be looking at is a very, very scary new kind of super soldier. Or, added Doc, if you stir in some nasty short-duration, high-effect bioweapons as a possible payload, we could be seeing the birth of the next generation of suicide bomber. A virtually unkillable soldier who is faster, stronger, and able to fight his way into a crowded airport, a major concert, or a sports event, and make himself go boom. Scott Wilson stared at them, and he could feel the blood drain from his face. You were right, said Isaac to Doc. You said he'd look like that. Sales presentation via showroom. Hello, my friends, said Mr. Sunday. Welcome back. How delightful to see all of you, and a big welcome to some new folks who have joined us. I know that several of you are here on the recommendation of regular and satisfied customers. Don't forget to ask me about the new customer premiums after the regular presentation. Mr. Sunday was dressed in a lightweight wool suit with a hand-painted tie and polished oxblood loafers. He looked like he was ready to host a cocktail mixer at a tech conference, all casual smiles and relaxed posture. We live in a troubled world, he said. There are all kinds of problems out there, both foreign and domestic. Access to the internet has allowed for unification of dissident voices, which in turn has led to strikes and walkouts, work slowdowns, and pressure from global watchdog groups. Our police forces are under siege for doing their jobs, and soldiers following sensible orders are being tried as war criminals. It's getting to the point that we are being prevented from running our companies and our countries the way they need to be run. Are you with me still? He began pacing slowly, making sure that at any given moment he was making eye contact with one of the potential buyers. He made sure to make such contact with every face on those screens. He would let his eyes linger, forcing contact until he saw a nod, a tilt of the head, a smile, or even a wince. Everyone had a tell, and what mattered was how they reacted relative to what he was saying, down to key words he used and subtle inflections intended to evoke those reactions. His pace was slow, but his hands moved at varying speed, each gesticulation giving emphasis to some point, much as a conductor's baton will. A corresponding challenge, he said, is that public pressure growing out of trending social media outrage often results in either stock drops, knee-jerk legislation, the implementation of regulations imposed by whoever is up for election and wants to appeal to key demographics, and also the courts. What was it Shakespeare said? First, kill all the lawyers? I'm for that. Except our lawyers, of course. His laugh was warm and inclusive. We all get this thing. The days when we could just send in a quality control team seemed to be passing. He leaned on those words, casting them as catch-all euphemisms that his customers could apply as needed. And the resulting lawsuits are obscene. The amounts that juries are awarding these days is beyond absurd. All that class action attorneys have to do is show 10 seconds of footage from a smartphone, and the jurors start adding zeros to the amount awarded to the plaintiffs. He paused and turned toward the full bank of screens and gave 3 measured seconds of his full presence. What if we could control each of those kinds of moments? He asked calmly. What if we could control what is, and more to the point, what is not recorded? What is not allowed to be shared on Twitter or Instagram or any other social media platform? He paused. And what if in those moments of actual privacy, we could completely resolve the situation? Whether that is an arrest in one of the more problematic parts of one of our cities, or a field operation to resolve a political inconvenience, or a money-shredding strike at a factory. Another pause. What if each of us possessed the technology to completely own that moment and to later control any messaging? What if here in the 3rd decade of the 21st century, we could move and act with the cost-efficient impunity of the 1950s? Yes, I can see that you see the potential. But, my friends, let me actually show you how this played out for one of our clients. I share this with the full permission of that client, who is a very happy returning customer. Settle back and watch Tyrstanik Island. Coming up on it, outlaw, said a voice in my ear. It was the voice of my second-in-command, Bradley Top Sims. Combat call sign was Pappy, because he was the oldest active shooter in the RTI. Oldest, not weakest or slowest. No, sir. Going in, I said, and I tilted the motor kite to spill wind. Ghost, dangling from a harness, wriggled against my thighs. He likes this part of it. Idiot dog likes parachutes, hang gliders, and these kites. I, as a rule, do not. I angled down and followed just behind a wave, my boots less than a yard above the creamy white foam. The wave broke, and I touched down as it began to slide back, landing with short running steps. I made it to the high tide line and knelt, popping the harness release to let Ghost jump down. He moved off a dozen yards, and then stopped, raising his head, ears high, nose sniffing the breeze. I kept my hands on the motor kite's controls until I heard a soft whoof. All clear. I killed the motor. Havoc actual to Havoc team, I said quietly, down and safe. Split 2 and 2 on my 3 and 9. They came in like telecans, gliding softly, landing on either side of me, switching off their machines. We all detached from the cradles of straps and immediately collapsed the motor kites. They folded up like beach umbrellas, and we pulled canvas bags, thrust them inside, and buried them quickly in the soft sand farther up the beach. On me, I said, and they clustered around, taking up stations like compass points, looking both ways along the beach, out to sea, and inland. Each one of them murmured an all clear. Weapons check, ordered Top, and there were a few quick movements as guns were unslung, magazines secured. Hands patted the various pockets to make sure nothing had been lost in flight. We'd come armed with a lot of nasty little toys. I tapped my comms unit to cycle onto the main channel with the TOC, the Tactical Operations Center, where Church, Wilson, Bug, Doc Holliday, and a room crammed with mission specialists were waiting. Havoc is on the deck, I said. Copy that, outlaw, said Wilson. Good hunting. Unless they had a reason to speak, the TOC would remain quiet so as not to distract us with chatter. Jackpot, I said, using the call sign for Andrea Bianchi, our utility infielder. Get some birds in the air. Subito, he said, immediately. He had a big equipment bag slung across his back and slipped it off. From it, he removed a handful of what looked like dead cormorants. But these were sophisticated surveillance drones, fashioned to look like Adriatic coastal birds. From any distance greater than 6 feet, they were totally convincing. He activated them, holding them one at a time next to a sensor on the small tactical computer strapped to his forearm. Then he handed them to Harvey Rabbit, a hulking giant of a man, affectionately known as Bunny, who threw them high into the air. The birds' wings deployed, and they flapped off into the night. As soon as the birds were in flight, they began sending telemetry to a screen on Andreas' TACCOM. "Bellissima," he murmured approvingly. Bunny, combat call sign Donnie Darkosh, shifted closer to me, his rifle up, stock tucked into his brawny shoulder. "Call the play, boss," he said. "You and Jackpot go inland 1 click until you find the service road by the gate," I said. "Locate the watchtower and wait, and prep a couple of lightning bugs. As soon as I give the order to pull triggers, I want you to kill all communications from those towers." Lightning bugs are one of Doc Holliday's wonderful new toys. These are small drones carrying E-bombs that consist of a metal cylinder, the armature, which is surrounded by a coil of wire called the stator winding. The armature cylinder is filled with the desired amount of explosive based on the desired area of effect. Once airborne, it flies to the designated height and location, and then, bang! The explosion travels as a wave through the middle of the armature cylinder, and when it comes in contact with the stator winding, it creates a short circuit that compresses the magnetic field, generating an intense electromagnetic burst. All electronics in the blast radius are fried. That means no radios, no sat phones, no cells. They also kill night vision, body cams, and, well, anything that runs on a chip. We have to be very careful to make sure we're outside of the effective range. Havoc Team carries a lot of very expensive gear, from mind reader uplinks to special targeting systems for certain kinds of guns, to the RFID telemetry chips we all have implanted so that we, or our bodies, can be located. "Hoo-ah," he said. Bunny and Andrea melted away into the night. I turned to Top and the 5th member of my team, a slender woman named Bello, no last name, who carried a Sacco TRG-42, a superb Finnish bolt-action long-range sniper rifle chambered for .338 Lapua Magnum cartridges. I've worked with a lot of snipers over the years, including the legendary John Smith and the cold and precise Sam Imora, but Belle was her own breed of shooter. She had neither the years of practice nor the military experience of either of those men, but she brought a natural coldness and precision that set her apart. Belle was not a hunter or competitive shooter. She had no trophies, no stuffed heads on her walls. But if she wanted you dead and could line you up in the sights, you had better be right with Jesus. Belle's call sign was Mother Mercy. She was personally trained by Violin, a woman who is arguably the deadliest sniper alive. Yes, I run with the cool kids. "Mother Mercy," I said, "you and Pappy go along the beach and up through the ravine we saw. Establish an elevated firing position where you can see both towers." She said nothing and gave only a small nod, lethal but not chatty. Top said, "Hoo-ah," and they moved off together. That left me there with Ghost. He came and sat down next to me, pushing at me with his muzzle. Ghost is a big white shepherd who has been through a lot of kinds of hell with me. Like me, he was badly injured when Santoro blew up my uncle's house. Like me, Ghost healed in body, but less so in spirit. Like me, he wants some payback. He couldn't say it in words, but he didn't have to. There's a kind of telepathy between pets and humans, and it's a bit stronger between combat dogs and their soldiers. I said, "Let's go get them." Ghost gave me a wag of his bushy tail and flashed his teeth in the starlight. Then we went hunting. Real Sport Factory, Mutiara Village, Central Java, Indonesia. Darmana was a very small woman, under 5 feet, less than 90 pounds. But she stood tall as the 2 men approached her. Behind her, 40 other women, including several who were barely into their teens, shrank back. However, Darmana stood firm, arms wide as if she could shield the other workers from what was coming. A few men, employed in the same factory to carry and package the heavy boxes of sneakers, sweatshirts, and other branded items, hung at the fringes of the group. They looked ready to run, and more than half of them had already deserted the protest, and Dharmana held fast. One of the two men wore a lightweight gray business suit that probably cost as much as she made in a year. He wore a crisp white shirt and striped red and gray tie. A very expensive-looking gold watch caught bits of sunlight as his arms moved. He had thinning hair, brushed to conceal the paucity, and gold-rimmed steel glasses. He was smiling in the wrong kind of way for what was happening. "He's from the corporation," murmured a woman behind her. "He's come to fire us." That sent a ripple of nervous chatter through the group, but Dharmana shushed them. "He doesn't have police with him," she said. "None of those thugs either. Let's hear what he has to say." Her eyes, though, flicked to the other man. The other was not one of the factory managers or supervisors. He was a stranger to her. He did not wear a suit and tie, or even a sports shirt, which was better suited to the oppressive heat. Instead, he was dressed head to toe in loose-fitting black clothes that looked like something a soldier might wear, except there were no emblems or insignia. No weapons either. The men walked slowly toward her. Two more men dressed in the same black clothes leaned against a dark SUV, muscular arms folded across their chests, eyes hidden behind sunglasses. "Just be calm," said Dharmana quietly. "Maybe they've come to talk." This was day 6 of the shutdown. Dharmana and her supporters had used chains, ropes, even plastic zip ties to seal the doors to the factory. For one glorious day, everyone was behind her. All 88 workers, and even 2 of the shift supervisors, though they were likely spies sent to learn about the new union's plans. Now there were 40 protesters left. Some of the others stayed home, claiming they were sick. A few went looking for other work, finding it in similar sweatshops. And a dozen had climbed into the factory through a rear window and were actually working, hoping to curry favor with the supervisors once the protest was squashed. As it would certainly be. The government favored the corporations, as it always had. The world press was denied access to the town once the strike started, and only hand-picked reporters were allowed to cover the event. What they wrote was mostly cut and paste from corporate headquarters, the government's public relations office, or from articles from The Capitalist and other magazines or news services slanted toward the owners. Dharmana had read a few of those. Articles that said the pay rate of Rp 224.5390 was more than enough to live on in both comfort and luxury. Those articles, written for Western readers who would be drawn to the number and not the value. In truth, the rupiah was crumbling, and this factory's pay rate of Rp 99.3799 worked out to $6.45 in American dollars. Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator. using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Below even the national minimum wage. Not enough to survive on, what with agriculture production still recovering from COVID-19 and stores raising their profits during shortages. More than 70% of Dharmana's meager pay went to food, and that was hardly a feast. Many working parents like her were half-starved so that their children and grandparents could eat. Debt mounted, and since the company that owned the factory also controlled the banks, there was nowhere to go but further down the poverty hole. Dharmana had hoped that by forming a small union and blockading the factory, the corporation fat cats would realize it was better to offer sensible, if small, raises rather than lose money from production slowdowns. She'd sent carefully written letters to the executives and foremen, pleading for those raises. Not a lot. The workers did not want to leave their jobs, but was it too much to ask for money to live, to put enough food on the table, to buy clothes for the children, to buy school books, and to have enough for them to visit a clinic every now and then? It was so little to ask. Some of the celebrity-endorsed sneakers made in her factory sold for anywhere from $800 to $6,000 American dollars. $6,000 was 3 times as much as Dharmana earned in a year, working 14-hour shifts 6 days a week. Surely the executives would find it in their hearts to offer a little more, only a little. At first, it had been the factory manager yelling at her and the other workers to go back to work, promising to forgive and forget once the machines were running again. When that hadn't worked, mainly because Dharmana knew that retaliation would follow and told her coworkers that, the management sent strikebreakers. There were some minor scuffles, but many of her neighbors who'd come to watch the drama had cell phones. The strikebreakers were, too, clearly villains, and if it got onto social media, then corporate stocks would drop. Dharmana was not deeply educated, but she was savvy. She understood the power of social media. She had her cousin's cell phone, and she raised it as the corporate man and the tougher-looking man in black approached her. They came right up to her and stopped only a few feet away, with the one who looked like a soldier a pace back. The corporate man stopped so close that Dharmana could have reached out and touched him. She tried to stop the hand holding the cell phone from trembling, but she was too frightened. It was hard to say who frightened her more, the corporate man who could fire her and everyone else here, or the man in black. There was something awful about him. He was taller than the well-dressed man and much taller than she was. He looked to be over 6 feet, with broad shoulders and a powerful build. A white man with maybe a bit of West African blood. Handsome in his way, except for the eyes. They were as cold and dead as stones. The corporate man broke the silence. He spoke Indonesian with an accent that she could not place. Not American, maybe German, she wasn't sure. "My name is Michael Augustus Stafford," he said. "Your name is Dharmana, right? You are the leader of this little protest." It wasn't a question, so Dharmana merely waited for more. "What you are doing is hurting business," said Michael Augustus Stafford. "It's hurting your friends and coworkers. Surely you understand that you've already lost much in wages that you'll never be able to recoup. How is that helping any of you?" "You're paying starvation wages," she said, trying to keep fear out of her voice. "No one here is fainting from hunger," said Stafford. He managed a smile that showed very good teeth. His breath, however, stank of cigars and whiskey.
Darmana didn't even bother to reply to that. Everyone who worked at the factory was stick-thin. She had 2 children at home, the oldest of whom would soon leave school at age 12 to work right alongside her mother. Her daughter told her that she dreamed they were all dead and the town was filled with pecan ghosts who were stuck in their shrouds. Only the factory was a big shroud in which all of the ghosts worked forever and ever. Stafford shook his head. Darmana, you need to listen to reason. No, let me change that. You need to think about what's best for you and your children, for your elderly mother and your grandparents. You need to think about what's best for all of the people here and their families. What good can possibly come of you causing trouble and keeping the others, your own friends and neighbors, from earning their pay? You see, it's not the management who are picking your pocket, hardly. We provide jobs for everyone. No, it's you and people like you who complain even when you're well off. It's people like you who are never satisfied and certainly never grateful. Grateful to be slaves? She fired back. The camera she held above her head felt like it weighed 10 tons. Beads of sweat ran down her arm. Grateful to have work, corrected Stafford. Grateful to have steady employment at a time when the whole world is reeling from the global financial meltdown. Hundreds of millions around the world, even in Europe and America, are still out of work. But you have work, and here you are, loitering, idle, causing problems, making false accusations against the people who provide those jobs to you. People you should praise. Instead, you berate them and make false accusations. You concoct blog posts filled with lies, exaggerated claims, and clips from fake news sources. It's not fake, snapped Darmana. I've worked here all my life. I know. Everything I've said in letters and on blog posts is the truth. No, he said, shaking his head and smiling like a shark. Lies. Nothing but lies from an ungrateful individual. Darmana, long used to insults, didn't flinch, but instead gave him a smile of her own, angry and triumphant. Go ahead and insult me, she crowed, shaking the cell phone. Every word you just said is going out to people all over the world. No, said Stafford, it is not. It took her a few seconds to process that. What? Look at your phone, he said, still a smiling shark. She did. Instead of a link to a YouTube channel run by a political blogger in Jakarta, the screen read, "No signal." She glanced around and saw a few other people in her group, and many among the crowd of townsfolk were also frowning at their phones. It's called a jammer, said Stafford. Not a word of what we've said here has gotten out to anyone, and nothing those busybodies in this rabble, he jerked his head toward the crowd behind him, has gotten out. Not one word. Darmana stared at her blank screen and then up at the man. It doesn't matter, she said weakly. We're not going to budge until— Shut up, said Stafford. The words froze Darmana to the spot. What did you— Shut your mouth and listen to me, said Stafford, in a voice pitched loudly enough for everyone to hear him. You have one chance left, just one, to stop this nonsense and get back to work. Darmana looked around and saw the doubt and confusion on everyone's faces, and she saw it transform into alarm and then fear. She turned back to see that the man in black had stepped forward. Behind him, the other 2 men pushed off from the SUV. One turned toward the onlookers, and the other came over to stand close to the knot of protesters.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. She looked up into the eyes of the tall, silent man standing close to her. At his face, at his eyes. Moments ago, he'd looked calm, detached, uninvolved with the corporate drama being played out, letting Stafford do all the talking. Now the man's eyes were filled with life, with strange lights. His mouth trembled as if he were fighting back laughter, but there was a fever brightness to his eyes. Sweat beaded on his cheeks and upper lip. Once more, Darmana glanced down to see if he had any weapons, but he was unarmed. The man who called himself Stafford patted the taller man's shoulder. He spoke in a language Darmana didn't recognize. She thought it might have been German, but she met so few foreigners except the upper management, and they were usually French or British. She had no idea what the man said. What filled her mind was what happened immediately after. The man in black began trembling, shuddering. Only a little at first, the way someone would if they felt a peacock walk over their grave. But the shudder grew instantly worse, and within moments, the man in black looked like he was being electrocuted, or experiencing an intense physical sensation. There was a strange and appalling ecstasy on his face, twisting otherwise handsome features into a parody of pain or intense desire, or both. She looked past him and saw that the same thing was happening to the other black-clad men. All three of them were having some kind of fit. Their faces flushed as if their blood pressure were spiking. Foamy spit bubbled out from between the lips of the man in front of her. Darmana backed up. First a single step and then more, backpedaling as the fit grew more violent. Then all of a sudden, those tremors stopped, and the whole street in front of the factory went dead silent.
for 2 full seconds. The men in black stared at her and through her and at nothing, and she saw to her horror that the tall man's eyes had changed. The whites had turned a dark, vibrant red. Blood eyes, she thought, with the odd clarity of someone in terrible danger. He is a demon. And that was her very last thought, then or ever. The man in black struck her with such shocking, hideous speed that she never saw his arm move. She did not truly feel the blow that caught her on the side of the jaw. Shock buffered her mind from hearing the sounds of her jaw shattering, just as it masked the wetter snap of her neck vertebrae. She was dead before her heart took the next beat. She crumpled to the ground, unable to hear the high and terrible screams of the rest of the protesters, of the crowd of townsfolk who'd gathered to watch, or of the shrieks of horror and agony that followed as the 3 men in black moved through the village like a monsoon wind, killing everyone Darmana had ever known. Stafford stepped over her corpse and walked over to the car, leaned against it, produced a silver cigarette case, and removed a filterless Roth handle, which he lit with a gold lighter. He dragged in a deep lungful, held it to feel the bite, and then exhaled. The blue smoke swirled in the air as all around the screams rose and rose. He glanced at the 2 men with cell phones and drew a hand across his throat, telling them to cut the feed. They did. "You get all that?" he asked. "Every bit," said one of the men. "Sweet." Michael Augustus Stafford pulled his cell phone out, punched a number, and when it was answered, said, "Looked great from my end, boss. I think this'll play well in your next showroom gig." "Excellent work," said Mr. Sunday. "The buses of replacement workers will be there first thing in the morning." "Righto." Stafford ended the call and smiled. He loved days like this. Made him glad to be alive. Integrated Sciences Division, Phoenix House, Amphoria Island, Greece. Dr. Jane Holliday sat with Church and Bug at a small table in the lab. The rest of the staff were busy working, but they knew better than to pester the boss and 2 department heads. There were glances thrown that way, though, and even some unapologetic eavesdropping. "The problem is," said Doc, "that we know too much and not enough." Her masses of blonde hair had spilled out of the bun and hung unevenly around her face, making her look like she'd just come in from riding a horse on a windy heath. Bug snorted. He was bleary-eyed and unshaven. "Welcome to Rogue Team International, where that is on everyone's page-a-day calendar for any day ending in a Y." "You're not wrong," said Church. His only concession to the long hours since Ledger had gone off the radar was that he'd taken his suit jacket off and tugged the knot of his tie loose. He still looked immaculate. They had cups of coffee and a plate of cookies. Church was nibbling on his 4th vanilla wafer, and no one else seemed interested in cutting into his supply. Doc had a bunch of animal crackers laid out like a parade, and was biting off bits of each animal, but not eating any whole cookies. Bug sat there slowly unscrewing double-filled Oreos and eating the cream. Only when he finished the fillings did he begin eating the cookies. Ron Coleman and Isaac are studying the cybernetic implants on the patients we brought from Croatia. Right now, there seem to be several kinds of implants. Some have neurochips, and there's research suggesting that the chips are designed to interface with add-on gear, like a targeting helmet, exoskeleton, or even drones. And there are implants that Coleman is certain will trigger the release of different kinds of chemicals. Some of these chemicals are natural to the body, so the implants regulate those. Dopamine, for example. Or they can sync with a med pack pre-filled with drugs. Modifications of modafinil and armodafinil for sure. They act as selective and atypical dopamine reuptake inhibitors. And then there's adrafinil, which serves as a prodrug for modafinil. And a prodrug is a compound or medication that, once administered and metabolized into a pharmacologically active drug, controls and improves how the drug is absorbed, distributed, metabolized, and excreted. And we also found experiments with other eugerics, the norepinephrine dopamine reuptake inhibitor, solriamfetol, and pitolisant, which acts as a histamine receptor antagonist and
Church had fired her and then had her arrested for theft of data and technologies obtained after the takedowns of some of the more dangerous groups and cartels the DMS faced. Then Bliss faked her death and reinvented herself as a firebrand among the anarchist crowd. This new persona, Mother Night, had done a lot of damage, had broken into one of the most secure bioweapon storage facilities, and tried to release the Seyful-Deen pathogen, the single most dangerous bioweapon Church's teams had ever faced, at a science fiction convention in Atlanta. "But don't get me wrong, Mr. Bossman," said Doc. "There's a lot of new science here, too." "Some of that's based on stolen RD, too, though," said Bug. "I'm finding fingerprints and what amounts to computer watermarks on lots of the data files. Stuff looted from the Department of Defense and maybe 40 other places, including a lot of universities. Their mainframes are so easy to hack they might as well not even try to use encryption. Though there's stuff here from some private corporations, stuff that was much better protected, and from companies that I'm pretty sure aren't in any way tied to the Cougar brand." "What's the rest?" asked Church. "Totally new stuff," said Doc. "Without a doubt," said Bug. "Tell me," Church said. "There are 3 areas these bad boys seem to be focusing on. First is surgically implanted technologies, true cybernetics." "I'll be back," said Bug in a fair impersonation of Arnold Schwarzenegger. "Second area," continued Doc, "is a new generation of body armor that's really a kind of exoskeleton. In their notes, they refer to it as a CR, shorthand for combat rig, and there are references to several models or perhaps generations of it. K-14, K-57, K-79, and so on. Most recent generation is the K-110. "I'm guessing the K is for Cougar?" ventured Bug. "That'd be my guess, Sugar," agreed Doc. "And I have to tell you boys that if these jokers decided to go straight and simply patent this stuff, they'd probably get rich as Croesus selling it to the various official or private military markets. We're talking billions. Some of this is really freaking awesome." "Because they have an actual evil master plan," said Bug. "It was only partly a joke, and no one laughed. Besides, some of these innovations are based on stolen science. Sure, the finished product may be new, but anyone can reverse engineer it and see what came out of other labs." "There's that," conceded Doc. She flipped open a folder and showed a schematic for a bulky exoskeleton. "See this? I ran an image and data search, and what did I find? This is a variation of the Guardian XO full-body exoskeleton by the Sarcos Company. It was marketed as the first battery-powered industrial integrated robot, which means it has machinery run by software but integrates with the driver's commands. It augments operator strength but doesn't inhibit freedom of movement. The difference is that the Sarcos one is used mostly for industrial work, lifting and so on. But see here? Those fittings are for machine guns, I'm sure of it. And see these specs handwritten down there? That's for add-ons made from Kevlar and also bullet-resistant clear polymers, protection and visibility. Cougar's guys took the industrial version and weaponized it. I ran the numbers on the armor, and it will create a protective shell that allows more than 250 degrees of visibility while keeping the driver safe from anything up to armor-piercing rounds. My guess is that they'll rig a double-capacity backpack, one side for batteries, the other for belt-fed ammunition. You put a fixer in one of those and he can walk into any building and do an incredible amount of damage. With a minigun or a grenade launcher? Well, butter my buns and call me a biscuit, but that is some scary, scary stuff right up in there. "This is adapted to military," said Church. "Did you find anything designed specifically for combat?" "Oh yes," said Doc, "a lot of that, and it's pretty golden scary too." She produced another folder, and this one had schematics, pages of materials analysis and other data, and some glossy photos. Church picked one up and studied it. It showed a soldier wearing a series of complex braces around his legs, torso, and arms. There were wires and coaxial cables in bundles running from servos to battery packs. "This is based on the Onyx system," he observed. "They developed the lower body exoskeletons to help combat soldiers carry or pull heavy loads. They also reduce fatigue," said Doc, nodding. "But see how it's been modified? It's been expanded out to support hips, lower and mid-back, shoulders, and arms. The effect is, if their notations are correct, a 320% increase in physical strength coupled with far greater endurance. A soldier in that rig could do a 50-mile hike faster and with less energy drain than a regular soldier could hike 15 miles on the flat and carrying no battle rattle. We're talking enhanced endurance, especially over uneven terrain and inclines, better handling of heavy weapons, and it guides orthopedic alignment to help evenly distribute weight and maintain skeletal system alignment to avoid overstress and pressure injuries." Church shuffled through the photos and paused on the last one. This showed the same basic exoskeleton sheathed in sleek black armor that hid the vulnerable materials and kept the bundled cables from being a nuisance to the man in the suit. A notation in the corner indicated that this was a K-110 prototype, and below that the word production with a question mark. "This concerns me greatly," he said, setting the photo down and turning it around for them. "It should," said Doc. Bug picked it up. "Yeah, this scares me too. Just the thought of our guys running into even one of these." He didn't finish, but shivered, which was eloquent enough. "And," said Doc, "there are two more things. We found 4 separate mentions of something called G55. At first I thought it was another product line, but it seems to be part of some upcoming project, or perhaps a location. Not really enough to go on, and it may be nothing. Does it mean anything to you, O mighty sage?" "It does not," said Church. "What's the other thing?" "Well," said Doc, "all through the records there are references to something called AO. Again, no clue as to what it stands for, and there's little contextual help, since it's usually just a reference like, for AO, and AO parts list, like that. But it shows up in almost every document, mostly handwritten on printouts, connected with the exosuits and other potential field combat tech." "AO," mused Church. "That's not particularly helpful. I'll put Nikki on it." Nikki Bloom ran the pattern recognition team within Bug's department. "Have to tell you boys," said Doc, "every time I see those 2 letters, it gives me a nasty little itch right between my shoulder blades, like someone's out there in the tall grass lining me up nice and proper in the crosshairs." "I'm quite familiar with that feeling," said Church. "Are you getting that feeling now?" she asked. "I am." With that, he stood and left the lab. In flight over the South Atlantic. The cabin steward, a slim Genoese woman who was a bit older than the others in the flight crew, stood in the galley with the curtain drawn. Her fingers touched the crucifix beneath her uniform as she peeked out through a narrow gap in the blue cloth. The first-class passengers were mostly dozing. Beyond them, most of the overhead lights were off, though a few travelers had their faces lit by whatever screen they were watching. The big 250-seat Airbus A330's engines, running on autopilot, were a constant heavy drone that lulled most people to sleep. Midway along the aisle, there was a large service dog curled on the floor, partly under the seat, but occasionally leaning his big white head out to look up and down the walkway. Besides him was a blind man, older, heavy-set, wearing sunglasses with very dark lenses.
He wore earbuds, but when the cabin steward passed by on her rounds, she noticed that the headphone cable wasn't plugged in. It merely dangled. When she leaned over and asked if he needed help finding the jack for the music, he turned to her and, she was positively, looked at her. That had been a very odd moment.
Over the thousands of flights she'd worked since joining the Alitalia team, she'd encountered countless vision-impaired passengers. She could always tell whether they'd been born blind, had lost sight due to age or injury, or were merely legally blind. She did not think the man in seat JJ66 was blind at all. When he turned to her and raised his face, even though the glasses as well as the dimmed ambient light were too opaque to see his eyes, she could feel them. It was so unnerving. It wasn't merely that sensation of being watched. No, it was more of being seen, and seen all the way down to the skin, to the nerves and blood and bone. It was violative, invasive, and made her skin crawl. Now she watched the aisle, hoping no one near the man and dog needed her. And, as if hearing her thoughts, she saw the blind man lean out and look in her direction. Those black glasses against his pale skin, the touch of his perception. It was so dark. That was it, she realized with an abruptness that made cold sweat pop out of her skin over her heart. It was like the darkness outside the plane was looking at her through that blind man's eyes. She did not like that feeling. No, not one little bit. Her fingers pressed the crucifix against her skin. Whirled away shipping and storage, the port of Houston, Texas. Eve limped down the warehouse aisle, flanked by Cain and Abel. The rest of the Righteouser, her special cadre of elite fixers, were back at the pavilion in Washington State. These boys, though, had become her constant bodyguards, and they'd passed the intense background checks imposed on them by Daddy. She wished Rafael Santoro was there, but Daddy preferred to stay in Canada with Cougar. He was always so busy, and she missed him. "Miss Eve?" called a voice, and a man's head and shoulders popped out from between two stacks of crates. "I think I found them," said the logistics supervisor. "You think or you have," she snapped back. It was the kind of thing Cougar said, putting people on the spot, making them jump. I found the crates with the correct, markings," fumbled the supervisor. "Well, need to actually open them to see." Eve went over to where he stood and peered at the labels stenciled on the heavy pine boxes. There were 4, and each had AOGK, and then 3 smaller, narrower crates with AOGC. She tapped Cain. "Open them up, and let's look." "Ma'am," said the fixer, and jogged off, returning quickly with 2 long-handled crowbars and a smaller pinch bar. The supervisor got a forklift, and soon all the boxes were sitting in a row on the floor. Cain and Abel set to work opening the big crates, while the supervisor used the pinch bar on the smaller ones. The wood was green, and it cried out in protest as the long nails were pulled out. Once the lids were off and the packing straw tossed away, Eve peered inside to see a device that looked like a hunchbacked robot. She used a portable scanner to read the barcode on the back of the cowling, and a small light on her device flashed green. She repeated it with the 3 other units. All green. "Those are good," she said. "Repack it." The contents of the smaller crates took longer to inventory because there were many objects, gallons of chemicals, large bottles of capsules, and mechanical devices wrapped in bubble paper. There was no way to hurry the job because the scanner was uplinked to Wi-Fi and sent the scan results directly to HK at the pavilion and Daddy in Canada. Tasks like this were tedious but necessary, and Eve knew that it was part of her training to be an executive within the Cougar organization. Daddy was watching, and so was Cougar himself. Eve did not disappoint. She knew she was a different person from what she'd been when she and her late lover, Adam, had been recruited by Rafael Santoro. They had both been smart and dangerous, but Daddy had begun a process of refinement. Eve also knew that her emotional extremes since Adam's death had caused Daddy some embarrassment and a lot of concern. She'd very nearly gone too far, and that was a terrifying thought. More recently, she'd forced herself to be more controlled, less a victim of her own excesses. And so Daddy had begun gradually giving her more tasks, often mundane, things that anyone could do, and watched how she handled them. This project, the one they all called the American operation, was big. It was high profile, and any mishandling at any level could be catastrophic. The fact that Daddy was allowing her to oversee this, well, maybe it wasn't such a nothing job after all, she mused. She just hoped she'd get a chance to play when everything began going to mess here in America. That would be worth the wait. That would be fun. And, who knew, maybe she'd get to shoot Joe Ledger in the process. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. They sat together on a couch in Church's study, which was lined with books and hung with art. They had cups of coffee growing cold on a table, and slices of uneaten quiche neither had an appetite for. The speakers were turned low as Leonard Cohen sang soft, brooding songs about love and loss and the decline of the culture of insight. Church wore a dark blue robe, and Lilith was red, a shade darker and more luxuriant than fresh blood. A fire spilled light and warmth into the room, but the shadows clinging to the corners were cold and resisted being chased completely away. Lilith was a tall woman with very pale skin, intensely dark eyes, and full red lips. Her glossy black hair fell around her shoulders, with tendrils reaching to the tops of her breasts. Like Church, her age was impossible to guess. They were both older than they looked. Sometimes, as with tonight, they each felt every one of their years, and every inch of their scars. "He's back," she said. It was the first thing either had said for 10 minutes. "He's back," agreed Church. They watched the fire. "How?" she asked. Church almost smiled. "Rhetorical question?" "Only to a degree," said Lilith. "I thought after the Dogs of War case he would be gone." "For good?" "Hardly. For a while, I meant. Longer than this." Church touched her face, gently tracing the curve from high cheekbone to taper chin. She was unarguably beautiful, but many people over the years had described her as looking cruel, unemotional, queenly, in the ways history's more powerful queens sometimes look. Not at all a fairy tale princess. He loved those qualities about her. Lilith had never once compromised who she was or acted conciliatory to anyone, certainly never to a man. He was also aware that people used many of the same adjectives to describe him: cold, cruel, aloof, strange. Fair enough. They were both strange, and their world was infinitely stranger than Scott Wilson or Doc Holliday or Joe Ledger knew. Lilith touched Church's face as she studied his eyes. The tinted glasses he usually wore were on a table in the other room. He did not wear them in private. Certainly not when he invited this woman to see his unguarded expressions. She said, "Do you fear him? You've never actually said." "I fear what he can do," said Church after a long pause. "That's an evasive answer." "No," he said, "it's really not." She laughed and shook her head. "Your people," she said, gesturing vaguely in the direction of the floor, because the apartment was at the top of a castle and Rogue Team International was based in underground chambers many floors below, "think nothing scares you, that you are incapable of fear. Above it, they believe what they want to believe. They believe what comforts them. Oh, and you do nothing at all to perpetuate those beliefs." Church shrugged. "It's useful to be calm when things are catching fire. They think you destroyed Nicodemus." "I have never made that claim," said Church, "and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. "I have never made that claim," said Church. Lilith smiled, but let the topic go. Instead, she returned to an earlier point. "Nicodemus is a monster. He is a disease," said Church. "He never really goes away. And if there is a vaccine for a parasite like him, then I will be the first customer for it." She picked up her coffee cup and sipped, winced because it was cold, then drank anyway. Her eyes flicked toward his. "He's aligned himself with Kuga." "Yes," said Church. "We have to be careful. He delights in revenge." "Yes, he likes to hurt," said Lilith. "I've already sent a coded message to Arclight. You should warn some of your people. And, given that he's now tied to a criminal network with tentacles in governments, business, and social media, maybe there are people we should both contact." "I will be making quite a number of calls," said Church. "Kuga has resources, but so do we. And we have friends we can call." She nodded. "Some of our friends are no longer in the best position to defend themselves. Aunt Sally comes to mind. Aunt Sally was the former chief of operations from the DMS days and before. Church had met her in Germany when she was a young but highly respected CIA field operator on loan to Interpol, doing elimination and cleanup against the Soviets and other groups. Aunt Sally had been Church's strong right hand for decades. But during the DMS's last case, she'd suffered a terrible stroke. Now she lived in a very upscale, very private nursing facility in Corfu, where Auntie would likely spend her last years, if she still had years left. Of all the people with whom Church worked closely, Auntie had been with him the longest. She'd known some of his secrets. Some, not all. "And here I thought you couldn't stand her," he chided. Lilith gave a small shrug. "There's no love lost between us, but she's family. We both know that family may dislike and even disown you until the chips are down, and then blood tells." They sat and thought about that for a while. Blood tells. Church's daughter Circe was estranged from him. Her choice. They had never been close. Or rather, as soon as she knew what kind of things her father did for a living and to what lengths he would go to fight the never-ending war, she withdrew from him. He got to visit her and her husband Rudy Sanchez only because Rudy insisted that Church be allowed to see his grandson. But the visits were few, they were chilly, and Church always left more broken-hearted than he had been when he arrived. Church visited Aunt Sally's care facility 4 times as often as he got to see his grandson, a fact made even more painful because that facility was less than a quarter mile from where Circe and Rudy lived on the island of Corfu. "Blood tells," he echoed. Lilith gave him a sharp, penetrating look, then set her coffee cup down and pulled him to her for a kiss. Hotel Byblos, 20 Avenue Paul Signac, Saint-Tropez, France. Michael Augustus Stafford lay poolside, splitting his attention between a flock of exceptionally lovely women sunbathing across from him, an email from his stockbroker, and news stories about a terrible terrorist attack at a sportswear factory in a small village in central Java. What a shame. Total loss of life. The reporters did not focus on the complete lack of cell phone photos or videos. Of course they didn't. Mr. Sunday and Rafael Santoro would make very sure of that. That deep in the third world, it was easy to buy off anyone who mattered. It made him happy that his employers were happy. It made his banker and his financial advisor happy too. And his broker was extremely pleased. In all, a good week to be a bad guy. And that's how he saw himself. He had plenty of friends who wrapped themselves in cloaks of rationalizations, ranging from, "there's a sucker born every minute," to, "they stood in the way of progress," and all the iterations in between. But that wasn't how he rolled. He knew exactly who and what he was, and Stafford liked that guy. Once, watching an interview with a movie actor who played a famous serial killer, the actor said, "No one is evil in their own minds. No one looks into a mirror and sees a villain. Villains, like everyone else, have to maintain a worldview that paints them as the good guy, or at least not a distinctly bad one." Stafford found that amusing as hell. And maybe it was true for some people in his line of work, but he thought on the whole it was naive. He was a murderer, a contract killer, an occasional trafficker in illicit services, and frequently in cahoots with terrorists. That made him a bad guy, and that was what he always wanted to be. He was not a product of a bad childhood. His folks were great. So were his 2 sisters and older brother. All of them fine people. Gentle, supportive, fun. Nor was he bullied in school. He had no chemical imbalances, no brain tumors, and was not anywhere on the autism spectrum. He was pretty sure he wasn't even a sociopath, though perhaps an argument could be made. Nope, he was just a bad guy. A very good-looking, impressive, and seriously rich bad guy. And that made him very, very happy. Phoenix House, on Fori Island, Greece. The 4 members of Havoc team were in a corner of the mess hall. Top and Bunny, Belle and Andrea. There were other people around, operators from the other teams, Bedlam and Chaos, scientists and lab techs, general staff. No one came and sat with the 4 remaining members of Havoc team. No one even came over to chat. They knew. Everyone knew. Colonel Joe Ledger had gone off the reservation. That was the expression, and it carried with it a lot of weight, a lot of doubt and uncertainty, a lot of fear. Ledger was the cornerstone of the Field Operations Division. To everyone who worked for Mr. Church, Ledger was something of a mythological figure. He was the jovial party guy who was everybody's friend when the beer was flowing and the steak sizzling. He was the operator you wanted coming when you'd been praying for the 7th Cavalry to ride over the hill. He was the guy people told stories about without having to exaggerate a single detail. He was a warrior who stood between the innocent and harm, preferring to take the shot meant for the good guys. He was the one who'd actually saved the world, time and again. And now he was gone, just gone. Andrea stared into the depths of a coffee cup as if it would suddenly become a magician's mirror. "Alligator," he murmured. Many of Andrea's comments focused on various animal parts, real or mythological, or those of various saints. Bunny grunted. "Why alligator?" "Because it is," said Andrea. Bunny thought about it, nodded, and went back to looking sick and stricken. "He will come back," said Belle. It was not the first time she'd said this, and as before, the others nodded without any real optimism. Top Sem sipped his coffee, which was excellent, but winced as if it caused him physical pain. The wince had nothing to do with the coffee, and his friends knew it. He was in serious pain that had nothing to do with nerve endings or old injuries. Top was not taking this well. Bunny punched him lightly on the arm. "Not your fault, old man." "Maybe it's all our faults, farm boy," said Top. "How do you figure that?" Top shook his head. "We all knew the colonel was still too busted up from last Christmas. No way he should have been let back into the field. That's on us." "And were we supposed to stop him?" asked Belle.
"We're the ones closest to him, and we let him down." Top paused and gave another shake of his head. "I let him down. I told him to go out and get some air. That was on me. I should have put one of you with him." "No," said Bunny, "that's nonsense. If the colonel wanted to slip away, he'd have found a way even if we were babysitting him. This is Joe Ledger we're talking about."
No, you can dismiss that thought right now because it's not true. He wanted to go, and he went. If it wasn't on that island, then he'd have found a moment and gone. Then we need to find him, farm boy, instead of sitting here doing nothing useful. Instead of mounting a full-on hunt, what are we doing? You and me? We're flying all the way the hell to very America for some very undercover mission that might not be worth a very thing. Job's a job, said Bunny. Colonel Ledger should be our job. We don't know where he is or what he's doing, but whatever he's up to, it's not good. This isn't him making sound decisions. That bomb on Christmas Eve blew out all his circuits, and you know it as well as I do. Best case scenario is he's in some bar God knows where drinking himself to death. Worst case scenario? Well, you all saw what he did in Croatia. Those lab techs then executing Mitrovic in cold blood, while the man was unconscious and helpless. Find him? Find him in time? Gosh, how? Bug's looking, said Bunny. Scott Wilson's looking, and you can bet Mr. Church has put out calls to everyone he knows. Arclight, Barrier, Sigma Force, Kingdom, SEAL Team 666, the whole very network. Someone's going to find him. If he wants to be found, said Bell. Only if he wants to be found. They fell silent. A few moments later, Andrea repeated, "Alligator." "Yeah," agreed Bunny. "Absolutely." O.R. Tambo International Airport, Kempton Park, Johannesburg, South Africa. The fat old blind man with the service dog deplaned with the rest of the passengers and headed to the men's room. Not the first one, or the second, but the third lavatory in the terminal. He loitered at the sink, washing his hands until everyone was gone, and then slipped quickly into a stall. More travelers came in, but if any of them took particular notice of a tall, middle-aged businessman with salt-and-pepper dark brown hair, bushy eyebrows, and a neat mustache, no comments were made. One exception was when a child in the terminal went to pet the man's seeing-eye dog. A young mother scolded him and then apologized to the dog's master. "Quite all right," said the blind man. His accent was a local one, and the woman took her child away. The blind man and his dog went outside, caught a cab, and took it first to an electronics store, then to a pharmacy, a clothing store, and finally to the Reef Hotel on Anderson Street in the Marshalltown area of the city. He paid the driver and tipped well enough to pay for the man's patience. Once settled into the room, the man showered and changed into new clothes. Then he sat on the edge of the bed and set up the new burner phone he'd bought. He made several short phone calls and then lay back on his bed and closed his eyes. The dog jumped up and sprawled next to him. They both fell asleep at once. They both dreamed. Both twitched and moaned softly as dreams took them down and took them deep. They woke when there was a discreet tap on the door. The man padded barefoot to the door, peered through the peephole, and then opened it. The dog stood on the other side of the door. Ready? Always ready. The delivery man spoke only one word, a question. "Paladin?" "Charlemagne," answered the man. The courier brought in 2 large suitcases, set them down, and left without comment. When the door was closed and locked, the man took the cases to the bed and opened them. He stood looking at the contents for a long time. At the equipment, the weapons, the sets of papers, and the laptop, each snugged into a special foam slot. Then he took a pillow from the bed, opened the closet door, crawled inside, pressed the pillow to his face, wrapped his arms around it, and screamed. He screamed for a very long time. The dog sat vigil outside, whining softly, the hairs on his back standing straight and stiff, his brown eyes filled with pain. Free Tech Research and Development Office, San Diego, California. Junie sat in her office, looking out at the California night. Starlight sparkled on the waves as they rolled onto the sand. Beyond that silver luminescence, the ocean became totally black. So intensely black that it seemed as if she were looking at nothing, just an empty vastness in the world, or like looking into the deep darkness between stars. She turned away from the window, forcing herself not to look at that nothingness. afraid that it was some kind of omen. Her cell phone was on the desk, and she picked it up but did not immediately make a call. After all, it was nearly dawn in Greece. Would anyone over there still be awake? She'd already tried to call church, but it went to voicemail each time. Rudy and Circe had a young child, and Circe was having some complications with her pregnancy. Junie could not be heartless enough to wake them up. Bug? No. He hated talking on the phone at the best of times. And if Joe was on a mission, as she believed, then Top and Bunny wouldn't be taking calls. She didn't have Scott Wilson's cell number, nor did she have much of a relationship with the RTI chief of operations. Toys was gone. After her fainting spell, he'd lingered for hours playing nurse, but he was dead on his feet, and she finally called his driver, Mad Max, and had her take Toys home. Who did that leave? She could wait until it was morning in Greece and then call all of them. That was only a few hours away. Movement drew her eye, and she turned to see a bird land on the windowsill. It was a raven, common to California, though she was more used to crows. The bird was about 2 feet from beak to tail feathers and looked like he'd been freshly rinsed in gleaming oil. Black on black on black. The starlight traced the contours of his feathers and sparkled in the small black eyes. Junie touched a finger to the pane. "Nevermore," she said, and immediately regretted the joke. It was the wrong word to use. "Pretty bird," she said, trying to fix the moment, and cancel any accidental jinx. Then she picked up the phone and punched in a number. It rang 5 times, and just when Junie expected it to go to voicemail, a woman answered. "Well, I guess I'm not the only night owl drinking too much coffee and burning the midnight oil," said Doc Holliday. "How are you doing, Sugar Lumps?" "Jane," said Junie, "I'm just about going crazy here." Doc sighed, long and heavy and dramatic. "Oh, honey, if you're calling in the hopes that this old gal has some news about your honey bunny, then I have to be the bad guy. I don't know where Joseph is, and that is the God's honest." "Is he alive?" begged Junie. "I'd bet my whole stack of original Dolly Parton albums on vinyl he's alive." "Is he safe?" There was a pause, and when Doc spoke again, there was much less of her country girl affectation. "If you were someone else, I'd spin a big pack of lies, but I know you have enough sawdust for the straight truth, Junie girl. The plain truth is, I don't know. We don't know. But that's also the nature of the job. I know, but nothing. Look, I shouldn't be telling you this, but Mr. Church can fire me if he wants to, which he won't. Joe's out in the field, and for reasons that he hasn't shared, he's gone off on his own. And before you ask, that is all I know." Junie covered her mouth with her hand. "God," she breathed. Outside the window, the raven opened his mouth and uttered a high, soft, sad cry. Hôtel Byblos, 20 Avenue Paul Signac, Saint-Tropez, France. Michael Augustus Stafford sprawled on the bed and watched her walk across the room. Angelique was tall, slender, beautifully made, with lean muscles and good curves, accentuated by skin that took an excellent beef honey tan. Everything about her was luxuriant.
Masses of curly dark hair that fell like smoke around her shoulders. Green eyes filled with both questions and information. A smart woman who had the good genetic look to also be exceptionally beautiful, even by the exacting standards of the south of France. Stafford studied her as she moved around the suite. She was as unself-conscious as a child, but wickedly aware. Every now and then should throw a tiny, knowing smile his way. She liked being watched. "This was a lovely oasis," Angelique said as she bent to fish for a lacy garment that had somehow made its way under the foot of the bed. "Very," he agreed. He felt content, tired, and happy. He'd met the woman at Gaillot, a posh restaurant club on Rue du 11 Novembre 1918. They danced, dined, had a lot of very good drinks, and then went back to his hotel rather than hers because he was alone and she had a roommate. The fact that her roommate was also her fiancé did not seem to matter much to Angelique, and it didn't matter at all to Stafford.
They'd made love on the bed, on the balcony, and in the shower, then napped for an hour and made love again. And it felt like that to him, making love, more so than merely having sex. Angelique was, he discovered to his delight, as much of a sensualist as he was. She liked all the little things, the slow process of discovering each other, the attention to small details of the landscape of their bodies. There was a mutual generosity, empathy, and creativity. Each of their 4 bouts of passion was on a different frequency, leading to varied peaks of intimacy. When it became apparent that they both shared the dedication of sensualism, the whole evening had transformed from the potential of good intimacy between 2 healthy adults and instead achieved beauty. Her first peak had been intense, but the subsequent ones had grown quieter, more internal as she focused on small details instead of grand gestures or a gallop to the finish line. And there had been quiet moments of holding, of talking, and of a shared and companionable silence. He was very glad he wasn't on a job. He was very glad he wouldn't have to kill her. Stafford did not look like a killer, but that's what he was. And he knew that among the right kind of people, men and women whose judgment and opinions mattered, he was considered one of the very best killers alive. Several other people who would have been on that list were dead. He had crossed many names off himself. Not as a vendetta or through an insecure need to be number one, but because they had been given to him as targets. Angelique was not a target. She was, for 5 delicious hours, his lover. She thought he was an investor who'd gotten rich trading currencies. The people who knew him back during his college days agreed that he looked like either a third baseman from one of the better teams or a tennis pro. Fit, but not in any overdeveloped way. He moved like an athlete, one of the fast kinds. A springy step and easy grace. And he smiled like a sports star. Lots of white teeth, brown hair with natural blonde highlights, and a tan nearly as good as Angelique's. He was considering whether he had the stamina for another round when his cell phone buzzed. Stafford picked up the device, looked at the screen display, and got out of bed immediately. "I have to take this," he said. "Business call." Without waiting for an answer, he went into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and sat on the closed lid of the toilet. He used a cable to attach the cell to a tiny device no larger than a cigarette lighter. A small red light glowed, flickered, and then turned green, letting him know that the scrambler was engaged. It used a sophisticated 128-bit cyclical encryption that was virtually impossible to crack. The device was specifically designed to foil the mind reader computer system. Satisfied that his end of the call was secure, he cupped a hand over his other ear and spoke one word. "Line?" "Clear," said the caller. "What is on your business agenda for today?" It was the right phrase, and he recognized the voice. All the screen display had shown was a number he didn't know, a burner, a disposable phone. Very few people had his current cell number. Had the caller used any wording other than those 9 words, Stafford would have hung up and fled the hotel, leaving most of his possessions behind, along with Angelique's corpse. The fact that the right phrase was used told him he hadn't been compromised. However, it was not a phrase he particularly wanted to hear. Nor did he want it to hear it from this man, Cougar. It was hard as hell to tell him to go piss up a rope, but he gave it a try. "I'm enjoying my vacation," he said, meaning it, letting a bit of resentment flavor his tone. Cougar snorted. "Yeah, well, life's a difficult person and then you die. Nice. You should put that on a coffee mug and sell it 30 years ago. Look, boss, I haven't had a full week off in 3 years. 3, he insisted, years. And you promised me that my phone would not ring once until I checked back in. So, tell me why I'm talking with you right now." "Joe Ledger," said Cougar. Stafford closed his eyes for a moment. "Ah, of course," sighed Stafford. "I suppose this was inevitable. It's become necessary. He is doing considerable damage to our network." "What kind of damage?" "Do you remember Mislav Mitrovic?" "What do you mean, do I remember? Of course I do." Which was true enough. After Stafford and his small team handled the labor dispute in Java, the new staff he brought in to fill the sudden vacancies had all juiced up on a super Ugoroic cocktail cooked up by Mitrovic's team of mad scientists. Even the laziest of them was now able to work 36-hour shifts without sleep. "Did you know Mitrovic was dead?" asked Kuga. Stafford sat up straight. "What? How?" "That's what I'm trying to tell you," said Kuga. "Ever since Java, you've been off the really radar. Ledger and his goon squad hit the island. Staff was wiped out, and we lost a gush ton of key research data for the next phase of the Factory Workers project. Unless we can get back up to speed, we stand to lose $20 billion in the next fiscal year because we might not be able to fill the orders that our friend Mr. Sunday is taking. $20 billion, that's billion with a B. Holy gosh." "Oh, there's more," said Kuga. "That jerk hit Van der Veer in Johannesburg. Gerald Engelbrecht is dead, along with all 11 of his staff. And God only knows what Mitrovic and Engelbrecht might have told him before he put them down. We are in serious trouble here. So put a team of fixers at every lab we have. Your boy Santoro has enough of them trained by now. More than enough. He could invade a small country. No, let me correct that. If he gives them all the special upgrades, he could invade a large country. I don't care how tough Ledger is, he can't duke it out with those next-gen fixers. Gosh, did you see the footage from Java? It was like the police station scene from the Terminator. Those boys went through the crowd like gosh through a goose." Kuga made a small sound of disgust and annoyance. "Yeah, well, that spooky jerk Church and Psycho Ledger have a habit of winning against high odds. Ask the Jacobies, ask the 7 gosh darn kings. You sound like you're afraid of them." There was a beat. "Be real careful in your choice of words, buddy boy." "My point," said Stafford, ignoring the implied threat, "is that they're just a couple of guys. Tough or not, scary or not, they're just guys. And their new group, that Rogue Team International, it's not even 1/10 the size of the old DMS, and besides, they don't even have the protection of the U.S. government anymore. They're freelance busybodies." "Which is why I'm calling you," said Kuga, his tone harsh. "I want you to go find Joe Ledger, and I want him dead in a big way. Pieces all over the place. I want it to make the news. I want it to trend on Twitter. I want it so big, so ugly, and so outrageous that Eli Roth makes a movie about it." "I can do that," said Stafford. "Show me," said Kuga. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I'm sending you a gosh ton of data from our field analysis team and some notes Sunday put together specially for you. We think he's in Italy now, but he's likely to go to either Romania or Germany next. What we can't allow, and I cannot stress this enough, is for Ledger to go back to the United States. We're ramping up for the big play there, but there are a lot of moving pieces, and it's very delicate. I need Ledger off the board. What if he's already in America? Then pick up his trail. I've wired expense money to your account in the Seychelles. Kill him and anyone he even looks at over there. You're really hot about this, said Stafford. You're very right. Kill that jerk Joe Ledger, and I will quadruple your usual rate. Take out Church, too, and I'll wire transfer $500 million into your account. Very funny. I'm not joking, said Kuga, and the line went dead. The Playroom, undisclosed location near Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, 7 months ago. It was called the Playroom, but there wasn't a lot of fun or games happening there. With only a few exceptions, Rafael Santoro disliked jokey or ironic nicknames. He felt it cheapened what they did and made sport of what they had planned. It was, after all, a mansion, a lab, a training center, and a staging area for what was to come. It didn't need to be named at all, but Kuga liked the name, and he paid the bills. Once upon a time, Santoro had been the conscience to Hugo Vox, the King of Fear, a founding member of the Seven Kings. That had been a real name for an organization that ran miles deep in terms of subtlety, maturity, and elegance. Now he worked for the ex-CIA master spy who called himself Kuga, taking the pseudonym from the Bosnian word for plague. That much was fine. There was a certain panache to that. And although his new boss was quite capable of subtlety, he was hardly as refined as Vox had been. Capable of it, perhaps, but not inclined to it. If anything, Kuga saw himself like some kind of absurd blend of Hugh Hefner and a James Bond villain. On his more tolerant days, Santoro wondered if maybe that was an artifice designed to keep him off guard, and to provoke Santoro. Kuga was certainly manipulative and petty enough to do that, even to his allies. It was, however, a bad habit shared by powerful narcissists. It tended toward excess, and Santoro was not much of a fan of excess when it came to running a global criminal empire. He preferred true subtlety, to vanish into the woodwork, to be unseen and unfelt until the blade slipped between the ribs, to stay many layers removed from anything actionable, to let other people take the blame. But no, Kuga had styled himself after Professor Moriarty from the Sherlock Holmes stories. He wanted to be known as the master manipulator, the Napoleon of crime, who crouched like a spider at the center of thousands of webs of criminal enterprise. And after the events in Korea and Norway last year, he had accomplished that. There was probably no one except Bushmen in Africa and unnamed tribesmen in the Amazonian rainforest who didn't know the name Kuga. No one was more fiercely sought by the world's many, many law enforcement agencies and intelligence networks. And as a result, Santoro's own name shared those most wanted lists. These thoughts, in infinite variation and levels of gloomy speculation, ran through Santoro's head as he sat next to Kuga on an Adirondack chair in the shade of a canopy, watching 3 very lovely young women swim slow laps in a massive pool. Kuga was on his 3rd bourbon of the morning. Santoro was sipping café con miel, coffee with honey, a shot of espresso, and steamed milk. He'd made himself, layering the ingredients and adding touches of ginger, cinnamon, and cardamom. The two of them had been sitting there for nearly an hour, with Kuga slowly getting smashed, while watching the women in the pool. One, a petite brunette, splashed and floundered, her head up above the water the way the inept do because they don't know what they're doing. She was a pretty woman, but the poor form made her ugly to Santoro. He disliked weakness in any of its manifestations. The other two women were taller, fitter, and better at it. They'd gone into the water with the sleek efficiency of experts, barely making a splash, and arrowing along for many yards before settling into mechanical crawls, lifting their heads every other stroke to take quick breaths. One was a woman from Cameroon who had intensely dark skin and a shaved head, and the other was a strawberry blonde wearing a tight swim cap. All three wore Olympic-style swimsuits with racer backs. Santoro had not bothered to learn their names. He did not care to dive into the endless river of beautiful women who came and went through Kuga's playroom. Like so many things, Santoro's sexual life was kept private, and he found fleshy excess quite distasteful. As if reading his thoughts, Kuga said, "Can you at least pretend to enjoy the really view?" Kuga was shirtless and wore a tight and skimpy red Speedo that was clearly chosen to great effect. His body had long since lost the pallor of prison and was now an even golden brown. Kuga wore a white ship's captain's cap with the brim tugged down to shade his face, and a pair of Dita Epiluxury black palladium sunglasses. A short red and white swizzle stick bobbed between his teeth when he spoke. "Yes," drawled Santoro without enthusiasm, "quite charming." Kuga snorted. "Pretty sure none of these broads ever went to charm school." Santoro declined to comment. Another thing he disliked were degrading epithets. Kuga apparently knew this, and had recently begun using them more often. The sky above the pool was a faultless blue, with no trace of haze or clouds. A few birds rode the thermals high above. Santoro squinted up, shielding his eyes with his hand. Were they vultures? He thought so. How odd. How lovely. "Not exactly sure why you're so uptight today, buddy," said Kuga, "but I can take a guess." "Oh, please enlighten me," said Santoro. "You think I'm wasting valuable time watching three companions play splish-splash when I should be working on the American operation." Santoro said nothing. "You don't have a lot of faith in me, Rafael." "I have a great deal of faith in the operation we mapped out." Nice evasion. Kuga sipped the bourbon. It was not a particularly expensive brand, but when Kuga saw it in a store, he immediately bought 2 cases. Larceny barrel-proof. Kuga thought it was the best thing he'd seen in months, and smiled like a naughty kid whenever he opened a new bottle. "Of course you like the American operation," he continued. "Hugo Vox cooked it up, and you mapped it out. And in case you think I'm ungrateful, I appreciate you sharing the details on all those 7 Kings ops that were in the pipeline. This one is a really doozy, and talk about timely. Vox was a visionary, that's for very sure. He had his finger on the pulse of my ex-mother country. It's so right on that nobody will think we had any hand in it, because, hey, even the fake news has been calling this for years. It'll make that freak church's efforts a 24-karat gold brick." Santoro stared into the depths of his coffee. "And yet, here we sit, like a couple of foolish middle-aged tourists on a princess cruise." "You see," said Kuga, pointing a finger at Santoro with the hand holding the whiskey glass, "that's the part about being executives that you don't get. Pray enlighten me about that, too. You think we need to get our hands dirty. How do you still have that thought? You think we should be down in Texas micromanaging the whole G55 thing. Hugo Vox never got blood on his—"
They are doing the heavy lifting where do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring that every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. They are doing the heavy lifting while we are enjoying a gorgeous morning, drinking good bourbon, well, in your case, some fruity coffee drink, and watching 3 insanely gorgeous women. The sun is shining, and all's right with the really world. You're drunk. That was my actual intention. Happy to report that I've met my life goal for the day. Santoro lapsed into a bitter silence. When Kuga was like this, there was no shot at a real conversation. It was a petty response to being scolded, and Kuga had no peer when it came to childish obstinacy or obfuscation. The women swam and talked and laughed. Their voices were musical, but the day had soured, and so they seemed to be nothing more than noise. After a long time, Kuga said, "Besides, Rafael, buddy, I called in some help." "Help? What's that supposed to mean?" "Someone with a little more oomph than that Barbie doll you're mentoring." Do not mistake Eve's lack of education for a lack of intelligence. She has great potential to... she has great potential to become a criminal mastermind, blah, blah, blah. At best, she's a useful knife at the end of your arm. But since Ledger killed her boyfriend, she's been, well, let's face it, Eve's crazier than a honey badger on crack. "Those extremes are useful to me for certain operations," said Santoro coldly. "Sure, fine, whatever. But my guy is on a whole different level. He'll be able to take over the sales, and I guarantee you he'll send that up like a rocket, freeing us up to work on the American thing." Santoro studied Kuga's profile, and it became slowly apparent that Kuga might not be quite as drunk as he pretended. He had that little inward smile, the one he wore when he was playing a game on everyone in the room. "Who is this person?" "Oh, you've met him? Did some work for the Kings once upon a time." "Who?" Kuga sipped his whiskey and watched the splashing. "He's currently calling himself Mr. Sunday. Not his real name, and I know you're superstitious and don't like to hear his real name spoken out loud." The warmth seemed to leach itself out of the day, leaving the Spaniard shivering despite the sunshine. He was unable to speak for a moment. Kuga grinned. "Let's just say he's the right man to disrupt Mr. Church's punch bowl. And he's definitely the right guy to get our sales process back on its wheels." Santoro frowned, and then his eyes went wide. "No," he breathed. "Yup," said Kuga. He laughed and threw back the last of the bourbon. "Absolutely." Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. Bug shoved a handful of Cheez-Its into his mouth and crunched loudly. The latest HER disc was playing on 12 high-end speakers, with the bass turned high enough to make the various laptops, external drives, monitors, and a complete set of Wakanda Funko Pop bobbleheads tremble. A row of alternating Red Bull and Monster cans was close at hand. The empties were in or near the blue recycling can. The door to his office was locked and the security system activated, ensuring that no one could walk in. Bug brushed orange crumbs from his fingers before placing his hands on the keyboard. He was invariably messy. With Joe Ledger missing in action and Rogue Team International engaged in the search for him and Santoro, there were very few actual field ops even in the planning stages. That gave Bug time to play. The Kuga organization was vast. It was like an octopus with 1,000 tentacles that stretched across oceans, across borders, and into so many sections of world governments, the private research and development sector, and criminal organizations. Kuga was also rich enough to hire the very best black hat computer pirates. Some gray hats, too, and, Bug suspected, some white hats who did some dirty work when no one was looking. Two can play at that game, he said aloud. They had the numbers, and they had some radical tech. That was the challenge. Kuga not only hired some of the very best, he gave them money and other incentives to encourage innovative thinking. Bug was able to see some of this rippling across the entire internet. New software, reports of impossible intrusions into systems guaranteed to be unbeatable, all manner of cybercrimes. A lot of it appeared random, but Nikki Bloom, the head of the pattern search team, had already built a case to the contrary. If it were just 1 or 2, or even 6 or 10 random big profile hacks, I'd say it was just random, Nikki had told him the other day. But then there have been some serious intrusions to government computers, university labs at MIT and Princeton, and even a military base in Germany. Radically different targets when viewed from one perspective, but when you look closer and see how their cybersecurity was configured and how it was bypassed, well, it's obvious. Obvious. To Nikki or to Bug was not obvious to most. Even some of the members of the computer team needed some handholding through the explanation. And did Scott Wilson, who was more diplomat than operative at heart, despite some years pulling triggers for the SAS and MI6. Church, of course, grasped it at once. When that briefing had concluded, Church took Bug aside. "I think it's fair to say that Kuga has a bunch of real hitters on his bench," he said when they were alone. "He does," agreed Bug, "and they're doing some damage. Weirdly, though, they're not doing a lot of measurable harm to what Nikki calls the true targets. Mind you, they could have left spyware, malware, and viruses inside Trojan horses that aren't easy to find unless they're activated. The real damage is kind of a smash-and-grab attitude toward the test targets, the ones they experiment on before hitting the true targets. Some of those groups were hit bad. Doctors Without Borders lost an entire year of Ebola field research. They removed dozens of key World Heritage sites from the UNESCO mainframes. They blanked out the donor emails and contact information for the World Food Program. You know, those guys who won the Nobel Prize a while ago. That's vandalism for vandalism's sake, because none of that helps Kuga sell weapons and crap on the black market. These jerks are doing it because they can, and the bigger jerk paying their bills probably thinks it's fun. "No argument," said Church. "That vandalism is also hurting a lot of people. Tell you the truth, boss, but that really bothers me." Church had looked at him for a long moment. "Then perhaps you should direct that anger in useful directions." "What do you mean?" Church smiled. Not a big smile, and certainly not a warm one. "I'm certain something will occur to you." "Oh, and Bug?" "Yeah? Make it hurt." The Pavilion, Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington, 4 months ago. Eve sat on a chair and watched the nerd herd, her name for the technicians here at the Pavilion, finish their work on the fixer. The man, Spiro, was a volunteer, but they'd strapped him to a chair anyway, and the chair was bolted to the floor. 6 armed guards stood around in a large circle, rifles in their hands, barrels pointed down but ready to snap up if things went south, as they had several times before. The bloodstains were still there, somehow locked into the surface.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful casing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on underlying intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Even with the test subject restrained and under guard, the technician was sweating heavily. Eve could smell the fear stink on him. Coward, she thought. Spyro did not look particularly threatening. He was fit, sure, but not particularly brawny. Pale skin that hadn't seen enough sun, buzz-cut black hair, lifeless brown eyes, and the beginnings of a beard. If she passed him on the street or in a club, she wouldn't give him a second look, and not even much of a first glance either. But everyone in the room was terrified of him. Well, not of him. They were scared of what he would become. H.K., in a pencil skirt and electric blue blouse, stood with a clipboard pressed to her chest, as if it were a suit of armor. Her glasses were perched on her nose, and Eve saw a sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead and upper lip. She wished she had popcorn. "Everyone on their marks," said H.K. crisply. The 6 rifle barrels rose and pointed at the fixer in the chair. "Brian, you may begin." The tech, Brian, nodded and walked over to a small portable computer console. Beside the console was a cart laden with a device whose name Eve could never quite remember. One of those long technical names. She'd nicknamed it the Juicer, and everyone else, even H.K., picked that up. Thin tubes ran from the base of the juicer across the floor and up to IV ports in Spyro's wrists and throat. Brian bent over his computer, and for a few moments the only sounds in the room were the tappity-tap-tap of his fingers on the keys and the test subject's labored breathing. Then something went click inside the machine, and Eve saw liquid follow through the tubes. 2 lines were clear, 2 were a pale amber. Spyro's eyes clicked toward the tubes, and his fingers gripped the arms of the chair. Eve saw his muscles tighten as he braced for whatever was coming. "This will work," said Brian. "Oh, it had better," said H.K. coldly. "You made a lot of promises, and I passed them up the line. We will all be disappointed if anything goes wrong. Again." Spyro was sweating worse than Brian now, though the tech had gone gray pale. Then the fluids reached the IV ports and entered Spyro's bloodstream. For a moment, nothing happened. "Brian,
queried HK, a note of warning, even of threat in her voice. Give it another second, whispered the tech. Other scientists were grouped behind him, but since Brian began the process, they'd inched back, either afraid of Spyro or afraid to stand too close to Brian if this was another failure. The scream was so sudden, so loud and shocking that it seemed to punch Eve in the brain. Spyro didn't even have time to throw back his head. The scream just ripped its way out of his chest with such force that blood flecked the fixer's lips. The sound was so enormous that everyone shrank back. Even the guards flinched. Had they been less professional and had their fingers on their triggers rather than laid along the sides, Spyro would have been riddled with bullets. The scream rose and rose. Then it stopped. Spyro clamped his jaws shut as every muscle in his body went into a spasm of such tight rigidity that even his goggling eyes seemed to swell. His lips were curled back from bloody teeth. Veins stood out everywhere, and Spyro's pale skin was flushed a dangerous purple red. Red veins whipsawed across the whites of his eyes. "Talk to me, Brian," growled HK. He began, but then bent over the computer again, typing furiously. Then Eve heard his tap-tap slow. "Wait," HK snapped her head around to look at him. "What?" "Look," whispered Brian, pointing. HK turned back and stared. Spyro's color was fading from the violent flush to a paler, humaner tone. The veins still popped on his arms and neck, but now they looked like a bodybuilder's after some heavy sets. Nothing looked like it was going to explode, and the man was breathing, panting, but not in a labored way. Eve thought there was a sense of exhilaration to it. His eyes were still strange, though, with the sclera now an even shade of scarlet. "How are his vitals?" asked HK. "Leveling out," said Brian, with a sense of wonder in his voice. "My God, HK, he's leveling out." Everyone stared. Eve even found herself leaning forward, her breath held, fists balled. HK took a tentative step forward, and one of the armed fixers moved up to stand beside her. "I got you, HK," he said quietly, though clearly loudly enough for Spyro to hear, if he could hear. The last test subject had stroked out by this point, and the one before that kept screaming and screaming until something in his heart ruptured. A valve, Eve thought. HK spoke very calmly and slowly. "Spyro," she said, "can you hear me?" The fixer blinked several times and looked momentarily confused. Then he gave a single jerky nod. "Do you know who I am?" Spyro licked his lips, either unaware of the salty blood on his lips or past the point of caring. "Yes." "That's good," she said. "That's very good. Tell me your name. Can you do that?" The confused expression came and went, came and went. His lips formed the words several times before he finally managed to put sound to them. "Spyro. Spyro Frangopolis." It began as a gasp, but firmed up quickly. He repeated his name several times, nodding as if it were a returning memory. "And who am I?" "You're HK," he said immediately. "You're the boss lady." "Excellent," said HK, throwing a radiant smile in Brian's direction. "Now, Spyro, tell me what it is we're doing. Tell me what you volunteered for." Spyro paused and licked his lips. Go on, say it." Spyro took a big breath. "I'm a god," he said. "Yes," said HK. Eve jumped to her feet and ran over to the fixer. "No, wait," cried HK, but it was too late. Eve began unbuckling the straps that held Spyro in place. When one proved resistant, she whipped a knife from the sheath on her left thigh and slashed the straps.
It did not matter to her, or to Spyro it seemed, that the blade sliced into him too. The fixers with the rifles threw worried, questioning looks at HK, but she held up a hand, telling them to wait. Eve cut the last of the straps and then viciously jerked the IV tubes from Spyro's veins. He began to slide out of the chair, but Eve grabbed him and pulled him forward and up, making him stand. He held on to her, swaying dangerously for a moment, but then mastered his balance. Eve looked up into his blazing red eyes. "Say it," she growled. "Say it again. Say it." He towered over her, his body swollen and immensely powerful. His hands on her shoulders, inches from her throat. His fingers twitched and pressed into her skin, but Eve didn't care. "Say it again," she snarled. "I'm a god," declared Spyro, and Eve pulled his head down and kissed him. Vander Viver Biomedical Associates, Johannesburg, South Africa. His name was Dr. Gerald Engelbrecht, and he lay dying in darkness. It startled him. He spent so much not with some discovered malignancy in colon or prostate in his golden years. Not a drunk driver punching through a red light 30 miles an hour above the posted speed limit. Not sudden pain in his left arm on the 7th hole, 2 under par and an easy line from his ball to the cup. Despite what he did for a living and who he did it for, death of a violent and immediate kind was never something he ever considered, not for one moment, as something that could be focused on him, aimed at him. Now it was impossible to think of anything else. Engelbrecht was dying there in the darkness. He couldn't understand why it was so very dark. There were fires burning in the lab. He could feel the heat. Pain was a monster that seemed to crouch on his chest, crushing the air from him, feeding on his pain and his astonishment. The heat of the fires was getting closer. The smoke was clawing, but when he coughed, the pain spiked into impossibility. Engelbrecht wanted to scream, but he didn't have the breath for it, so the pain stayed trapped in his chest, charring the walls of his lungs in its frustration. 2 words managed to sneak past the stricture, though, not as screams, but in a strangely conversational tone. "I'm dying," he said. And a voice said, "That could change." It was a man's voice, reaching him through the walls of his pain and the veils of utter blackness that clouded Engelbrecht's eyes. It was he, the killer, the one who smashed the world apart with his guns and knife and that dreadful white dog. He was still here, and close, too. I don't want to die," said Engelbrecht, his voice still reasonable. "I'm not ready." "I don't care," said the killer. Was he closer now? Engelbrecht licked his lips. "Will you help me?" He knew it was a stupid question, but it came out anyway, and in a different tone of voice, plaintive, but not in a good way, childish, almost wheedling. He had a vague desire to apologize. "I asked you a question," said the killer. "Clock's running out for you to answer." "I don't remember the question," said Engelbrecht vaguely. Had he, in fact, been asked a question? If so, was it in this lifetime or some other distant incarnation? Perhaps in a dream? Or was this the dream, and soon he would wake up? He distantly wondered what dreams of violence and fire meant. "I'll ask one last time," said the killer slowly. He had an American accent, but there was something odd about his voice. The timbre had a quality that Engelbrecht could not define. It felt somehow darker than it should, though he had no idea how such a thing was possible. 2 questions, really. Where is Kuga? Where is Santoro? "But I don't know where they are." "Are you lying to me?" "No, I've never even met them. Everything goes through an intermediary," cried Engelbrecht. "I have no idea where to find—" "Who is the intermediary?" asked the killer. Lie to me and I'll know. Engelbricht's mouth was so dry and the heat from the fires was so intense. Terror filled his soul, crowding out any chance he would ever think of lying to this man. His name is Fong, Alexander Fong, he said hoarsely. Chinese, but from Italy, I think. His accent is Italian. How do you contact him? He contacts me. No, there has to be a way to contact him if there is a problem. You're running out of time. Tell me right very now. Email, blurted Engelbricht. It's in my sent messages on my phone. What's your password? Engelbricht told him. There was a silence filled by the sound of the fire devouring the room. Please, croaked Engelbricht, will you help me? I don't want to burn. But there was no answer from the man. Not a whisper, not a word, not even a growl from that white devil of a dog. And in his personal darkness, Dr. Gerald Engelbricht burned. Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece. Church was back in his apartment, but he was alone now. Lilith was gone, taking with her all that unique and complex energy, her grace, her insights, and her magic. Although theirs was a relationship that could never be normal by any metric, it mattered very deeply to him. It mattered to love and be loved by someone who understood him, someone of equal power and who was a complete individual. Neither defined themselves by the other, nor needed approval or validation. The love, though, that mattered. It amused him to think that so many of the people who knew him, good and bad, enemies and allies, past and present, regarded Church as a cold and unemotional person, a machine, a freak. He'd switched the music to Miles Davis, Blue Moods. He'd met Aunt Sally at a jazz club in Berlin where Davis was test driving the songs that would eventually make up that album. Charlie Mingus had invited Church to the date, and they'd sat together through 3 full sets. That was the night Aunt Sally walked into his life. She'd never been a particularly pretty woman, but her level of personal power and integrity made her beautiful. Now Auntie was old and dying, and Church endured. It was all the proof he ever needed that the world was mad. Even so, the memory of that night was a calm place for him to put his emotions. Even Mingus, the legendary angry man of jazz, had been in a mellow mood, even when between-set table conversation turned to politics. During the sets, of course, no one spoke. Church and Mingus shared the view that if you went to hear someone play, then you should be quiet and experience it. Church remembered another night at the 5 Spot in New York when Mingus had been so angry at a heckler that he picked up his bass, an instrument worth $20,000, and destroyed it in front of a shocked crowd. He opened his top desk drawer and removed a package of vanilla wafers, carefully opened the package, selected a cookie, took a small bite, and munched quietly. Then he began making calls. It was a long list, and not all the people he called were the ones he needed to warn. For some, it was easier to call one of his many friends in the industry, in various industries, to ask if they could help watchdog the innocent. With others, however, particularly those with whom he had once worked, it was more direct to call them. They had the skills to take care of themselves. However, Church told them to expect couriers who would deliver credit cards with no spending limits, passports in several different names, and other documents that would allow them to shelter in place or bolt and run. He was at that desk for hours, going through the papers recovered in Croatia, scrolling through decrypted computer files, seeing frequent mentions of AO, but never with enough context to give it meaning. So far, even Nicky Blome couldn't find enough to build a supposition. And yet, everything in him made him believe this was something of great importance. The feeling that he was not seeing the forest for the trees. Outside, the world sank into the deepest part of the night. Starlight painted everything: the forest, the other buildings, the beach, the moored boats, and the rolling waves. It also traced the outlines of dozens of black birds huddled in the branches of the trees, hundreds of them, and of at least 8 species. Church had noticed them beginning to gather shortly after Christmas. Some were migratory birds that should long ago have flown south. It was Church's habit most mornings to go outside with a bag of bread and toss it around so the birds could eat. But that would be hours from now. The night birds were in their trees, pretending to sleep, but not selling the lie. He could feel them watching. As he worked, Church wondered where Joe Ledger was at that moment. He had a general sense of location, but no specifics. Those details would be scraped off the ground in Ledger's wake. He wondered what was going on in Ledger's broken heart and in his furnace of a head. He wondered how much damage all this was doing to an already dangerously compromised individual. He wondered what the price tag would be when it was all over.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. And how big an amount he'd be adding to the deep debt already stacked against his own immortal soul. Vander Viver Biomedical Associates, Johannesburg, South Africa. The man staggered away from the burning building. He tripped and fell twice, again, and finally stopped trying and sank slowly to his knees. Everything in front of him was darkness. Everything behind him was hell itself. Long fingers of bright orange flame clawed at the sky, tearing apart the midnight clouds. The man knelt there, panting, gasping for clean air in a soiled world. A big white dog stood nearby, his coat speckled with blood, eyes bright, muscles trembling. All around them both, in every tree, the night birds watched with black and unreadable eyes. The man looked down at his hands, and for a twisted moment thought he was wearing red gloves. But then the truth punched him in the face, in the heart. The blood-spattered dog came over slowly, cautiously, and stopped beside the man. Then pushed at him with its muzzle as if urging him to get up, to run. The man shook his head and began furiously scrubbing at his hands, but one bloody hand could not clean the other. He caved slowly forward until his forehead touched the dirt.
God, he begged, help me. But it was not a divine hand that pulled him up, forced him to stand, made him run when the Banshee sirens filled the air. It was no clean hand at all that saved him. It was the colder hand of darkness, sure and steady and inexorable. The man and the dog vanished into that endless black of night. Free Tech Research and Development Office, San Diego, California. Junie Flynn did not expect the call to go through. It hadn't the last dozen times she'd phoned, and it was becoming apparent to her that Mr. Church was dodging her calls. That annoyed her, partly because it seemed beneath the man's dignity and partly because it was unkind. If it had been anyone but Church, she'd have thought he was being cowardly. But Church surprised her by answering on the third ring. "Miss Flynn," he said, then corrected it, "Junie." She didn't ask him how he was or what was new. This wasn't social, and she got straight to it. "Have you heard from Joe?" "Junie, I'm using the scrambler," she said. "My answer would be the same regardless," said Church. "No, he has not been in touch." "It's been so long," she said, trying to keep both heartbreak and fury from her voice, and aware that she was failing in both cases. "It's been weeks." "Yes," said Church, "it has." "What are you doing to find him?" "Everything that we can." "Can I have a real answer instead of a pat one?" "Junie, listen to me. I know you're scared, terrified. So are all his friends. But let me finish," said Church gently. "We are looking. We have many of our allies looking. I have my entire network on the alert." "How do you even know he's alive?" she demanded. There was a pause. "For the same reason you know that he is. We would know." Junie closed her eyes against the tears that wanted to fall, the tears that fell regardless. "Please," she said, "find him. Help him." "Yes," said Church. "Yes." Lake Palestine, 10 miles southwest of Noonday, Texas. The two men who sat on the top of the picnic table looked like truckers. The taller of the two was a huge slab of a white guy with the sleeves cut off a threadbare denim jacket. His arms were packed with corded muscle and covered with Marine Corps tattoos. He wore jeans, scuffed work boots, and had a pair of mirrored sunglasses pushed high on his short blonde hair. He had a long scar slanting downward from above his left eyebrow, across the bridge of his nose, and down to his right cheek. Both his canine teeth were gold, and the beer bottle clinked against one of them each time he took a sip. His companion was shorter and older, but no less rough-looking. A black man in his late 40s with a heavy silver chain around his neck, handcuff earrings, and a mouth that looked like he never smiled. His head was shaved, and he sported a Van Dyke style of goatee with the salt and pepper chin hair coming to a sharp point. He wore a Dallas Cowboys cap pulled low to shade his eyes, and slowly chewed on an old kitchen match. Their fishing skiff was pulled up on the bank, rods sprouting like antennae, an old blue Coleman cooler resting in the boat. There were only a few fishermen left on the water. The news had said the bass were jumping, but no one seemed to be pulling many in. The February sun was hotter than it was supposed to be, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. "I ever tell you I hate fishing?" asked the white man. The black man scratched his cheek. "Today or ever?" "Ever." "Yeah, about 1,000 very times." "Well, it's true." "So you keep saying." They drank beer and watched the boats. "It's boring is really." "So is NASCAR," said the black man. "I never said I liked NASCAR." "Wasn't asking if you did, farm boy. I was adding it to the list of boring sports." "Golf too, then," said the white man. "Golf's okay. At least you get to walk. NASCAR's sitting on plastic chairs and drinking flat beer. Fishing is sitting in a boat and drinking warm beer. I like beer. Beer isn't the point." They watched the boats. "Volleyball's fun to watch," said the white man. "You just like to watch girls playing volleyball." "Women," corrected the younger man. "Women," agreed the older man. "And, sure, what's not to like? All those buff women. Tall, too. Jumping around in bikinis. That's some grade A sexist gosh right there. The white man thought about it. I guess. Don't know that I care. I mean, about that part. If they were just women jumping around, it'd be all about chests and backsides. But that's a tough sport. I like the serious players. Uh-huh. And chests and backsides got nothing to do with it. Is that what you're trying to tell me? The white man shrugged. I'm not gonna lie and say they don't, but if there's no skill, then it's just a meat rack. Uh-huh. No, Oh, wait, said the white man, interrupting himself. I think this is our guy. They both turned to watch a blocky man walk toward them. He had Popeye forearms and a face like an eroded wall. And he wore jeans, boots, and a gray nylon windbreaker with a blue diamond symbol on the chest. A billed cap with the same symbol was perched on his wiry red hair. He walked with purpose, his chest thrust out as if with a desire to smash the air itself out of his way. Then he slowed to a stop 10 feet away and studied the two fishermen with cold, appraising eyes. He pointed a finger at the younger man. Are you Redfield? I'm Buck Redfield, said the white man, putting just a touch of belligerence in it. Who's asking? The red-haired man smiled thinly. I'm the guy who needs you to tell me 2 little words. That was the right signal, the opening of a code phrase exchange. The big man named Buck looked at his friend, who nodded. I'm Spartacus, said Buck, giving the proper response. I'm Spartacus, said the black man. And what's the other thing? Asked the redhead. Azure Carbon, said the black man, completing the code. The red-haired smile broadened, and some of the tension went out of his shoulders. He glanced at the older man. You're Guidry? Marcus Guidry, agreed the black man. People call me Guidry or G.
You gonna lecture us on good behavior? Flag's smile remained in place, but there was a calculating look in his eyes. You're here because you're looking to sign on with the people I represent, he said. We're a bit more, and I hate to use this word, liberal in our views about what a man does in his free time. Same for when a man sees an opportunity and wants to make a buck off it. They said nothing. But here's the thing, said Flag. All of that is okay when you're off the clock. But when you're on the clock, then you don't break any of the house rules. You keep it zipped, and you don't so much as pick up a tarnished penny that isn't yours. That has to be understood and agreed to, or you fellas can go back to fishing. Guidry took the matchstick out and considered the gnawed end, then put it into the other corner of his mouth. I really, really hate fishing, he said. Flag glanced at Buck. Hell, I hate bass fishing most of all, said the big man. They all grinned at that. Flag looked around at the 30 or so pickup trucks parked behind him. Which one's yours? Piece of mess blue old Ford yonder, said Guidry. You gassed up? Mostly, said Buck. 3/4 of a tank. That'll do, said Flag. He pointed to a sleek black GMC Terrain, the current year's model. That's mine. Follow me. Where we going? Asked Guidry. Just follow. With that, Randall Flag walked back to his car, got in, started the engine, and waited. Buck and Guidry exchanged a look, picked up their gear, returned the rental boat, and climbed into their truck. Buck drove, following the SUV onto Route 49 heading north. Once they were on the road, Guidry tapped a small mole near his left ear. You get all that, Bug? He asked. Got all of it, Pappy, said a younger voice. Both men wore similar tiny earbuds that were designed to fade into the landscape of their complexion and skin type. You get a read on him? Well, said Bug, he sure isn't Randall Flagg. That's the bad guy from The Stand. Old Stephen King book about, I read it. Who's the guy? I pulled his image from the cameras in your shirt button and ran it through facial recognition. Someone tried really hard to erase him from the net. But this is me. Stop bragging, Bug, said Guidry. Who is he? John Andrew Saxon, said Bug. He was a lieutenant in the Air Force, opted out in 2012, minor league jerk, 4 ex-wives and several domestic violence complaints. No charges because the women seemed unwilling to testify. Might have been involved in a serious incident in Iraq, but there's a reference to a written statement that isn't uploaded to any military database. Whatever it was, they squashed the charges and expunged most of Saxon's computer records. MindReader Q1's able to gather scraps from fragments left online and some data scars. It's not much. Bottom line is that he's a total jerk, and that makes him the poster boy for what he does now. Talent scout for the PMC biz. Been on the Blue Diamond security payroll for 9 years. And, prompted Guidry, and he's on our list as a possible recruiter for Cougar. He's a fixer? Asked Buck. Nah, just a scout. He's exactly who we needed to find, though, and my guess is he's taking you to either a meeting with someone higher up the food chain or maybe to a camp. I've got buzzer drones in the air tracking you. Just ease back and enjoy the ride. Copy that. The blond young man flipped his sunglasses down and cruised along 50 feet behind the SUV. Bug, asked Bunny, we have any word on Outlaw? There was a lag before Bug answered. He's still out there. We're still looking. That was all he'd say, but it was enough. Copy that, said Top. They settled back as the miles burned away under their tires. Florence, Italy. The man came awake while walking. That's how it felt. He had been lost in a nightmare of flight and pursuit, and in that dream he had been both predator and prey. Now he was awake, walking down a street. He looked around, completely unsure of where he was. The street signs and store names were in Italian, but how? He fought for memories, found a few swimming away from him in the darkness of his thoughts, grabbed at them, caught one or two. His last clear memory was of the burning building in Johannesburg. Was that a real memory? Were the things he remembered true? God help me, he whispered, choking on the words, praying that none of those memories belonged to him, knowing, though, that they did. There were too many details for it to be something borrowed from a movie or book, and too vivid, with all 5 senses horribly engaged, for them to be residue from a dream. Dr. Gerald Engelbrecht, the guards and the staff, the fires. He looked down at his hands, surprised to realize that they were gripping suitcases, heavy ones, cases he did not recognize. Saw his dog looking up at him. Ghost looked strange, wrong, older, thinner, hungrier in bad ways. The emotional support animal vest he wore was like a bad joke. How could any animal support him emotionally? He was miles past being a train wreck on any emotional level. And as for his soul, he looked around, saw a bench across the street, and carried the cases over, laid them on the seat, opened each. Both were crammed with file folders, flash drives, cell phones, and hard drives. Some of the papers were singed, some were spattered with blood. How the gosh did he ever get them through customs? He fished for that knowledge, but there was nothing there. Just a vast black wall without window or door. Impenetrable, immutable. Please, he said, but to whom? And for what? Beside him, the dog whined. He closed the cases and sat down, patting his pockets for something to feed the animal. Found nothing. There was a wallet, though, stuffed with currency from 4 different countries, plenty of euros. The photo ID was his face, but the name was different. Kurt Grobler. The man stood up slowly, took several long breaths, and then picked up the cases. He walked and walked until he found a convenience store. In there, on a local paper, he discovered that he was in Florence. There were cans of dog food on a shelf, and he bought a dozen, as well as every kind of treat he could find. He paid for it, asked where he could find a cab, and took the taxi to the Hotel Bernini Palace on the Piazza di San Firenze. Big hotels were easier to become lost in, fewer people noticed, and they allowed service animals. Once he was inside his room, he fed Ghost, ordered room service, went into the bathroom to shower, and was gone again before the water even hit his skin. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. Explain to me what it is you're doing. Scott Wilson pulled up a chair and sat next to Bug.
He'd brought a peace offering of a quadruple shot espresso with 4 Red Bull pumps and topped with chocolate whip and mocha sprinkles, made special by the RTI barista Mustafa. Wilson had winced while watching the drink being made because there was enough caffeine in there to give a coronary to a bronze statue of Atlas. It was known around Phoenix House as Bug's Chug. Wilson watched Bug sip and sigh. The RTI's chief of operations sipped from a cup of green tea with a drop of alfalfa honey. "Which part of what I'm doing do you need explained?" asked Bug, dabbing at foam on his upper lip. "You know what I mean," said Wilson mildly. He was a short and very thin man who, to a casual stranger, looked like someone wasted by sickness. That was deceptive, though, because he was actually very fit, slender, and wiry. With his quiet business suits, striped club tie, pocket square, and thinning medium brown hair brushed straight back, he looked like a merchant banker or perhaps an estate lawyer for old money. Wilson had exceptionally pale skin and ice blue eyes, both of which gave him a somewhat washed-out look. His Eton accent was precise and clipped, and his smile often looked more like a wince. Bug, although about the same height and only a few pounds heavier, was his polar opposite. "You gonna lecture us on good behavior?" Flag's smile remained in place, but there was a calculating look in his eyes. "You're here because you're looking to sign on with the people I represent," he said. "We're a bit more, and I hate to use this word, liberal in our views about what a man does in his free time. Same for when a man sees an opportunity and wants to make a buck off it." They said nothing. "But here's the thing," said Flag. "All of that is okay when you're off the clock. But when you're on the clock, then you don't break any of the house rules. You keep it zipped, and you don't so much as pick up a tarnished penny that isn't yours. That has to be understood and agreed to, or you fellas can go back to fishing." Guidry took the matchstick out and considered the gnawed end, then put it into the other corner of his mouth. "I really, really hate fishing," he said. Flag glanced at Buck. "Hell, I hate bass fishing most of all," said the big man. They all grinned at that. Flag looked around at the 30 or so pickup trucks parked behind them. "Which one's yours?" "Piece of mess blue old Ford yonder," said Guidry. "You gassed up?" "Mostly," said Buck. "3/4 of a tank." "That'll do," said Flag. He pointed to a sleek black GMC Terrain, the current year's model. "That's mine. Follow me." "Where we going?" asked Guidry. "Just follow." With that, Randall Flagg walked back to his car, got in, started the engine, and waited. Buck and Guidry exchanged a look, picked up their gear, returned the rental boat, and climbed into their truck.
He had medium brown skin, black hair in dozens of braids, very thick glasses with heavy purple frames, a rather hopeful attempt at a beard that refused to look authoritative, and an earring fashioned to look like a hatchet stuck in the lobe. He wore a Wakanda Olympic bobsled team t-shirt, jeans that were so ancient it was impossible to tell the brand or original color, and flip-flops. The walls of his office were lined with shelves on which were hundreds of very rare and lovingly preserved superhero action figures, most in their original unopened packaging, the newest editions of which were the Marvel Legends Silver Shirt Luke Cage and Crimson Dawn Psylocke. There were also framed photos of Bug with Chadwick Boseman, Stan Lee, Lupita Nyong'o, and Danai Gurira. Wilson, a very patient man, waited for Bug to decide how to answer. "It's authorized by the big man," said Bug. "Fair enough," said Wilson. "But what is it?" Bug grinned. "I'm doing the Cougar's online presence what the Visigoths did to Rome." "I rather assumed that. Please give me some details." "You asked Church about this?" Wilson smiled. "He said to ask you." Ah, indeed." Bug looked at the specialty drink, smiled, picked up a blue Sharpie, and wrote "Attempted bribery" on the cup, sipped, and set it down with the words turned toward Wilson. "Okay," he said, "so we know Joe is out there doing some damage to the Cougar Labs, right?" "We do. He's hurting their RD and taking some very bad people off the checkerboard." "Apparently," agreed Wilson. "I can't help with that," said Bug. Not directly anyway. So, instead of sitting here doing nothing and going slowly out of my mind, I decided to see what kind of fun I could have with Kuga's network online. And by fun, you mean? Maybe it's better if you don't know. Wilson's smile looked like thin plastic. Tell me anyway, he said. You won't like it, said Bug. Would you like a comprehensive list of all the things I haven't liked recently? Not really. Just tell me, said Wilson. With details or the highlights? Let's start with the highlights. Sure. Well, we know that Kuga has some hot shots on the cyber warfare team, cyber espionage team, and cyber terrorism team. You think they're separate teams? Sure, maybe with some crossovers, but it's easy enough to see that their online strategies operate according to different philosophies. Maybe there's one or two guys overseeing it, but the actual attacks are all over the place. You see, they've been going after their competitors with sophisticated attacks going back a few years. I mean, before Harcourt Bolton was sprung from that black site prison, which means he had infrastructure in place to run that part of things. That means Kuga not only had people already in place, but whoever was in charge of that division knew how to pick top talent. When I realized that, I put some of my people on it, mostly looking for known or suspected top-tier black hat or black-leaning gray hat hackers who have either vanished recently or who've gotten rich. Did you find any? Sure. The one thing about the kind of hacker who specializes in this stuff is that a lot of them are young and they have egos. They want to be known for what they've done. They tag it, usually by working some kind of clever code into whatever software they wrote to do the intended damage. What kind of damage? Asked Wilson. And who are the targets? Well, before Ohan was killed, his network had been thoroughly hacked, dissected really. We've acquired enough of his laptops, external drives, and even one mainframe, thanks to ArcLight, and those files are riddled with malware. Those are applications designed to perform a variety of very malicious tasks. All kinds, too, and my bug hunter guys were able to isolate each. There were malware strains designed to create persistent access to a network, which allowed Kuga to spy on Ohan's day-to-day business operations. Other malware was planted to clone IDs, passwords, and the kind of encryption coding used to hide numbered bank accounts. We found these little bits of code left in the system, hidden inside Trojan horses, that pinged Kuga every time a transaction was made above a certain dollar amount. Kuga was able to review the purchases, which is how, I'm guessing, he was able to know which products and product lines were selling for top dollar, what the swings in sales numbers were, and who was buying the stuff. Clever. Very. And that code is a real difficult person to find. Maybe 2 or 3 of the world's top cybersecurity companies or groups could have found it, but then again, maybe not. But you found it, said Wilson, not quite making it a question. Bug sipped his drink and didn't comment on that. We also found spyware that was so thoroughly wired into Ohan's personnel records and business contacts that it gave Kuga a great laundry list for recruitment. Kuga's team was siphoning off people from Ohan even before ArcLight killed him, and within 2 hours of Ohan's body being discovered by police, Kuga had his human resources people out there scooping up the rest of the top talent. Very smooth, which tells me that it was something set in place for just such an event. How is this you being a Visigoth? I'm getting there, said Bug. Kuga's people also did a massive amount of phishing attacks, using all kinds of tricks to get Ohan's customers to hand over valuable information, such as passwords, credit card details, intellectual property, and so on. That worked so well because no one but Ohan was ever supposed to have the email addresses used in that level of black market sales. The fact that they were receiving emails at all made them appear legit. Which, by the way, is stupid. People are stupid. Most people should never be allowed anywhere near a computer or email or the internet. You're preaching rather than explaining, said Wilson, sipping his tea and privately regretting having asked. He wished it were cognac in the cup instead, but Bug was clearly getting into gear. He went through a whole slate of other kinds of attacks. "There's the MITM stuff," said Bug with real enthusiasm. "That stands for man in the middle, which is where the attacker intercepts communications between two parties in an attempt to spy on the victims, steal personal information or credentials, or perhaps alter the conversation in some way. Now, you might try to tell me that MITM is old stuff and that end-to-end email and chat encryption prevents that kind of thing, but you'd be wrong. I wouldn't dare suggest such a thing," said Wilson faintly. "MITM has undergone a lot of upgrades and, at worst, looks like tech support messages from the internet or email provider." "I see," said Wilson, who barely did. "What's a bit more dangerous are DDoS attacks, where the bad guys flood a target server with traffic in an attempt to disrupt and perhaps even bring down the target. And I'm not talking some pansy denial of service attacks here, because most sophisticated firewalls kick them pretty easily these days, but super programs that can hit multiple compromised devices belonging to the target and bombard them with traffic. We're talking tens of thousands of emails, robocalls, text messages, and even social media posts. The target is buried and has to abandon their email addresses, domain names, and stuff like that. Kuga's people usually hit them with political stuff from the opposing parties, or, using the go-to they all like, fill in the inboxes and chats with highly illegal and damaging content, then dropping dimes to whichever law enforcement agency has jurisdiction. It's almost impossible to prove that the highly illegal and damaging content was planted, and by then, reputations are shot, jobs lost, security clearances removed, and lives destroyed. Ugly, but I can see how it would be effective. One of Kuga's favorite tricks is zero-day exploiting. They are clearly following R&D on the latest business and e-commerce software. Like when a new software-driven product launches, they slip in code to screw it up or totally hijack it. That's bad enough for the good guys, but when they hit a major company doing some off-book shady stuff, like maybe doing backdoor deals with bad actors among the more negative foreign governments, then that company has to pay up or they'll lose more than business. Or if Kuga wants to screw up the flow of business, he has his people look for some vulnerability in the software, and there's usually something, and then do as much damage as possible until a fix is found. That sounds nasty but useful. Bug sniffed. It's okay. Not enough companies and organizations monitor for this, and done right, it creates a tunnel through a firewall. That's a nice pipeline for introducing malware or other fun stuff. Wilson sat back and listened as Bug went on and on about the different types of cyber attacks, including business email compromises, cryptojacking, drive-by attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, password attacks, eavesdropping attacks, AI-powered attacks, and IoT-based attacks. By the time Bug was finished, the chief of operations was somewhat dazed. He got to his feet, patted Bug on the back, mumbled, "Jolly good, keep up the good work," and shambled out. He was back in his own office before he realized Bug never actually answered his question about what he was doing. But Wilson did not dare go back downstairs for another round. Civitella in Val di Chiana, Arezzo, Tuscany, Italy. Alexander Fong crouched behind his desk and listened to the gunfire and the screams. So much gunfire, so many screams, but now less of each. He had a gun of his own, but it was a little .25 automatic that he'd only ever fired once, and then badly, missing the paper target with 4 of the 6 bullets in the magazine. The 2 that hit the paper missed anything of value. As for screams, he had plenty of those. They were still bottled up inside him, ready to be let out if whoever was killing his people got through his office door. That seemed likely. Fong wondered if he should simply put the barrel of the little Raven Arms pistol under his chin and pull the trigger. Would it work, though? He'd heard stories about people missing. Or maybe that wasn't the right way to phrase it. Missing the right part of the brain, the part that would switch the brain off forever. Last thing Fong wanted was to be a cripple or a vegetable. The gunfire paused for a moment. Fong listened,
praying that his people had managed to cut the invaders down. He had no idea how many there were. He'd only caught a glimpse of one man, big, dressed in body armor and wearing a helmet and balaclava, a man who moved like a soldier. There was a dog, too, also armored. They had torn into a group of Fong's administrative assistants. In the 4 seconds he'd watched, the carnage was terrible, like nothing he'd ever seen. Fong was so far removed from anything his employers did that all he ever got to see was the sanitized versions on the news. Sure, he'd heard stories, and some of them were extreme to the point of grotesque absurdity, but that was different from actually seeing it. Those stories were abstractions. What he'd seen in the foyer of the administrative suite was brutally real. He was aware of the historical irony of what was happening. His direct supervisor, Rafael Santoro, had chosen this building because it was in the square outside where Hermann Goering's Nazis massacred 244 civilians from this town in retaliation for the killing of 2 German soldiers. Except the townsfolk were innocent. The killings had been done by partisans. The slaughter in the town square, way back in June of 1944, had had the opposite of what Goering intended. Instead of cowing the civilians, it had sparked an increase in guerrilla activity and gave the Germans no real peace. When the war ended, any surviving Germans were hunted and torn apart. Santoro held that up as an example of how not to manipulate people into cooperation. Fear of what might happen was always more effective than having martyrs to rally the passion of resistance. Was irony the right word? Maybe it was karma, or something. It was hard to structure his thoughts. The pistol felt like a toy in his hand. Stupid little gun. Weren't these things supposed to make him feel strong? The silence outside seemed to stretch. All he could hear now were the cries of crows and ravens. The birds seemed to be everywhere these days. He hated them. They touched some unspecified and atavistic dread buried deep beneath the surface of his introspection. But why wasn't anyone yelling anymore? Fong hid where he was, not daring to even peek out from behind his desk. His hands were sweaty, and he was afraid that if he had to shoot, the gun would just slip out. Then there was a sound. Not a scream, not a gunshot, not the creak of an opening door. It was a growl, and it was right above him. Fong raised his head slowly and stared up, amazed, dumbfounded, terrified. There, crouched on top of the very desk behind which he cowered, was the dog. Big, white, except for its muzzle, which glistened with an awful, dreadful crimson. The animal bared its teeth. Those teeth. Some were dog teeth. The others? They were metal, pasted with red, 20 inches from his face. Fong fumbled with the pistol, trying to bring it up, unsure if he'd racked the slide. Was there even a bullet in the chamber? God, he couldn't remember. A shadow fell across him, and he turned to see that the man was here too. Both of them had come into his office without making a sound. The gun in the man's hand was big and ugly, and it was pointed at him. Trstenik Island, Croatia. We moved inland following a narrow game trail. Above and around us, the trees swelled with wind as the breeze freshened from the southeast. Far away in the direction of the big island nearby, I heard a boat cutting across the darkened waves, the motor sound like an idling chainsaw. An early fisherman heading out to the blue water between Croatia and Italy. I heard soft rustling and turned, looking up to see that the trees around me were thick with birds. It was hard to pick out details, but from what I could see, they looked like crows or ravens. Scruffy, though, and ragged, as if they'd all been standing in a cold blast of winter wind. But this was early summer. They reminded me of something I'd once read in a book, or perhaps a poem. What was the line? Night birds,
The prophets of apocalypses large and small. For some reason I will never understand, I waved to them. A few rustled their wings. One opened its beak to give a call, but if any sound came out, I didn't hear it. And so I turned away, feeling uneasy. Maybe I should start reading limericks instead. Ghost ranged ahead, and every time he encountered an obstacle, he stopped and waited for me to catch up. The first time was, of all things, a kid's red tricycle that looked like it had been rusting there for 30 years. That made no sense, because until Mitrovich bought the island, there had been no habitation here, no resorts or even a small family home. Ghost looked from the bike to me and endeavored to cock an eyebrow. "Beats me, Furball," I said, and we moved on. And almost immediately jolted to a stop. I quickly dropped to one knee. Up ahead, to the left of where Ghost was sniffing, I saw a figure, a man, tall, slender, fit-looking, standing in the woods with his back to me. I murmured into my mic, "Hostile spotted." I gave the approximate location and details, but ordered my team to stop and hold positions. Ghost, for some reason, did not seem to see the figure, although they weren't more than a dozen yards apart. Ghost is trained for exactly this, but he kept moving. I tapped the scout glasses to bring up the zoom function, but the figure was too dark and at a bad angle. So I rose, silent as the shadows around me, and moved in the direction of the man. He was unmoving, apparently looking down at something I couldn't see.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Ghost has his own comms unit, and I shifted to that channel and ordered him to do a lateral search. I could see him lift his head, suddenly tensing as he stretched out with his canine senses. Then he moved to his left so that he and I were heading in roughly converging lines. And then Ghost walked right past the man. Not a pause, not a flicker. It almost looked like he walked through him, but that was clearly a distortion of bad light and dense foliage. I raised my rifle and followed the barrel to the spot. A bat suddenly broke from a hole in a tree and fluttered straight at me in its panic. I shifted to avoid it, and when I looked again, the man was gone.
The spot where he was standing was empty. I hurried up, signaling Ghost to close on me. He did, looking expectant but not troubled. I moved through the whole area, using the scout glasses on the thermal imaging setting, but there was nothing. I knelt once more at the exact spot where I'd seen the man. The soil was dry but not hard, and it was loose enough to take a print. Except there were no prints anywhere. It made no sense. I'd seen the man for sure. This wasn't a case of me seeing a shrub or stunted tree and being confused. He had been tall, maybe middle-aged, with gray hair, trousers, and a sweater with some kind of pattern on it. He had been right very here. There was a double click of squelch as Top sent a wordless inquiry. "Wait one," I told them. Ghost stood by me, his body rippling with tension that he was no doubt picking up from me. I searched all around the spot. Nothing. Then, as I straightened, I saw something. Not a man, but a faintness of a line that ran like a strand of silver through the leaves, maybe 2 feet from where I stood. Had I not seen that man, I would have walked right through it. The wire ran across the various natural walking paths and vanished into the leaves. I followed it to a small metal box attached to the base of a pine tree. It was a kind I'd never seen before, but that didn't matter. It was, without a doubt, an anti-personnel mine. I tapped into the team channel. "Havoc Actual to Havoc Team, stop and listen." I described what I found. A few moments later, Andrea said, "Copy that, Outlaw. Same over here." And then Top verified that he and Bell found the same thing. "What about the hostile?" asked Top. "Sighting uncertain," I said. "Stay alert." I scanned for laser tripwires but found nothing. There were more advanced versions of tripwires, but despite dealing in technology, Mitrovich liked it old school. Physical tripwires were still one of the most effective methods of ambushing foot patrols like ours. I could feel my heart thudding. "Leave the wires intact and proceed with caution," I advised. "Look for other traps." "Hooah," they replied. I stepped over the wire very carefully and then watched Ghost jump clear. He had been trained to avoid tripwires. Maybe he would have found it had he gone a few more yards into the forest. Or maybe he and I would be scattered across this whole slope. These are the things soldiers base their superstitions on. A lucky break? Maybe. Something felt deeply weird about all this. Why hadn't Ghost seen the man? And where had the guy gone? 2 questions for which I had no answers. We moved on with infinite care. The uneasy feeling lingered, following me like a shadow. The trail took us up to a small ridge, beyond which was the main house, with a few smaller outbuildings scattered in a large clearing. Some work had been done to landscape the property, but apart from a few shade trees and trenches dug for hedges, it was bare. Mitrovich had filed construction permits to erect a modest mansion, but Bug had picked apart shipping records and determined that more materials had been imported onto the island than were needed to make a 20-room home. There were corresponding labor records for a construction crew roughly 5 times larger than needed. Add that to geological surveys from satellite flyovers that showed a radical change in the offshore seabed consistent with the dumping of dirt and rocks far in excess of pre-construction estimates, and you have us all going, what on earth could he be building? I mean, it was either a secret base or a secret base. Possibly even a secret base. One of those things. Thermal scans also pinged 4 different heat signatures consistent with industrial generators. So I'm thinking, secret base with some kind of laboratory concocting God only knew what horror. Hey, I'm not being paranoid here, or at least not more than usual. Since going to work for Mr. Church a few years back, I've actually seen secret labs that would make comic book supervillains weep with envy. Real-world stuff. Not as much fun as what you see in the movies. Because, yeah, there are actually that many brilliant maniacs in the world being funded by rich jerks, rich governments, rich corporations who do not care at all for human beings, except when they can exploit them, marginalize them, or remove them as an inconvenience, like so many of the bastards I've gone after as part of the old Department of Military Sciences and now with Rogue Team International. Like Kuga and Santoro, who blew my world apart a few months ago. Like those monsters.
so Mitrovich was probably living like a king in his mini-mansion, while down in the basement, unspeakable horrors were being cooked up. Brewed or cultured, assembled or uploaded. However he was doing it, I was coming for him. Ghost and I inched up to the ridgetop and surveyed the approach. The house was 3 stories tall and built of gray stone. Nice-looking place, with a retro Eastern European manor house vibe. Lots of windows, only 2 of them showing weak lights, probably hallway lights. There was no fence around it, but when I checked the video feeds from Andrea's bird drones, I saw foot patrols. 2 men with Kalashnikovs slung walked slowly around the building, accompanied by a Doberman. They all looked bored, but that was something that could change in a heartbeat. A second pair were stationed in a guard shack built to look like a gazebo. They had another Doberman. "Havoc Actual to Havoc Team," I murmured. "I'm at the east corner. Count 4 security and 2 dogs." I gave the locations of each and the direction of the foot patrol. "Got them," said Bell. 2 more each in the towers. I switched the scout glasses to low light enhancement, but otherwise normal vision. That made it easy to spot one of the 2 towers. They were really elevated platforms with camouflage canopies. They wouldn't have dogs up there. Which gave us 8 armed sentries, but just the 2 dogs. The challenge in situations like this is to decide where we fell on the force continuum. These guards might be bad guys, or they might be rent-a-thugs who merely worked for a bad guy. And I hate to kill a dog. I slipped down from the ridgetop to study the video images in my TACCOM. The little high-def computer screen was divided into different feeds, one from each bird. But I selected the overhead view from the birds circling the building at 100 feet. What I was looking for was a blind spot where I could get close enough to ambush the foot patrol and attempt to take them and their dog out using a long-barreled, high-compression Snelling dart gun. "Sandman only," I told my team. "Verify my order." They did, and if I heard some reluctance in their voices, that was fine. I wasn't feeling entirely charitable myself. Mercy and compassion had taken a lot of really bad hits lately. There was a cloud of darkness boiling inside me that took real effort to keep from filling my head with the kind of hatred that could erase all sentiment and humanity. The order to use Sandman actually stuck in my throat. It was, however, what I said. It was the only mercy I'd brought with me to Tristanik Island. Not that Sandman is especially kind. It is a cocktail of chemicals built around.
It also has a little bit of BZ3, quinaclidonyl benzalate, to cause intense and immediate confusion, and DMHPD, dimethylheptopyran, a derivative of THC for muscle failure. And it has some benzodiazepines and chloral hydrate and some other goodies. We call it Sandman because if you get one hit from it, you go right down, right now. No bullying your way through. You drop. Everyone does. And for the next couple of hours, you have intensely strange, disturbing, and, I've been told, unusual dreams. And by weird, I mean that one of the members of Havoc Team, the big kid from Orange County, Bunny, dreamed he was being charmed by penguins and found it pleasant. Says he has fond memories of that dream. Most people, though, have what can best be described as a bad trip. Monsters come out of the walls, memories warped into nightmares. The person on our team, apart from me, who would be least happy about using the darts would be Belle. Calling her Mother Mercy was a dark joke, because when it came to bad guys, she didn't have so much of a flicker of pity or forgiveness. And it meant that she had to use her backup rifle, a Stoger XM1 air rifle. It's a pre-charged pneumatic weapon that has an integrated tank filled to 2,900 psi, which allows it to deliver special loads of Sandman darts at 1,200 feet per second before refilling. The 22 version of the XM1 loses a little velocity in trade for a harder-hitting pellet, with speeds around 1,000 FPS. Hers was mounted with a superb scope, which mattered to a degree because, although the darts can penetrate ordinary clothing, they couldn't punch through any kind of body armor. The ideal shot was to skin. I took my Snelligan in a two-handed grip, resting my elbow on the ridge. "Take 'em," I said, and immediately fired 9 very fast shots at the 2 men and their dog. My distance was about 40 yards, tough range even for a specialized gun like the one I was using. The dog and one man went right down, but the other turned, grabbing for his gun with one hand and reaching for the send key on his comms headset with the other. So I hosed him. He staggered and sat down hard, then keeled over sideways. Ghost and I were up and moving, sticking to the shadows until we reached the side of the house. There we paused as I waited for the rest of the team to check in. "Guard Tower 2 down," said Top. "Wait, Guard Tower 1 is also down." I smiled. I wondered if Top had needed to fire a single shot. Yeah, Bell was that good. "Second patrol down," reported Bunny. "Men and dog." "Mother Mercy," I said, "take position in Tower 1. Jackpot, secure the perimeter. Pappy and Donnie Darko, on me." Blue Diamond Training Camp, Caddo Mills, Texas. They called it a camp, but it was really a gymnasium, part of a middle school that had been closed due to redistricting and budget shortfalls. The windows were all sealed and blocked, and there was a stout metal security fence around the perimeter, with a guard station at the entrance and regular foot patrols. Bunny pulled the old Ford into a slot next to the GMC, and they got out, waiting as Saxon finished a call inside his car. Then he got out, still smiling. He was a smiler, that one, and Top Sims didn't like the smile at all. It was the kind of smile alligators wore right up until they took a bite out of you. There was nothing at all trustworthy in that grin, as if he knew no one trusted him and wanted to assure them that they shouldn't. Top thought about how much fun it would be to bust out every one of Saxon's flawless teeth and maybe knock the lantern firmness out of his jaw. Maybe inflict a severe blow to his lower body for good measure. But all that was unlikely, since Saxon was a low-level talent scout, and messing him up would endanger the mission. Fun to think about, though. "So, what's the play here, Flag?" he asked Saxon. "Let's go see," said Saxon vaguely. He paused. "You boys carrying?" Top and Bunny hesitated, as if surprised by the question. Bunny gestured to his ankle. "Got a Colt Mustang XSP," he said. Top half-turned and raised his shirt to reveal a Glock 9mm in a belt holster. "You'll need to check those at the door," said Saxon. "Rules." "Not a big fan of giving my gun up to anyone," said Bunny, putting some bluster into it. "And you can drive yourself out of here whenever you want, son," said Saxon. "No one stopping you. But if you want to come in and talk to the man, then you gotta check your guns at the door. Your choice." Top contrived to look pained, and then nodded. "It's cool, Buck. House rules." "House rules," agreed Saxon. "Really?" said Bunny, but he bent and removed the holstered piece. Instead of handing it over, he went around and unlocked a heavy steel box in the bed of the Ford and stowed his pistol in there. "This work for you, Hoss?" he asked. "That's fine," said Saxon. Top pulled the holstered Glock from his belt and handed it to Bunny, who locked the box. "And neither of you boys will object to a metal detector and a pat-down," said Saxon, not really making it a question. "Yeah, sure, whatever," said Bunny. They followed Saxon into the gymnasium, which was a huge cinder block structure attached to the back of the school building. There were armed guards at the door and another pair inside, flanking a good quality metal detector. "New recruits, Mr. Saxon?" asked one guard. Top contrived to look surprised. "Saxon?" The talent scout spread his hands. "Yeah, well, John Saxon in here, Randall Flagg out there, capiche?" "It's copacetic," said Bunny. "Flag's like your combat call sign." "Sure," said Saxon, "like that." He gestured to the metal detector. "Shall we?" It beeped once, requiring that Bunny remove his belt, which had a heavy steel buckle, and once inside, a moon-faced guard patted them down. He was very thorough. Bunny made a sarcastic comment about the thoroughness of the pat-down. The guard responded with a quip, which made Top laugh. The guard then confirmed, "They're clean." Top and Bunny followed Saxon toward the building. They were unarmed and greatly outnumbered. It was not the first time they'd been in something this tight, but previous experience and the memory of how some of those other situations played out did not inspire a single ounce of confidence that they were either safe or secure. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. Church and Lilith sat together, though they were not on the same continent. She was in an Arclight safe house in a quiet suburb of Johannesburg, and he was in his office at the RTI headquarters. The illusion was created by the ORB, the Operational Resource Bay, which was one of Doc Holliday's inventions. Dozens of small cameras worked in sync to use a proprietary imaging tech to put holograms of them both into a shared space. It looked like they were seated together on a bench in Dobrente Square in Budapest on a quiet evening. The orb even added ambient noise of nearby traffic, birdsong, and laughter, but muted. Lilith was amused. Here of all places. Since when are you sentimental? He smiled faintly. I often come here. Not really, she chided. Not really, but the orb allows me to mix business with pleasure. She smiled and shook her head. Saint Germain mooning over where we had our first kiss. Behave, he said. They smiled at each other, and he saw the small movement as she very nearly reached out to try and take his hand, but stopped herself because that was beyond even the orb's capabilities. Then she asked, Do they know? Bug knows, of course. He's known since the beginning. Who else? Scott Wilson suspects, and as long as it's only a suspicion, I'm not burdened by the weight of his disapproval. What about Rudy Sanchez? We've had talks about ledger, diagnosis, and prognosis. I shared with him the psych eval from the profiler Wilson put on it. Rudy's conclusion was that it was a very well-written, well-considered piece of garbage. I read it too, and Sanchez is quite correct. It's not entirely without merit, said Church, though he didn't push the issue. In truth, he found it to be pedestrian.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel, character differentiation, sharp modulation, narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical, to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Wilson had wanted an objective opinion from a top forensic psychologist, but applying standard models, 7 models of known psychological deviations to Joe Ledger was a waste of time and resources. But Wilson was as concerned and as frustrated as everyone else, and approving the report was something he could at least do. "Will you tell Junie?" "No," he said, "not until we know more. Right now, all we've been able to do is lift the crime scene reports from whichever agency has jurisdiction. And we've received uploads of data, but all the data transfer is from sites like internet cafes or coffee shops with no camera surveillance. Some materials were left in airport lockers. No collectible forensics of any kind. Ledger knows his tradecraft. I'll give him that," said Lilith. "Bug has done a lot of searching for real estate rentals and hotels, and he believes Ledger is using the Bucharest model. Smart," she said. "The Bucharest model was a technique established during the Cold War, but greatly refined since. A person with the right resources would use several different credit cards to book different rooms in the same hotel. He would check into each using a variety of disguises. Sometimes Confederates were employed for this purpose, but Ledger was almost certainly acting alone. Each room would serve a different purpose: equipment storage, bolt hole, or actual lodging. Since modern hotels no longer required returning keycards to the desk, there was little way to track the movements of guests until the cleaning staff knocked on the door after checkout time. It was complicated, but the extra steps made it virtually impossible to find someone. And the upper-tier pros often went the extra mile to check into more than one hotel. With Ledger's high-end talent for languages and regional accents, becoming invisible was easy. The complication for him was ghost, but somehow Ledger managed. Bug had logged 8 different combinations of tall men with large dogs, though the color of the dog's hair and the stated purpose, guide dog or different levels of emotional support, raised no particular eyebrows, except to Bug. And there were also safe houses attached to various organizations, some of which were left empty. Someone with RTI-level equipment could game any monitoring devices, however. Ledger used 2 sets of identities to obtain field kits from 2 different in-country resources, said Church. With those, he can stay off the grid for as long as he wants. And we've determined that he used a lightning bug to kill his and Ghost's RFID chips. Lilith grunted. He and his dog are both ghosts. Yes, said Church, which is why I asked you to meet me. What have your people found? We may be getting close, she said, or at least closer. After the first few hits here in South Africa, we were able to make an educated guess as to who he was going to target next. We know he's been going after people of 2 kinds: scientists who have been on lists of people with possible or likely ties to Karaga operations, and people in the technologies and terrorism arms of the black market who used to work for Ohan. Ledger was very familiar with Ohan's operation, said Church. We were building a mission profile to go after him. But Arclight got there first. No apologies, Saint Germain. None needed. My point is that Ledger is well versed on those names. There are people on both of my lists, tech and sales, who are in morgues all over this part of the country. We got to one in the hospital, though. Well, let me rephrase that. We hijacked the ambulance taking him to a hospital. He's now in a landfill. He talked? Asked Church. Oh, yes. He gave us a very accurate physical description, though the attacker wore a balaclava. Right size and build. Right description of how he moved. And the attacker had a white combat dog in next-gen body armor. The dog had metal teeth. Ah, and what did this unfortunate person have to say? He admitted that he gave Ledger some names. We're staking out those places now. What was this man involved in? That's the odd part, said Lilith. He was rambling a bit, screaming really, and he kept referring to 2 things. Some kind of drug or drug treatment called R33, and some upcoming event he knew only as the American operation. Did he have any details about what this American operation might be? Nothing specific, alas, she said, but he said it was, and I quote, what we're all working on. We've been wondering what Karaga's next big play is going to be, and I think this is our first true whiff. Civicella in Val di Chiana,
Arezzo, Tuscany, Italy. The man sat on a bench in a park on a street he couldn't name. The park was in shadows, except for a few lights along the wandering stone pathway. The man's dog lay on the bench with his head on the man's lap. They'd been like that for more than 2 hours. The man watched nothing. His eyes were out of focus. The world was a gray-green blur of inconsequential colors. His fingers flexed open and closed, massaging the ruff of the dog's neck. He did not remember washing the blood off his hand, or off the dog's coat for that matter. He didn't remember changing back into civilian clothes. So many things lately were blurred out of his consciousness. He knew he should be afraid of that. Of that he was certain. When a voice spoke behind him, the man snapped to full awareness, but he did not turn around. "I have to say, Joey," said the voice, "I'm getting worried about how you're handling things." The voice was warm, mature, and familiar. So familiar. "You're leaning way out over that edge, son." "Go away," said the man. "I already went away. You know that, Joey. Don't call me that. It's your name. That's what you called me when I was a little kid." The man chuckled softly. "Well, you're always going to be my little boy, Joey. Always and forever. You're not real. And yet, here you are, talking to me. Go ahead, take your time. Say what you need to say. There's something wrong with me. Joey, there's been something wrong with you since you were 14. After what happened to you and that poor girl, of course there's something wrong with you. They broke you, son. They broke your bones, and they broke your heart, and they broke your head. Why are you doing this?" the man demanded, though he still did not turn around. "Because I love you, Joey. Always have, always will. And I'm scared for you. You're not right, and I think you know that." "Leave me alone," begged the man. "Please." The big white shepherd woke up and raised his head. He looked over the back of the bench, and for a moment his bushy tail wagged back and forth. Then the man felt a breath on his ear, as if the person behind him had leaned close. He squeezed his eyes shut. The breath was cold and damp, and smelled of rotting things. "The darkness never forgives," said the voice, "and it never forgets. It has all of you now, and if you're not careful, son, it's going to swallow you whole." The man got to his feet and turned. "Dad, please." But there was no one standing behind him. The trees in the park were crowded with night birds, though. Thousands of them, like a cloud of shadows, watching with their bottomless black eyes. The man sank slowly down onto the bench and put his face in his hands. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. Bug was not naturally a vindictive person. It took some effort for him.
Content filtering strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. Over the years, Bug had created scores of online personalities, including one as the highly respected and highly feared hacker Cole Tiger, named for Stan Lee and Jack Kirby's original comic book character, who later became the Black Panther. As Cole Tiger, he was admitted to chat rooms that would otherwise have been sealed shut against him. In those chats, computer experts who worked for the black marketeers using the darknet got together to, among other things, brag. Hackers loved to brag, though they typically hid behind obfuscatory walls, false identities, and location rerouters. They were, by nature and necessity, an exceptionally paranoid bunch. One error, and they could invite their own competition inside their online fortresses of solitude. There were several hundred of these chat rooms, though most were posers who wanted to be top-level black hats without actually having the chops. But the key players, a group of less than 100 worldwide, were the kings of the Matrix. Most of their chat rooms were located on Tor or I2P, premier darknets for black market vendors selling or brokering large quantities of drugs, weapons, all manner of physical and cryptocurrencies, unlicensed pharmaceuticals, hijacked credit card information, passwords, weapons of every kind, old Soviet-era military technology, and slaves. Sex trafficking was huge on the darknet, and because the sites could not be found via any kind of standard search engine, the flow of business was seldom interrupted. The hackers remained aloof and apart, like an extended family of trickster gods: Loki, Coyote, Raven Spirits, Wakjunga, Anansi, and others. Bug had variations on his darknet identities. He was Cole Tiger and the Fisher King. He was Big Bad Boy and Punji, and others. Identities he created, cultivated, and left on the net, touching them up every now and then to keep them fresh and active. Some of his online avatars were actually repurposed from hackers the DMS and RTI had taken down. It was as the Fisher King, though, that he went on a buying spree. He put feelers out that he was looking for cybernetic implants, neurochips, and cutting-edge eugeroics for wakefulness. Bug was very careful reaching out, making sure he did it from obscure angles and never ever appearing too eager or too desperate. He found that the B&B approach worked best. Bitching and bargaining. Complaining about the sale price for something and then haggling like a carpet merchant. Eagerness was either the sign of a rookie or, most often on the darknet, an indication that he was a cop of some kind. It took weeks to get into the right position, and each day he'd repeat the same ritual of ultra-caffeination and sugar rush, which brought him to that elevated state of hyper-awareness and quickness of thought. The trick was to intersperse the sugars with proteins and fats so that he didn't crash. Each time he made contact with someone promising, Bug used MindReader Q1 to send a Trojan horse back to whomever emailed or messaged him a quote. Most of the very top hackers believed that they were immune to those kinds of intrusions, and they had software to review every line of code in the metadata of that email. Except MindReader's quantum speed was too fast to be caught. As soon as a connection was made by receiving the email or message, it attacked without using a reply message at all. This was something Bug developed years ago for Mr. Church. The super intrusion software swept into the sender system via their own email and positioned itself to make the target unable to read any of the Trojan horse code. It wouldn't even see that it was there, no matter which kind of cybersecurity tools were used. Long ago, Bug and Church had discussed sharing this software. The pro side of the argument was that it would greatly protect the military, universities, hospitals, and the computers running the power grids. Though, while that was true, sharing it was greatly outweighed by the cons of it simply being too dangerous. If the tech got out, then there would be no protection for anyone. The compromise was that Bug went into the systems running nuclear power, electrical grids, and a few key places and planted a different set of Trojan horses. A set of analytical and reactive programs designed to prevent the most sophisticated and dangerous kinds of black hat hacking. They called it Operation Counterpunch, and only the two of them were aware that it existed. Bug was not in a mood to send benign protective viruses out there, however. He was hunting for links in the Kuga chain of black market experts. And although he had not yet found the main Kuga online presence, he had a serious in. A bit less than 2 years ago, one of Lilith's Arclight teams had captured, interrogated, and executed the man who had been, to that point, the most successful and powerful black marketeer of all time, the Turk named Ohan. Before he died, and he died very badly, Lilith's team extracted a great deal of information from him. They were on the hunt for key players in the sex trafficking world, and they found many. Found and removed in very ugly ways. However, the byproducts of all that were what Lilith considered scraps. Names, email addresses, passwords, and darknet sites for nearly 40 of Ohan's top people who had been recruited by Kuga. In a sane and smart world, all those people would have erased their previous online identities and created new and antiseptic ones. However, as most cops in the world know, few criminals are masterminds. Even those who hired brilliant black hats to advise them still did profoundly stupid things, like keep old email accounts to communicate with friends, or maintain back-channel lines of communication, thinking that those were, by their nature, safe. Bug loved that kind of thing. A window only needed to be opened a crack for him to get in, and each day he worked at Mr. Church's project, he did more damage. He shared crucial information with competitors and outright enemies. He planted unbreakable ransomware on banking systems working with these people. He outed them as pedophiles, even when they weren't, to the right media sources. He stole billions in funds and donated it to charities. He crashed expensive systems on exactly the wrong days. He leaked corporate secrets just as the opening bell sounded on the world's various stock exchanges. He created compromising pictures, texts, and emails and sent it to
Japan Icebreaker, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Japanese icebreaker, Nobu Shirase, AGB 5003, near East Ungle Island, Queen Maud Land, Antarctica. The ship punched through a crust of ice that was far thinner than it should have been. That had become the routine, even here at the bottom of the world. Captain Hanzo sipped his tea and peered gloomily out at the brilliant blue sky, the flawless blue-white ice, the calm waves, and hated it all. He was old enough to remember first coming to these waters back in the late 1990s, when the ice sheets seemed too vast, too dense, too ancient to be vulnerable to the stupidity and careless cruelty of man. Now he was watching a continent die, seeing it melt away as the waters rose and the air grew warmer. He personally wished he could get every fool who denied the realities of climate change and force them to work for a full year down here. Force them to see the damage being done to the planet, to his cold world down here. He kept such thoughts to himself. He was 18 months from retirement and did not want to go out on a psychiatric discharge. His wife was counting on a full pension and the invitations to all those fancy dinners. She also liked the extra money waiting from lecture tours on sailing the Antarctic that would come once he was a civilian. The same had happened to her father, who died well off and a very happy man. Hanzo, however, was not happy. The Shirase was not happy either. Hanzo knew that ships had souls, had memories. They were alive, and he knew that his ship was grieving for a planet out of balance with its natural order. Those were his thoughts when one of his crewmen cut through the morning air with a yell. Suddenly, a lot of men were bellowing. Feet thudded up and down ladders and along the deck as a knot of sailors clustered together by a section of the port bow rail, all of them pointing to something in the water. Before Hanzo could demand an explanation, a petty officer dashed onto the bridge. "Captain, we've spotted a lifeboat, a mile 3 points off the port bow," said the petty officer excitedly. "There are survivors in it." "Is it from the Hakudo Maru?" demanded the captain. "I think it is, sir." Hanzo immediately gave the orders for heave to and to have a pair of his boats swayed down and lowered. The Hakudo Maru was a scientific vessel that had been sent from Tokyo a few months ago to study the release of ancient bacteria from melting ice.
It was part of a joint venture initiated a few years ago after research teams had found and revived an 8-million-year-old bacterium that had been dormant in the Mullins and Beacon valleys of the icy continent. Since then, other bacteria had been discovered, and the growing fear was that these prehistoric biologicals could pose a serious threat once ocean currents moved them around the globe. The Hakudomaru's task was to catch random fish and study them for the presence of unknown bacteria and viruses. However, 10 days ago, the Hakudomaru went missing during a particularly aggressive storm, and the high winds made search efforts difficult. No trace of the ship had yet been found. It was believed that the high winds likely drove the vessel into the path of some massive icebergs that had recently calved from the dwindling ice sheet. One of the new icebergs was estimated to be 750 billion tons, nearly as big as A68, the trillion-ton supergiant that broke from the Larsen Sea ice shelf back in 2020. On a dark night, with a mighty storm blowing and the ocean filled with killer ice islands, a small research vessel would have had no chance. But now, a lifeboat? And hundreds of miles from where the Hakudomaru was believed to have sunk? This was amazing. The thought of it lifted Hanzo's heart. He called for his jacket and ran on deck. Everyone crowded the rail, watching as 2 shallow-draft wobber rescue boats zipped across the water at high speed. A lieutenant handed Hanzo a pair of binoculars, and he used them to study the operation. There were 3 men in the boat, each wearing a heavy coat, gloves, and a balaclava against the cold. The coats were unusually bulky, and Hanzo figured they were wearing more than one. How else could they have survived so long in an open boat down here in the coldest place on Earth? However, as the rescue team came alongside, the men were able to catch ropes and make them fast to their cleats on their own boat. That was promising. "They must have been able to bring food with them," said the lieutenant. "They don't move like dying men." "Let us pray you're correct," said Hanzo. 20 minutes later, the boats had returned and the 3 survivors were helped aboard. Despite having been able to secure the ropes, it was clear they were in bad shape. Sailors had to support them to keep the men from collapsing on the deck. "Thank you, sir," said one of them quickly, and he repeated the phrase over and over again. He, like the others, was Japanese. They all looked to be in their 30s. None of them looked much like scientists, but then again there were a lot of people aboard a vessel. Men as rugged and hardy as these were likely engine room specialists or equipment engineers. The other 2 seemed incapable of speech and just shivered, heads lolling. "Take them below," ordered the captain. "Call the doctor." The crew helped the men down to the sick bay. Hanzo lingered on the deck for a while, watching as his people hooked onto the lifeboat and hauled it, dripping, onto the deck. He lit his pipe and puffed until the tobacco was burning smoothly, then clamped the stem between his teeth, watching his men work. They were a good, reliable crew, hardier than most, because work in this kind of extreme weather conditions was not for the average seaman. It required toughness of physical and moral fiber, a toughness of spirit, and not merely tough, but practical, uncomplaining, and good-natured. The kind of sailors who took to this work because it was so difficult. He loved them all. "Captain," called his petty officer, "I think you should come and look at this." The man was leaning over the side, pointing to one of the thwarts. The captain leaned over too. "What is it?" "Well, sir," said the petty officer, "I don't know what this is." He reached down and picked up something small and round. It resisted his pull for a moment and then came away with a small pock sound of parting adhesive. The petty officer frowned at it and then handed what was clearly an electronic device to the captain. Hanzo frowned too. "I think it's a camera, sir," said the petty officer. "See, there is a lens and below that a battery pack. There's a green light. It's still functioning. I think it's on, sir." The device was about the diameter of a binocular eyepiece and made from hard black plastic. It was heavy for its size, likely owing to the batteries, which were sealed into a case that had no visible means of opening. He held it up to his head and heard a small, steady electronic pulse. "It sounds like a remote transmitter," he murmured. "Sir," said the petty,
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Specific character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Each of them had small black dots on their foreheads or in the centers of their chests, sometimes more than one. Hanzo felt his heart judder to a stop in his chest, and his whole body went as cold as the icy seas that slapped against the hull. His mind, sharp as it was, slipped a gear as he tried to navigate through the seas of impossibility. All 8 of the people in that room were dead. They had all been shot. There hadn't been any noise of gunfire, but there was brass on the floor. There was so little blood, but Hanzo knew that dead people do not bleed. He also realized that the headshots had not exited. There was no blood spatter. Only death. The 3 survivors were gone. Their heavy coats and gloves were on the floor, but they were gone. What had been beneath those bulky coats? He stood where he had stopped, 1 foot inside the sick bay, 1 in the hall. Hanzo looked down at the little camera transmitter in his hand. "God help us," he said. He did not hear the footfall of the man who stepped up behind him. He barely felt the feather-light pressure of the sound suppressor of the pistol touching the hair over his ear. The shot was a soft thump, which he did hear, though only as a fading afterthought as the .22 slug punched through the bone and began ricocheting around inside his skull, expending its foot-pound of force by destroying his brain utterly, lacking the force to exit the skull. He fell into the sick bay. Captain Hanzo did not hear the screams and yells as the rest of his crew died. There were 53 scientists and 44 crew aboard the Shiraz. There were weapons aboard, but the lockers were never opened. The guns and rifles never handed out. There was no time for that.
The three fixers swept like a storm through the ship, from stem to stern, deck to deck, killing silently, killing efficiently. They disabled the radio room. Hanzo, who appreciated tough men working at peak efficiency, might have been impressed. He might also have been terrified because these men moved much too quickly than was reasonable. In instances where a crewman was able to mount some kind of defense, they swept the counterattacks aside. For all the toughness of the sailors aboard, they might as well have been toddlers. It was a massacre, a quick, quiet massacre. In under 9 minutes, all 97 people aboard the Shiraz were dead. Sales presentation via showroom 4 months ago. Mr. Sunday froze the image on the face of Captain Hanzo. The officer had twisted as he fell so that his face was visible, and there was a look of profound surprise stamped on his features. "Now that," crowed Mr. Sunday. He chuckled as small windows opened on the screen, each one showing the feed from cameras placed throughout the Shiraz as the fixers moved through it. Each man had a pouch of the camera transmitters, and they activated as soon as they were pressed to a hard surface. The video feeds showed the slaughter. 97 hostiles taken down, said Mr. Sunday, by 3 enhanced fixers. And ladies and gentlemen, that is an average of 32.3 kills per fixer. No explosives, no airstrikes, no booby traps. Small arms only. Oh, and watch this. This is really fun. He queued up one clip where a petty officer tried to rally a group of men on the forward deck of the ship as 2 of the fixers emerged. The sailors had oars, improvised clubs, and knives, and there were enough of them that sheer weight of numbers should have carried the fight. The fixers stood back to back, each holding 2 .22 automatic pistols with 10-shot magazines. 40 total shots without reloading. 18 men charged at them, circling them, trying to crush them in a brutal rugby scrum. The fixers began moving in a slow circle, firing and firing. The attackers came at them, and the fixers had a target-rich environment. Their hands were rock steady, and they emptied their guns into the ring of sailors. Only one sailor, the chief petty officer, made it all the way through the storm of lead and managed to strike a fixer across the jaw with a 3-foot length of pipe. The blow whipped the fixer's head to one side, tearing open the balaclava and ripping a red gash along his jawline. Blood splashed out. However, the fixer neither cried out nor fell. Instead, he walked up to the petty officer, who was about to swing again, buried the pistol in the man's chest, and fired 3 shots. The petty officer grunted and sank to his knees, swayed there for a moment, and fell over. Mr. Sunday turned to the wall of screens showing the faces of 16 potential customers. Some of those people would have been appalled had they known who else was watching this sales pitch. Some were sworn enemies who had lost loved ones to the attacks of the others. Some were overtly cruel, others merely desperate in fights against enemies they could not hope to defeat in any kind of standard battle. "These men here are prototypes," said Mr. Sunday. "We expect the first batch of our enhanced private military contractors to be ready to board planes to your locations in under 6 months. Oh, wait, I see we have a question. Let me read it for the group. When did this take place?" The salesman grinned and looked at his wristwatch. "Just under 30 minutes ago. If this wasn't in the Antarctic, the bodies wouldn't even be cold yet." He paused and cocked his head as if listening to a surprising thought. "As you'll all recall from the prospectus I emailed you, there is the self-cleaning option. And the reason we staged an op on the underbelly of the world is to highlight the logistical complications of extracting this team. I mean, it can be done, but only at great expense and with great risk.
Now, since these PMCs are rentals and not heroes of your homeland or cause, why would you want to put your standard military assets at risk to recover them? Once the mission is accomplished, be that taking a ship, securing a military installation, a rival corporation's lab, or a target with significance to your particular idealistic or religious stance, the operatives themselves become liabilities if captured or killed. And we, meaning the Kuga organization, do not want prying eyes to play with our toys. He walked to a small table and picked up a satellite phone, punched a coded number, and waited. When the call went through, an image fed by one of the camera transmitters showed one of the three fixers. "Ichi," said the man. "Mr. Ichi," said Sunday, "have you launched the surveillance drones?" "Yes, sir. I will key you into the feed." Immediately, there appeared an aerial view of the Shiraz drifting in the ocean current. "Thank you, Mr. Ichi. Where are Mr. Ni and Mr. San?" "They are below in the engine room, sir." "Excellent," said Mr. Sunday. "You have done an excellent job. Please pass along my congratulations on a brilliant performance." "Thank you, sir," said the fixer, giving a short, sharp bow toward the camera.
He spent that time looking from one face to another, and another. His smile was exactly the same as a Nile crocodile watching a limping gazelle edge down onto the bank for a sip. "Now, my friends," he said softly, "I think we can start the bidding at $1 million per unit." "Ooh, I see we already have some bids. Nice. I like that enthusiasm. Another bidder? And another. Very, very nice." Blue Diamond Training Camp, Caddo Mills, Texas. Inside the building, they passed a room with an open door, and Bunny caught a brief glance of a man in what looked like the hydraulic power loader from the movie Aliens. A sturdy exoskeleton that gave the man a strange, almost crustacean appearance, with enormous arms that had large pincers. Bunny lingered long enough to see the exosuit's driver swing around and point one pincer at a wall. Bunny realized with a start that instead of actual pincers, the two prongs at the end of the arm were, in fact, gun barrels. Large bore, nearly as big as an M242 Bushmaster, but the overall barrel length was shorter. The recoil from a weapon like that would put any soldier, no matter how burly, flat on his seat, and that explained the heavy structure of the exoskeleton. It was, he realized, a short-barreled Bushmaster that could chase opponents. The sight of it sent a chill through him. He tapped Top's arm and got a nod. Had seen it too. Saxon led them through another doorway into the main gymnasium. The room was big, with the floor painted out for basketball. The paint was faded and scuffed, and mostly covered by exercise mats and racks and benches for weights, and a row of speed bags and a dozen heavy bags hung from chains. Along one wall were racks of training weapons, padded pug sticks, throwing knives, paintball guns for non-lethal close combat drills, training body armor, various kinds of rubber and wooden weapons, and handheld targets. About 30 men and women were training in pairs, some under an instructor's eye, others, more advanced teams, working out on their own. Top and Bunny followed Saxon between the groups in what was clearly an attempt to impress them. And they were impressed. These were not raw boot camp greenhorns. They were seasoned fighters who knew their trade. Very fast, very dangerous. They stopped by one square where a fight was ending. The loser was on his hands and knees, goggled-eyed and purple-faced, crawling like a geriatric away from a man who was 5.5 feet tall and about 4 wide, with no visible neck, a bull chest, pig eyes, and a blend of Navy and prison tattoos. He also had a stylized 88 over his heart. "Sergeant Wilkes," said Saxon, "meet the candidates. Big one is Buck, older one is Guidry." Wilkes ignored Bunny and looked Top up and down. His expression was one of abject disregard. To Saxon, he said, "Old Black Joe here looks like he's past his sell-by date." Top said nothing, showed nothing. Bunny couldn't help but laugh. Wilkes gave him a sharp look. "You got something to say?" "Really, you comes to mind," said Bunny. That caused a murmur of comments and snickers from the watching crowd. Wilkes pointed a calloused finger at him. "You're officially on my list. Don't give a cold, dried gosh." That made the sergeant grin with ghoulish delight. He clapped Saxon on the shoulder. "I'm calling dibs on these two jerks." Bunny turned to Saxon. "This how you run your recruitment program. Must have missed that in the sales pitch." Saxon looked momentarily uncertain, then shrugged. "They're not signed on yet," he said to Wilkes, "but, yeah, run 'em a bit, see how they shake out. It'll tell me how much work we have to do to get 'em back in the game. Just don't mess 'em up too much." Yeah, I'm officially messing my pants," said Bunny, punctuating it with a yawn. "Oh, hell," said Wilkes with real delight. "I'm going to saw a good yard off this big guy." Bunny was 6'6" and was easily the tallest man in the gym. "Let's do it, old hoss. Let's rock and roll." "No," said Top, and everyone looked at him. "I've got some things I'd like to discuss with the sergeant here." "You step off, farm boy. Let the grown-ups have a chit-chat." Wilkes burst out laughing. "You want to go a few rounds with me? That's awesome." "No," said Top, "just the one round'll do." That got an even bigger laugh, and Wilkes grinned so hard it looked like his grizzly ears would fall off. He cut a look at Saxon. "Arrogant and stupid. You sure know how to find 'em. What's the other one? An autistic fellow?" Bunny merely smiled and went over to lean against the wall, arms folded across his chest, watching as Top removed his watch, hat, and shirt and placed them neatly on a corner of the mat. Beneath the shirt, he had a faded green, brown, and black camouflage tank top. His dark skin was crisscrossed with scars, old and new, and although he was muscular, he was not a muscle freak like Wilkes, or like Bunny for that matter. He was built more like a first baseman, solid, the kind who could block a runner sliding into base. However, his age was apparent in the white salted through his black goatee and in the lines around his eyes and mouth. People were joining the crowd from the other training areas, drawn by loud voices and laughter. They looked from Wilkes to Top and elbowed each other, laughing, making bets on how fast the sergeant was going to dismantle the old guy. Wilkes made a big show of waving Top onto the padded training area, even to the point of giving a small comical bow like a ringleader at a dog circus. He never stopped grinning. When he stepped onto the mat, he looked Top in the eye and tapped the 88 tattoo. The 8th letter of the alphabet was 8, and 88 was shorthand for Hail Hitler. There was a burning cross on the sergeant's stomach. Top did not take up a stance, or even bring his guard up. His only concession to the level of threat was to shift his weight subtly to the balls of his feet. He waited for the brute of a sergeant to make his play. When it all happened fast. Wilkes faked left and then stepped in very fast with an overhand right that was a rock breaker, a bone crusher, a lethal blow. His whole body went into the punch, good stance, the right kind of pivot to torque energy into his monstrous shoulders, so that the punch was a blurred, whipping loop of gristle and bone. A younger, faster man would have had trouble slipping or evading that punch, and it was very obvious this was Sergeant Wilkes' deal closer, the blow he used when he wanted to prove a point to everyone within visual range. The kind of punch that would be talked about among the fixers for years. Top did not evade, did not duck, bob, or weave. He stepped right into the attack, shifting only a little to the right as he brought his elbow up into the path of the muscular arm. The flats of his curled fingers pressed against his skull. And he used his step to drive a single punch into the narrow gap between 1/8 and the other. Every ounce of Top's 200 pounds, 40 years of karate, and career as a Tier 1 special operator went into it. This was his deal closer.
a tighter, smarter, less obvious punch that channeled all his muscle, mass, and momentum into an impact point no larger than a dime. The sergeant's entire body folded around the punch. The blow knocked spit from his mouth, drove all the air from his lungs, took all the rigidity from his muscles, turned his legs to overcooked pasta, and sat him down hard on his seat in front of everyone. His eyes bulged, and his face turned an eggplant purple as he tried to suck in even a spoonful of air. Top knotted his fingers in Wilkes's short hair, jerked his head back so violently there was a wet creaking sound, and then he spat in the sergeant's gasping mouth. Top straightened, started to turn, paused, and shot a back heel kick into the man's right eye socket. Wilkes flopped back, arms and legs splayed like a starfish. The right side of his face no longer held its shape. Blood leaked from nostrils, ears, and mouth.
Vocal attributes, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The room was utterly silent. Top went over and retrieved his shirt and stood buttoning it very slowly. His eyes were locked on Saxon's. Bunny came and stood next to Top but facing away, watching the crowd. "We didn't come here to mess around," said Top quietly. "I thought we were here to audition for a job." Saxon looked aghast. At first, then a slow smile blossomed on his face. Phoenix House, headquarters of Rogue Team International, Amphory Island, Greece. Mr. Church moved through the rooms of his big apartment on the top floor of the ancient castle he'd purchased and had brought stone by stone to the island. The gigantic building had once belonged to Francis II Rakoczy, a Hungarian nobleman from the early 18th century who had been a Prince of Transylvania and a celebrated member of the Order of the Golden Fleece. As was his habit when deeply troubled, Church lingered in his study, which was lined with bookshelves on which were volumes in scores of languages, books both new and ancient. There was a rack of scrolls and a row of small and exquisite busts in a case. Church opened the case and looked into the marble faces of Prince Charles of Hesse-Kassel, John Gaston de Medici, last of the Medicis, the Marquis de Crequi, the composer Jean-Philippe Rameau, the occultist Giuseppe Balsamo, who preferred to be called Count Alessandro de Cagliostro, the Italian adventurer Giacomo Casanova, the Duc de Belliel, and the theosophist Madame Blavatsky. Other faces watched him from canvases carefully framed and hung so that they leaned slightly forward from the walls as if bending to participate in hushed conversations. Speakers of superb fidelity in the other room played an aria, Op. 36XX, Povero cor perche palpito, in G major, sung by a Japanese soprano whose voice called to mind an angel wreathed in light. It was a necessary change from the improvisational jazz he'd listened to while making all those calls. Church's cat, a Scottish fold, with fur the color of wood smoke, watched him from his favorite niche between a high-quality bound photocopy of Inventio Fortunata, written by a 14th-century monk whose name was lost to time, and a pair of George II flintlock brass-barrel militia officers' dueling pistols made by George E. Jones in 1803, with an inscription carefully scrolled onto the brass butt plate of the right-hand gun. The inscription read, Post tenebras spero lucem. After darkness, I hope for light, though the inscriber was not referring to the old Calvinist catchphrase. That phrase had very special meaning for Church and was also chiseled into the first foundation stone when the castle was erected here on this small Greek island. A discreet bell rang in the foyer, and he walked out to look at the screen mounted beside the door. A young and very muscular man stood there, face lifted to the security camera. His name was Luke Marishi, and he was a Morana Maasai warrior from Kenya, and a former member of the Lion Guardians. Luke's grandfather had been a close friend of Mr. Church, and together they'd torn down a huge poaching ring. Luke was one of Church's private guards, but was also in training for possible inclusion in an RTI field team. He wore a standard gray patrol uniform, but with a red and black checked Maasai sash, ornate multicolored arm bracelets, necklace, and earrings. A pistol was holstered in a nylon shoulder rig, but he carried a 20-inch rungu, the deadly throwing club made of polished ebony wood, in one strong hand. Church pressed a button. Yes, Luke, what is it? The young warrior stepped aside to reveal a second man standing behind him. This man, though still in his 30s, was 10 years older than the Maasai. He wore distressed jeans and a dove-gray t-shirt with a French tuck. Mr. Chismer is requesting a meeting, said Luke. He insists it's urgent. Mr. Wilson sent him up. Very well, said Church, and opened the door. My apologies, sir, began Luke, but Church waved it away. You were quite correct to bring him up here, Luke, said Church. Thank you. The young Maasai frowned and turned to Tops. Don't make me regret doing this. Cheers, mate, said Toys. Then he turned to Church. We need to talk. So it seems. Come in. He stepped aside and allowed Toys to come inside. Guests in this part of the castle were exceptionally rare, and normally Church would never have allowed Toys up here. However, Church was intrigued by the young man's urgency. He nodded to Luke and closed the door, then ushered Toys into the study, waving him to one of the big leather chairs positioned before a modest fire. Toys refused a glass of wine, and instead flung himself into the chair and spent a few moments staring at the books and art. Toys frowned and nodded to a manuscript of a play left open inside a plexiglass case. The History of Cardenio? He mused. Really? I thought that was one of Shakespeare's lost plays. So, what's this? A recreation? A novelty? Or did someone sell you a high-end phony? Church sat back in his chair, crossed his legs, and brushed a tiny piece of lint from his trouser leg. What can I do for you, Mr. Chismer? Toys kept looking around for a few more moments, making occasional grunts. Then he sighed and looked at Church. Did Junie Flynn tell you about her premonition the night Ledger went missing? She did. She also discussed it with Dr. Sanchez. Did she tell you she passed out when she had it? We were at Free Tech, celebrating the completion of the water purification system we set up in Botswana, and she dropped her glass and collapsed. I thought she'd had a really heart attack, but it was that vision of Joe Ledger being in some kind of trouble. And she hasn't been the same since, and it'll be a month tomorrow. Church said nothing. I know she's been calling here round the freaking clock, and all Scott Wilson will tell her is that Ledger is on a mission and unavailable.
But I know for a fact that Top and Bunny are in the States working on something else, and that Belle and Andrea are off working on something in the UK, all of which suggests the on a mission thing is tosh. Church did not ask how Toys knew all this. The young man was notoriously resourceful. Given what happened on Christmas Eve, continued Toys, my guess is that Ledger has gone round the twist. Something dodgy like that. Maybe you have him locked up somewhere for his own good, and if so, then all's right in the world and I can go back home. I can even try to sell Junie a story that'll let her get some sleep at night. But I don't think that's it, is it? I think something's happened to Ledger, and on some level, somehow, Junie knows it, feels it, whatever. Is there a point to all this? Asked Church. Toys leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. I think we both know that I don't care at all about Ledger, and I'm hardly his favorite bloke. But I care a lot about Junie. Fair to say there's no one I care about as much. She is the best human being I've ever met, and she treats me, a total mess like me, like I'm a person. She has from the jump, even though she knows my past. She knows the things I've done, and she doesn't care about it. She judges me on who I am now, which is something I don't even really well know how to process. Are you following me? Get to your point, said Church. My point is that if Ledger is in trouble, then I want to help. Church folded his hands in his lap. There are a lot of people already positioned to help Colonel Ledger. Sure, said Toys, and so what? Why would I even consider putting you into the field? For the same freaking reason you pick up the phone every time you need a throat cut, snapped Toys. You keep doing it too. When you're
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I write checks that allow Junie and her people to do the real work. I sort out logistics, rent offices, and all of that, gosh, but it's a misuse of who I am, and we both know it. And who are you, Mr. Chismer? Asked Church. In your eyes, who are you? Toys looked into Church's eyes, deeply enough that the ambient temperature of the room seemed to drop. I'm a killer, said Toys, and I'm very, very good at it. Church pursed his lips for a moment. You are. Know what else I'm good at? Know why Sebastian Galt, the Seven Kings, and Hugo Vox all knew about me? I can find things. I may be out of the game, but my connections are still out there. I used to be wired in everywhere. You have your cronies, Lilith and her Arclight witches, friends in the industry, that lot. But my connections are likely off your radar, or maybe below your radar. Look, I know that you're hunting Kuga. I know that Kuga took over most of Ohan's black market network after Lilith cut his throat. That's fine, but I'll bet Kuga allowed or encouraged a lot of the key players in Ohan's network to come over to his team. Why? Because that's the smart way to run a business like that. I have connections on the dark web left over from my time with Galt and Vox. Just because I stepped away from that life doesn't mean I can work the game if I really wanted to. And you would step back into that world for Joe Ledger? No, weren't you listening? Said Toys, shaking his head slowly. It's not for Ledger. I told you, this is for Junie Flynn. Church pursed his lips again. Do you think this is your path to redemption, Mr. Chismer? No, Toys said flatly. We both know that I'm past any chance of redemption. So this isn't about me. Not sure why you can't see that. This is all about Junie. She's worth 100 of Ledger. She's better and cleaner than either of us. I won't argue that, said Church. I want you to put me into play. Put me back in the game and let me help her by doing what I can for the man she, beyond all common freaking sense, loves. There is every chance many of your old contacts will never believe you've changed sides. So what? Seriously, Church, there is no honor among thieves. It's all about business, about money. I can make deals that will make people money, and that will erase all past sins. You might find that some people are less forgiving. There are likely old allies of the Seven Kings who might want to nail your hide to the wall. Toys gave him a smile that was very much like one of the more poisonous jungle snakes. Let them try. Church was silent for a long time. The aria that had been playing ended, and another began. A moody violin piece, an adagio in E-flat major. If you do this, he said at length, there may be no turning back. You escaped this war once. You may not be able to do so again. I know the risks. Put me in play. Church stood up. Very well. If you want to risk whatever measure of peace you've achieved, then welcome to the war, Mr. Chismer. The young man stood up too. His dour face underwent a slow process of change. The lugubrious mask of grief he'd worn for years seemed to fall away, to be replaced by the smallest of smiles. A cold, sly, unpleasant smile. "Stop calling me that," he said. "My name is Toys. Blue Diamond Training Camp, Caddo Mills, Texas. These are the two men I told you about," said John Saxon. They were in a classroom that had been repurposed as an executive office. Top and Bunny stood flanking Saxon, all of them facing a woman behind a big oak desk. Everything in the office was high-end, from the imported Turkish carpets to the display case of bronze sculptures. A brass plate on a block of lignum vitae read, "Jill Hamilton Crouchick." She was a short brunette with a pretty and intelligent face. Her expression had the kind of apparent brightness of spirit that Top thought looked more like an executive in the music or film business. She did not look like the kind of person to be overseeing a training camp for private military contractors. She wore a pendant with an exquisite marquise-cut blue diamond that had to be 3 carats and was a rich and radiant azure. Small half-carat matching diamonds dangled from her earlobe. Top, who'd once researched that kind of stone when Blue Diamond first came on the DMS radar, estimated that the total value of those gems was north of $1 million. She gave them a radiant smile and waved Top and Bunny toward a pair of leather chairs that were soft as butter. Top noted that the chairs were set too low so that the desk was slightly higher than normal, creating a subjective view of the executive being taller and more physically imposing than anyone who came to meet with her. A nice trick. It wasn't all that different from the trick Colonel Ledger often used, slouching slightly to make himself look shorter, smaller, and slower than he actually was, right before he went wild over someone.
Saxon introduced the two recruits. "Anything else I can do for you, HK?" "Thanks, John," said the woman to Saxon. There was a quality of dismissal in her tone, and Saxon nodded and left. When they were alone, HK spent a few moments studying the two men, and they sat in silence, allowing it. "Mr. Guidry and Mr. Redfield," she said, "it's a pleasure to meet you. Please call me HK. "Meetcha," said Bunny. "You here to give us some trouble about what happened last week?" asked Top. HK raised her eyebrows. "What? With Sergeant Wilkes? Ha, no. He was a racist, sexist, homophobic, difficult person, and from what John Saxon said in his report, you were within your rights." "Don't sugarcoat it," said Bunny. She gave them both a sunny smile. "He patted me once. I was planning on having him kneecapped anyway." Top made a soft grunting noise and folded his arms. "Saxon set us up," said Bunny. "Well, that's his job, isn't it?" she countered. Then she sat back and laced her fingers together on top of the desk. "Look, guys, this isn't the Cub Scouts. You know what Blue Diamond does or you wouldn't be here. One of our field scouts pegged you as likely material, and we did a thorough background check on each of you, all the way back to kindergarten. You, Mr. Redfield, call me Buck. You, Buck, are a bit of a bad boy type," she continued. "Maybe playing to type? Milking the reputation?" Bunny said nothing. "And you, Mr. Guidry," said HK, "you make a big show of liking to sit racist jerks down, but I wonder if what you really like is the fight itself." "You walking anywhere in the direction of a point?" asked Top. "Right to it then, sure." "That's fine," said HK. "Over the last 8 days, you've been tested on a lot of different weapon systems, military tactics, and threat assessment capabilities, and you each demonstrated a remarkably wide range of knowledge and comfort. If it goes bang or boom, we know about it," said Bunny. "And your unarmed combat skills are several cuts above the norm, on a par with Delta, which makes me wonder why neither of you were ever recruited by them." "I think you know the answer to that," Top said quietly. "Because you don't play well with others, except when you want to," said HK. "And because neither of you is averse to making some unreported money on the side." "Times are tough," said Bunny. "Economy's in the toilet." "Oh, I'm not judging," HK said brightly. "I'm very much in favor of an entrepreneurial spirit. We are, to be more precise." "We being Blue Diamond?" asked Top. Her smile changed, became smaller and a bit secretive. "Consider Blue Diamond, at least this division of it, as a talent agency for very specialized services."
We are a concierge service that provides top talent to customers who need the very best, and I do mean the best. That is not sales hype, gentlemen. It's a point of fact. To keep you here at this facility would be a waste of your time and ours. "Wait, are you firing us?" asked Bunny. "Just the opposite. I want to transfer you boys to a different training camp, a place where we work with upper-tier operators like yourselves." "This some kind of scam?" asked Top. "No," she said, "it's really not. In fact, I'd like to put you both on a plane this afternoon." "To where?" asked Top. "To who?" asked Bunny. "Where isn't important. You both have passports? Good. You may need them. As for who, well, let's just say it's someone very special." The Playroom, undisclosed location near Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, 6 months ago. "You look like someone upset your coffee, old buddy," said Kuga. "You brought him in?" His mouth had gone totally dry, and he gripped the arms of the chair so tightly the wood creaked. "Are you insane?" "Plenty of shrinks seem to think so." Kuga laughed. "But in this case? Nah, this is me making the kind of executive decision that will move our 2 biggest projects forward. This man has gone up against Church and Ledger 3 times that I know of, and 3 times he's failed." "Failed? No, not really. Think of the amount of damage he's done. He nearly destroyed the DMS. He very nearly helped Hugo destroy the oil supplies in the Middle East, which would have hit the stock market like a tsunami. I know Vox had hundreds of his people poised to profit from that, the same way he had buyers ready to grab stock when the planes hit the towers. Hell, he advised me to have my people ready when COVID hit. Are you saying that the coronavirus was of his design? What? Oh, hell no. That was an actual natural disaster. But our friend was very savvy about how certain world leaders would react and when to have cash ready to buy stocks during flights to safety. Mr. Sunday advised me to snap up stock in companies making hand sanitizer, bleach, surgical masks, and ventilators. I did, and really, Rafael, I banked a couple of billion on COVID-19. I think we made more money on that than I would have if it was something one of our labs cooked up. Yes, and that's excellent in itself, but he isn't the only person who could advise on such things. Maybe not, but he's the best at it. He understands human nature. He reads presidents and prime ministers very well and can go from a press briefing or Twitter post to a buying frenzy faster than anyone I've ever known. And not only will he handle sales for us, he said that he has some ideas for how to manipulate your boy Ledger. That boy's already on the edge, and Mr. Sunday says all it'll take is the tiniest of pushes. Santoro set his coffee cup down hard enough to splash half of it onto the table. He is a monster. He is the most dangerous person I've ever met. His motives are always his own. He was never really on Vox's leash, never. He always has a personal agenda. Second most dangerous, corrected Kuga. Let's keep perspective. Church is the real big bad, but Mr. Sunday is the scariest person on our side, and he is on our side, Rafael. Make no mistake. He was on Hugo Vox's side too, and Vox is dead, said Santoro coldly. He was on Zephyr Bane's side too, and she's dead. Same with Grigor and the Upierchi. Sure, but I can name a dozen other people he worked for going way back, too, who weren't killed during a shared operation. Point is, the deaths of some of his employers were not his doing, or his fault. If anything, it was the excesses of people like Vox and the rampant insanity of Zephyr Bane that led to them being killed. Do you really want to tell me that if Hugo Vox was not at war with his own very difficult mother, he would be alive today? The kings would still be out there, making the world unsafe for widows and orphans, and you, my friend, would never have spent years in a black site prison. Santoro glared at Kuga but then settled back in his chair, composing his features through sheer strength of will. We do not need him, insisted Santoro. We have the American operation. We have the K-Series exosuits, and we have R-33. And we have all of the formula and technologies that are byproducts of those things. We need a salesman, Kuga, not a monster. That man is too dangerous. No, said Kuga, he's just exactly dangerous enough. In flight over the Ionian Sea. Toys sat on a leather bench seat behind an oak table as the private jet punched through the skies toward Italy. He had a Mind Reader Q1 laptop open and was sipping a very good Bloody Mary while reviewing data that Church told him was eyes only. You'll have access to the information Bug has been compiling, Church had told him before the flight. We have people in the field already looking for Ledger. Violin is out there, along with others from Arclight. And a few of my old friends are keeping their eyes and ears open. Their reports are in the material I'm sharing with you. Have to say, Toys had told him while they were on the tarmac behind Phoenix House, I'm surprised you agreed to letting me do this. Church had studied him for a long 3 count before saying, You've had plenty of opportunities to betray my trust. You haven't. You've had opportunities to refuse some of the wet work jobs I've sent your way. You did not. What's that make me? A well-trained spaniel? No, said Church, offering his hand. It means that you're part of the family. They shook hands, and Toys had turned away quickly, nearly running to the plane, because he absolutely did not want Church to see his expression, to see the shock, to see the tears. Now he was on his way. Toys was impressed by how much data had been collected, and he was already seeing some patterns emerge.
And it was a rather ugly pattern. Ledger was moving like a plague through the technologies and weapons black markets. Not counting the slaughter in Croatia, Bug estimated that the body count was somewhere around 40. "Well, mate," he said to the photo of Joe Ledger on his screen, "you're throwing a wobbly and no mistake. Goodness me." He finished his drink and hit the bell to call the cabin steward to make another. The steward was a slender young chap with the most beautiful eyes. Toys was the only passenger aboard the jet and liked seeing the way the steward moved. Like a dancer. Very engaging. But alas, there was no time for recreation. It was a short flight, and once he was on the ground, there would be no time for anything but work. He gave the lad his very best smile as he accepted the new Bloody Mary, then forced himself to go back to the screen. To the horrors. And Todor's Toys was very sure he could open if he applied just the right leverage. Chambly-Bussières Air Base near Metz, France, 4 weeks ago. There are few jobs as deeply tedious as patrol shifts on a military base. Marcel Chauffour was convinced of that. He'd thought it through over many a long night as he paced along the geometry of his prescribed route. Sometimes he was with another airman, often the lout Anton, who seldom used 2 words when one would serve, and who smelled of bean farts and cigarettes. Marcel preferred his particular friend, Gerard, who was chatty and funny and actually read, which allowed the 2 mates to have long, involved conversations about politics. They were both centrists, Marcel leaning left and Gerard tilting right. And books. Gerard preferred contemporary crime writers like Antonin Varenne and Pierre Lemaitre, while Marcel liked the 19th century horror authors such as Petrus Borel, Théophile Gautier, and Guy de Maupassant. They liked the same music, mid-20th century American jazz, but could never agree on poetry, which allowed for some truly satisfying arguments. Tonight, though, Marcel was walking alone, patrolling in the new captain's staggered pattern.
That meant the centuries were spaced out so that while there was always someone in line of sight, fewer men could walk a larger grid. More cost-cutting. Which meant hours trapped in his own thoughts. Well-formed opinions are a burden when there is no one to share them with. The base was a large one and had once been used by the United States Air Force and as a frontline installation during the Cold War. But the Soviets had never tried to march into France, and the Americans left in 1967, the year Marcel's father was born. Since then, it had been the sole property of the Armée de l'Air, and more recently, much of the base had been redeveloped as a commercial business park. Military staff were reduced constantly, though the place was still technically a military airfield. Sort of. The most exciting thing that happened on the base was the Lorraine Mondial Air Balloons, Europe's grandest hot air balloon festival. That was only every other year, though, and this wasn't the year. And so, Marcel Chauffour was profoundly bored. What would have been nice would be a transfer to the other team, to the mixed group of airmen and soldiers working underground. 100 meters below the groundskeeper's barn and under part of the Biomedical Research Center was the lab. A very secret lab that had no official name and did not, according to the detailed maps of the airbase, exist at all. One of those oh-so-clever hide-in-plain-sight facilities in which the government does all sorts of unspeakable stuff. This one, a close friend had confided in him 5 pints into a Friday night, had been built by the Agence de l'Innovation de Défense, France's answer to the American DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. The people who invented things like the Internet, Siri, and GPS. He knew that the French, being much smarter than the Yanks, must be doing something on the level of Star Trek. Not the original series, but something like Discovery or Picard. Sleek and sophisticated, where function is in harmony with form. That thought pleased him, because it was proof that 3 semesters at university were not, as his father so often said, wasted. But he wasn't on that detail. A place like that was not patrolled by regular airmen like he was. He was not supposed to even be aware of it, and the fact that he did was probably a capital crime. Even so, it must be interesting to work there, he thought. Just to stroll around and look here or there or in there. It would be so great. But it was such a long evening that he actually prayed for an interruption. A truck delivery, perhaps. That would be nice, because verifying papers and inspecting cargo could nicely chew up half an hour. More if it was a small convoy bringing supplies in for one of the commercial properties. And there was a redhead who drove one of those trucks, and Marcel was sure he could get her number or email address given another opportunity. He was on his third circuit and wondering if he could get leave to go relieve himself. The third cup of coffee was probably a poor decision before patrol, when he saw headlights bumping over the road. Yes, he said aloud. He headed over to the gate, which was part of his patrol zone, and stood close to the corporal working the booth. Paul was not a friend, but friendly enough. One of those older fellows who joined the military after a failed marriage, with the simple plan of letting someone else run his life henceforth. A bit dull, but always up on the latest football scores. "What's coming in?" asked Marcel as he leaned on the rail by the open booth door. The corporal frowned down at a clipboard. Says here decorative foliage. For whom? I think for the little common area they're building. Goes in the barn. Odd, said Marcel. They've not even finished the hardscaping on that. Isn't it too soon for plants? How should I know? Groused Paul. I grew up in Paris. I don't think I ever saw a tree or shrub until I enlisted. He stepped past Marcel and made that hand-patting gesture that told the driver to slow down and stop. The lorry was a big one, and Marcel wondered how many shrubs they had ordered. Or did someone make a mistake and send a big lorry like this instead of a more appropriately sized van? The driver was a very pretty woman, and Marcel perked up. She was petite, blonde, very nice to look at. A bit like that actress from the comic book movie, the one with the baseball bat and too much lipstick. Marcel could not fish her name out of his head. His knowledge of American cinema was only marginally better than what he knew about British film. He was okay with the Italians, but mostly the retro stuff. This driver, though, could have fit into the old 60s and 70s giallo films. Or maybe a young Catherine Deneuve, but with a punk finish. Marcel watched the woman hand an ID card to Paul, give only a slight uptilt of her nose at Paul's leering smile, pop chewing gum very loudly, take her card back, and drive in through the gate. Marcel smoked a cigarette with Paul, then continued his patrol. He kept thinking of the driver, mostly because he could not remember the name of the actress who played in that superhero movie. The sentries were not allowed to use their cell phones on patrol, so he couldn't do a search. And, eventually, he forgot about the actress, the driver, and the truck. His memory was triggered when the truck drove out 94 minutes later, and then it vanished again. What really made every detail of that woman and that truck was when all the lights on the base flashed on, a dozen sirens blared, and military police swarmed through in riot gear. For the next 3 days, Marcel, along with Paul and everyone on patrol or guard duty that night, sat in rooms while teams of investigators screamed questions at him. They didn't actually explain things outright, but over time, by piecing together bits of different questions, he worked it out. The truck drove in using false ID. It parked behind the Biomedical Research Center. A gate was lowered, and 2 forklifts were offloaded and later found abandoned, and then used to remove tons of vital and highly classified machines, computer mainframes, and other unspecified materials. Sales presentation via Showroom 2 months ago. Mr. Sunday had a somewhat larger group of buyers online today.
So many that he had his team bring in 2 mobile racks of monitors so that he was able to give a sales pitch to faces on 84 screens. The key was to make sure none of them could see the others and all mics were muted. It was a rare day when there were no women among the potential clients. He found that disappointing. He was an equal opportunity vendor. Gentlemen, so delighted that you could join us, and so many. You can't see all the smiling faces, but I can. Well, maybe not smiling yet, but I can guarantee that I'll have you all grinning by the time I'm done. A few of the faces were smiling. Most were a mix of first-time buyers who were either scowling, frowning in uncertainty, or wearing their best poker faces. Sunday was not fooled. He could read their eyes, and none of them would have accepted his invitation had it not been for the teasers in the auto-deleted sales prospectus he'd sent along with the invitation. That had been a fun piece of work, and Sunday used a top music video editor to make the blink or you miss it peeks at the exosuits and other goodies that were fast and sexy. He wondered what most of these men would say if they knew that film editor was black. Sunday loved his little jokes. Not that every face on the screens was white. There were black and brown faces too. Not as many, but they were every bit as radicalized, every bit as committed to their causes. When viewed from any objective distance, all these men were cut from the same essential cloth. Us, not them. Our way, not anyone else's. Zealotry was Sunday's oldest friend.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 or 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I'm here to offer you a chance to get in on the ground floor of what will, without any chance of a doubt, be the biggest very thing that's ever happened in the US of A. Something that will change the political landscape and return power to the people, to your people. Now, my fellow patriots, he said, let's talk about how to take back America. Blue Diamond Training Camp, Caddo Mills, Texas. The window in HK's office looked out on green trees standing like a wall around a training area. Men and women wearing full gear and backpacks filled with rocks jogged by. Some puffed and sweated and lagged, but most moved with the oiled efficiency of machines. Even among those, there were a handful who seemed to be untouched by the exertions of a 10-mile run with over 100 pounds of weight, and over uneven and treacherous terrain. Each of the fittest and most elite of the fixers, and the men all wore beards, though some were still new and scraggly. Growing beards was required for this operation, and the length and cut would be determined later. Nearly all of them had tattoos of various kinds, military, patriotic, some prison ink, and a lot of symbology ranging from a dozen variations of "Don't Tread on Me" to KKK images, Nazi Party images and codes, and flags tied to different political ideologies. Some of the skin art had been in place long before the recruiters like John Saxon scouted them, but a lot was new. It made for a strange mix, because a white man with a Klan tattoo of a burning cross jogged next to a black man with an Antifa symbol. They joked as they ran. In one of the tents, a group of tattoo artists were at work day and night. They ran past the repurposed middle school directly beneath HK's window, and then along a series of trails that took them outside the compound and through the woods. They passed under thousands of pine trees. But as alert and trained as they all were, and as sharp as the drill sergeants were, not one of them saw the shrouded figure high in the boughs. None of them felt the invisible crosshairs touching them over the hearts or between the shoulder blades. The group ran past a crumbling old shack that had been abandoned by a failed logging company 30 years ago. A row of birds stood on the eaves, their heads turning as the men and women went by. None of the soldiers peeled off to check the shack, and even if they had, they would have needed to lift a section of rotted floor to find where Andrea crouched, covered in a tarp, head bowed over a mind reader screen on which the video feeds from 2 of the birds played out. Each time a face came into focus, Andrea took a screenshot and fed it to the facial recognition software. The fixers ran on. Belle and Andrea might not have even existed for all they were aware of them. Free Tech Research and Development Office, San Diego, California. This feels weird. Junie Flynn sat on a park bench with Rudy Sanchez. Birds by the hundred chattered in the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy of softly shifting leaves, dappling everything with lemon drops. Across from the bench was a big field where crews were inflating gorgeously colored hot air balloons. A dozen were already lifting off, their colors almost glowing against a flawless canvas of blue sky. "I agree," said Rudy. "Would you like a different background? Here, let me see if I can change it." "I don't want anything, Rudy," said Junie. "Just us talking is fine." The park, the trees, the birds, the sunlight, and the blue sky shimmered and then winked out. Junie was immediately back in her office at Free Tech. Rudy was still there, sitting now on a chair that seemed to fade out at the edges so that it had no legs and an incomplete back. He shimmered too, but otherwise remained. "Orb technology," he said with a disdainful sniff. "Everyone else seems to love it, but I guess I'm like you. It disturbs my sense of order." "Rudy," said Junie, diving right in, "I've called Mr. Church I don't know how many times, and I always get the same answer. Colonel Ledger is on an extended field op and has gone dark for security reasons, or some variation on that." "Yes, I know," said Rudy with a sigh. "And now Toys is gone." "Gone?" "He said he wanted to look into something, and then, poof, he vanishes from the face of the earth. I tried to get in touch with Top and Bunny, but apparently they're on an operation too. God, Rudy, you have to give me something. Like, since you're there, can you talk to Church? I thought I was in the inner circle, but he, Scott Wilson, and the others have closed me out. It's not right, and it's not fair. I don't need to know every detail, but at least someone should be able to tell me if Joe is all right." Junie paused and looked into Rudy's eyes. "Can you tell me something?" Rudy looked uncomfortable, even pained. "I can tell you some things I discussed with Church before I set up this call, and quite frankly, I read him the riot act for closing you out like this.
Church, as you know, is a man more concerned with fighting the war than dealing with the human emotions of the people on the field, and, more to your point, on the sidelines. Junie leaned forward, her fists knotted together in her lap. Rudy, is Joe alive? Yes, said Rudy, managing what looked like a careful smile. He is alive. Junie closed her eyes for a long moment, taking very slow and very deep breaths. Is he hurt? She asked, looking once more at him. Is that what this is? Is Joe in some hospital somewhere with half his face torn off or a bullet in him? What is it this time? I can tell something's wrong. As far as I know, he is not injured. Not physically. What's that supposed to mean? Then she paused. 2 vertical lines appeared between her brows. This is about Christmas Eve, isn't it? Yes, I'm afraid it is. What is it, though? Some kind of PTSD because of what happened? PTSD is the very least of it, said Rudy, his rich baritone voice filled with cracks. Listen to me, Junie. You know that Joe is who he is because of trauma. The horrors inflicted on him and his girlfriend Helen when they were 14 destroyed much of the person he'd been before that. You know that this trauma created fractures in his psyche that resulted in the emergences of a number of limited-dimension shadow personalities. Many of them at first, and since he and I began our therapy, that number was reduced to 3. Yes, the modern man, the cop, and the warrior. Correct. The modern man is the closest to who Joe might have become had his life not been so profoundly overshadowed by what happened at age 14 and then again later when he found Helen after her suicide. Junie nodded. She knew that the suicide had also done considerable damage to Rudy because Helen was the first of his patients to take her own life. The cop shadow self is the one that gives him the balance, the pragmatism that allows him to function in day-to-day life, but that collects and refines his acquired skills in ways that made him an excellent police officer and later detective. He tries to be the cop every minute of every day of his professional life. You've seen that aspect of him, but I suspect you are most in love with the affable, somewhat goofy modern man, that lover of rare steaks, craft beer, Hawaiian shirts, and baseball. Junie smiled despite the stress, and she nodded, then added, but I love all of him. Is that really true, though? You mentioned his third shadow self, the killer, but you used the older nickname Joe had for that.
However, since joining the old Department of Military Sciences, his third shadow self has had cause to become far more aggressive than before. Less a warrior and more of a primal savage. Not mindless or heartless, rather the reverse. Possessed of a deep and unshakable need to protect the weaker members of the tribe. In that defense, there is no limit to what the killer would do. I have heard the slang that it is going to war under a black flag. Yes, she said, Joe's tried to explain that to me. I try to correct him when he calls that self the killer. He pretends he doesn't hear me. He hears you, said Rudy. We've talked about it in therapy. Junie thought about that, then nodded. So what are you trying to tell me? That the killer has gotten off the chain? That it's become his dominant personality? Junie, please, said Rudy, let's be clear. Joe does not suffer from multiple personality disorder. Not in any clinical sense of that diagnosis. His blend of shadow selves is unique in my experience. Joe perpetuates the 3 personality verbiage, but they are really aspects of a central personality that is in great turmoil. He is plagued by self-doubts when he is not on the job, and is almost inflexible when in combat. His inner certainty of right and wrong is uniquely structured, and it gives him one particular skill set that makes every other quality he possesses function with an unnatural efficiency. You're talking about his lack of hesitation. Isn't that one of the reasons Mr. Church hired him? Yes, it's more than merely being quick-brained and having superb reflexes. Joe does not hesitate at all in combat. He's like that a lot, said Junie wistfully. Ever gone shopping with him? He doesn't browse. He goes right for what he wants. And if you offer him a choice, like when we were browsing online at that place in Eureka, California, he likes Big Fun Shirt Company. He'll go through their catalog and then straight to checkout. No thinking about it, no waffling. Yes, I suppose he does that. He's only slow and kicky when buying beer. He'll spend an hour in the cold aisle at Vaughn's or Trader Joe's. She cocked her head to one side. But this is off point. Where are you going with all this? Has the warrior or killer or whatever taken over? If it had, said Rudy, I'd be able to sleep at night. Oh my God, what are you saying? When his family was killed on Christmas Eve, when you were so badly injured and nearly died, I believe we witnessed the birth of a new shadow self, a true shadow. Not a personality with dimension, possibly not even with morals or a mission beyond revenge. Junie, he calls it the darkness, and it is so large, so powerful, so potentially dangerous to him that he begged me to find a way to get rid of it for him. Can you? Rudy shook his head. I don't even know. We talked about it during his convalescence, and because he was unable to access this new shadow self in any meaningful way that would allow him to evaluate it or even properly describe it, we made very little headway. What do you know about it? Rudy paused for a long time, clearly weighing his words with care. It is very dangerous, Joni. To Joe and to anyone, and I do mean anyone, who might get between Joe and his goal of finding and killing Rafael Santoro in Kutariga. And you let him go into the field? Roared Junie. No, no, please, pleaded Rudy, holding his hands up, palms out. I did everything I could to stop him. I spoke to Jane Holliday, Scott Wilson, and Church, and they all agreed? No, said Rudy quickly. Jane and Scott were totally opposed to the idea of Joe returning to active duty. Not merely in the short term, but ever. Junie stared at him, her fists clenching so tightly that her knuckles ached. Church let him go? Yes, said Rudy. Why? I've asked him that question 100 times, and I always get the same answer, which is, he tells me that this is war. And that's all he'll say. Hotel Eden, Rome, Italy. The burly fellow with the bushy mustache never saw the other man come out of the stairwell. He did not hear him come up behind him. He was entirely unaware of the man's presence until he felt the cold steel of a gun barrel press against the nape of his neck. Easy does it, Luigi, said the man. Who? An old friend. Here, let me have that key card. Jolly good. The man with the gun swiped the card, turned the handle with his free hand, and then nudged the door open with the toe of his shoe. Inside. There you go. And don't try any of your stunts on me, Luigi. You didn't take enough karate to help last time either. Luigi stepped inside, frowning, trying to connect the voice to a face, a name. Face the wall, said the man with the gun as he closed the door. I'm going to pat you down. You know how this works. Good. Spread your feet wider. Brilliant. The pat-down was quick but thorough, and it was very professional. The gunman removed a small Beretta from a belt clip and a switchblade from a pocket. Then he stepped back. You can turn around now, old son, said the gunman. Luigi turned, and when he saw who it was, he gave a small, sharp cry. A yip, like a kicked poodle. He gaped, sputtered, stammered, and finally choked out a name. Toys? Surprise, surprise, old chum. Toys held his little automatic with the comfort of a professional, keeping it low and out of reach, the barrel pointed center mass. What the hell are you doing here? Demanded Luigi. I thought you were dead. I get that a lot, said Toys, but no, still a bad penny. What is this? Why come after me with a gun? What have I ever done to you? Are you an assassin now? Is that it? Oh, settle down, Luigi, Toy said, stepping back and waving the man toward a pair of comfortable chairs by the window. If I'd wanted you dead, you'd be on your way to the morgue right now. Now sit down and stop making a mess of yourself, Luigi said. Toys pulled the other chair to a safe distance and lowered himself into it. I need information, he said.
I don't do that anymore, said Luigi quickly. I'm out of that business, I swear. Toys crossed his legs and rested the hand holding the pistol on his thigh. I have a sound suppressor in my pocket, he said. Shall I screw it in place and see how many kneecaps I need to blow off before you stop telling lies? No, no. Then let's try this again. I need information. You have information because you always have information. You're no more out of the game than I am. Luigi licked his lips and clutched the arms of the chair with nervous fingers. What kind of information? Ah, there we go, said Toys, smiling. I'm looking for a few people. Now you're going to want to make light of things and pretend you've never heard of them. I understand why. They're scary people, and if they ever found out you were telling me anything, they would do very bad things to you. Very bad indeed. You're already starting to sweat. You never did have the stomach for this. God only knows how you got into the information trade. Luigi stared at him. I will say 3 names, continued Toys. You can give me a price for information. I'm willing to negotiate, and if things go well, there's a bonus on top of it. But if you lie to me, or if you tell anyone I was here, well, really, do I need to be explicit with what those consequences might be? No, whispered Luigi. Sweat really was bursting from his pores and running down his cheeks. Here are the names, said Toys. Try not to get too nervous. Neither of us needs that. Luigi wiped sweat from his eyes. Kuga, otherwise known as Harcourt Bolton, Sr. Luigi stiffened as if 10,000 volts shot through him. Rafael Santoro. Tears broke from Luigi's eyes. Joe Ledger. Luigi put his face in his hands. Good, said Toys. Clearly you know them. Now, let's have a nice little chat. Phoenix House, Amphory Island, Greece. Bug popped the top on his 6th Red Bull, tilted back, and drank 1/3 of the can. The first 5 had just about helped him reboot his brain and get his mental circuits back online. Maybe the 6th would ignite some optimism, though he rather doubted it.
This was day 34 of what he thought of as the Big Silence. He did not like to use the nickname Doc Holliday hung on it, Days of Darkness. That made him too sad and too stressed. It had been 34 days since Joe Ledger walked away from the slaughter on the small Croatian island. 34 very long days. His absence and the events precipitating it had spread a cloud of gloom over the entire organization. People spoke more quietly, sometimes in actual hushed voices. There was a pervasive sense of sadness and of dread. Not specifically for the actual life of RTI's legendary senior field team leader, but because if the war could damage Ledger that badly, then who was really safe? This was an extreme form of post-traumatic stress that now seemed inevitable for all of them. The effect was evident in the lack of laughter in the mess halls, the drop in combat range scores, the overall sense of hesitancy that hadn't been there before. And it didn't help any that Top and Bunny were away on some secret mission. Only Church seemed unmoved, though Bug doubted the boss's famous calm was genuine. Bug had been with Church longer than anyone in Rogue Team. Only Aunt Sally knew him better, and she was retired, still going through extensive physical and occupational therapy at an ultra-high-end facility on Corfu, next to where Rudy Sanchez lived with his wife, Cersei Otri, and their son. There were plenty of people who loved Joe, too. Maybe not Cersei, who still held him and her father responsible for the harm that had come to Rudy. Her husband had lost an eye and a knee because of his involvement with the old Department of Military Sciences. Injuries he would not have sustained had he not followed Joe into the group or let himself hook his star to Church's never-ending war. It was sad and disturbing. Joe had Junie, who had also been injured badly because of her association with him. An assassin's bullet had destroyed her uterus during the Code Zero case, and she'd been impaled by flying debris when Rafael Santoro blew up the Ledger farmhouse. She still loved Joe with an intensity that often made Bug want to cry. He'd never been loved that much by a woman. Well, except his mom, but she was another casualty of the war, murdered by Sebastian Galt for the crime of being bloodkin to a person working for church. "Ashes, ashes, we all fall down," he murmured. Bug was alone in his office, which was a very messy anteroom to the spotless clean room in which the mind reader mainframe and supercomputers hum relentlessly. Bug swiveled around and looked at two figures inside the room, both of them in protective white garments and safety goggles. One was the slightly hunched and emaciated figure of Yoda, his number 2. The other was a woman he'd met in South Korea, a top-of-the-line super hacker named Annie Han. Originally an operative in the NIS, National Intelligence Agency's computer counter-espionage or cybersecurity divisions. That was a front, though, a functional cover for her real job, which was that of cyber warfare expert for ArcLight, the militant arm of the Mothers of the Fallen. A group of intensely fierce women who waged a private war against human trafficking, sex slavery, and other crimes against women and children. Now Annie was a member of RTI and of Bug's team. She was also his girlfriend. Not quite a lover in the truest sense of that word, though she was that in a deliciously physical way. But although Bug had fallen pretty heavily for Annie, she was more reserved and guarded with her emotions. The result, she said, of a string of truly disastrous relationships that ended very badly. Bug had hopes, though. He hadn't had a real girlfriend in years. He knew that everyone he worked with thought he was a sexless worker bee who was secretly in love with Mind Reader. And Bug had encouraged that viewpoint because sharing his sadness and loneliness with his friends never felt right. Just the thought of it made him feel like a bit of a freak. He was very much in love now, though. But if Annie was going to fall in love with him, then she was playing a very subtle long game. She and Yoda were in the middle of a very finicky process of stripping the Calpurnia AI system out of Mind Reader Q-Learn so that a much more efficient and intuitive system could be uploaded. It was painstaking work requiring long days, and Annie so often said how tired she was when she headed to her apartment, no accompanying invitation. Bug sipped more of the Red Bull as data flowed across his screen. He did not hear the office door open. He heard no footfalls. "Bug?" said Mr. Church. Bug jumped halfway out of his chair, spilling the energy drink down the front of his University of Wakanda t-shirt. Jesus H.T. Mortimer Christ! Bug coughed, grabbing for tissues to dab his shirt. Church made no apology. He never did. Instead, he went around and sat down on an empty chair. He waited while Bug sopped up the spill, tossed the tissues away, and grabbed another can of Red Bull. "Tell me where we are," said Church. "But before you answer, lock the room." Bug tapped some keys to send a security command to his system, locking his office and engaging anti-intrusion devices built into the walls. He trusted everyone at Phoenix House, but when it came to conversations like this, Bug tended to err on the side of caution. "Okay," he said, "where are we?" "Nowhere, really. Joe killed his RFID chip, which means we can't track him. And let's face it, he knows a lot of ways to get lost. Give me more than what I already know." "Okay," said Bug. "After Joe abandoned the cigarette boat in Giovinazzo, Scott thinks he went to ground somewhere in Italy. And he supports that because of the hit the other day at Civitella in Val di Chiana, Tuscany." "And you don't buy that?" asked Church. "Even though there was an eyewitness who said they saw a tall man with a white dog near that location." "Yes and no. I mean, sure, I think Joe hit that place, and we can tie Alexander Fong to the Cougar Group, but I think that was something Joe did when he got back to Italy." "Explain." Bug gave Church details about the hit on Vander Viver Biomedical Associates in Johannesburg, South Africa. That's another place that has ties to Cougar. Now, before you tell me that a lot of independent labs have ties to Cougar through X number of removes, let me explain.
Dr. Gerald Engelbrecht ran that lab, and he, more so than the rest of the staff, had a bunch of skeletons in his closet. He farmed out a lot of product manufacturing to sweatshops all through Malaysia and Java and a few other places. One standout is that sports equipment factory where there was that riot just recently. And by riot, I mean the highly suspicious one, where there was zero cell phone footage or at-the-moment news coverage. Engelbrecht had contracts with them for what the computer records call orthopedic overgarments. No idea what that is, but I'm looking into it. Now, isn't that interesting? I think so. And you think Ledger hit Engelbrecht in Johannesburg? I do. And then he went back to Italy and took out Alexander Fong and his team. Left Fong alive, though, not sure why. Killed just about everyone and everything else, up to and including the ficus trees in the very lobby. You believe this despite Scott Wilson being completely convinced that Ledger was holed up in Italy, perhaps gathering intel before finally making Fong his first move? I'd bet a lot on it. So would I, said Church. Then we come to something I haven't shared with Scott yet. I haven't told anyone about it at all, not even you, because I wanted to dig around a little and make some educated guesses. Tell me now, said Church mildly. So I got a heavily encrypted email from our old friend Oscar Frond. Captain Frond was the son of one of Church's old friends from the pre-DMS days. Frond worked for the GSG-9 der Bundespolizei, a very effective police tactical unit of the German Federal Police.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Officially, GSG-9 is only deployed for hostage situations, kidnapping, terrorism, and similar threats. However, there was a more elite and much more covert counterterrorism strike force within the group that had a much more flexible charter than the public thought. Frond was an investigator for them, and one who was at the top of the game. He was also an ally of Mr. Church. Oh, said Church mildly. Oscar received a package delivered by courier. The content slip said Kontenbuch, which translates as accounts ledger, finished Church, leaning a bit on the second word. Very interesting indeed. What was in it?
6 4-terabyte external hard drives, the kind that can be bought at any electronics store in any of the bigger cities in South Africa. There was a post-it note on top. Let me pull it up. You'll like this. Bug hit some keys and a JPEG filled the screen, showing a cell phone photo of the note. There were 2 simple line drawings, one of a church steeple and the other of a 6-legged insect. The words "to share" written in ballpoint and clearly using a ruler to prevent any chance of handwriting analysis. Bug grinned. A church and a bug. Eloquent, murmured Church. What's on the drives? A lot. Looks like Ledger prepped it for us. There's one drive that has logistics, employee lists, and other stuff that I think he intended for Scott. There's one with a crap ton of encrypted computer files, and I have Nikki Bloom working on it now. The rest are more of the biomechanical stuff and copies of records that I'm now positive are copies of stuff Artemisia Bliss stole from the Jacobys and the Kings. But there's some CIA stuff too, and a bunch of DARPA research, mostly on military exoskeletons and neurochips for soldier equipment interfaces. Who else knows about this? Well, like I said, I have Yoda and Nikki on the encrypted files, but that's it. I wanted to talk with you first because, unless I'm reading this all wrong, you seem to be coy about who and what you're saying about Ledger since he's gone off the radar. Yes, said Church. He sat there, drawing slow circles on the desktop with his left index finger. Don't misunderstand me about this, Bug, he said after a while. There is no mistrust with anyone here at the RTI. No one is under suspicion, and they all have my highest confidence in all critical matters. You have but face. Consider rephrasing that for future use, said Church. But I know how much resentment there is among some of the staff about my letting Ledger back into the field at all. Yeah, Junie tells me you're dodging her calls, he sighed. I am. And I've shut down discussions with Scott, Top, and some others because I don't care to explain my motivations. Rudy has already read me the Comprehensive Riot Act for endangering Joe's mental and physical health, and he's not wrong. I am doing exactly that, but not from a lack of compassion. No, said Bug, I get it. Even though we're not really answerable to the UN or any world government, ever since Oslo, we're pretty high profile. They're expecting us to be the white knights here. We can't put a foot wrong because that ruins our credibility with governments from whom we'll need to get permissions to operate within their borders. If they know that we let Joe really nuts Ledger off the leash deliberately, every door will be shut. And we won't get stuff like this. He pointed to the screen. Church smiled faintly. You understand me very well, Bug. We've been family a long time. We have. They sat in silence for a few moments. Church reached over and picked up a can of Red Bull, read the ingredients, and put it back. Share the data, he said. Tell Doc and Scott that it came from me via one of my contacts. They'll know not to ask. Make sure Yoda and Nikki get the same story. Will do. Church lingered. What's your theory on this? Well, I'm still leaning toward this being Kuga and Santoro giving their fixers a serious tech upgrade. Those cats, with bleeding-edge cybernetics and exoskeletons, and maybe some drug therapy to get them all juiced? Gosh, boss, I think we're in real trouble here. Church stood. I think we've been in real trouble for some time, and are only now beginning to see the shape and scope of it. He gave Bug's shoulder a squeeze and went out. The Pavilion, Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington. Top and Bunny were taken to a commercial airport in Texas, where John Saxon greeted them with travel documents and first-class seats for a direct flight to Washington State. If we're going to Washington, why do we need our passports? Asked Bunny. Saxon smiled. You're going to Washington today. Other trips are possible, and we don't want to waste time fussing over papers. Top nodded. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. You coming with us? Asked Bunny. Nah, I don't think you fellas need me to hold your hands. He shook their hands, grinned, waved, and walked away out of the terminal building. Okay then, said Bunny. 40 minutes later they were in the air. They had no idea if anyone else on the flight was a spook for Blue Diamond, so the two of them kept their conversation to ordinary stuff.
They talked sports and old movies, but mostly they slept, conserving energy the way professionals in their line of work do. They had one beer each but nursed them. In Spokane, they were met at baggage claim by a 30-something man in a crisp white shirt buttoned to the throat and blue jeans with severely ironed creases. He held a sign that showed only the Blue Diamond logo. "You gentlemen should hit the head because it'll be a long drive," he said. That was his only comment from the moment they met him until he dropped them off at a checkpoint in the middle of nowhere, deep in Stevens County. The checkpoint was manned by 2 men dressed in military-style forest-pattern camo uniforms. The drive had taken more than 3 hours, and from the route it was clear the driver was deliberately changing roads and even backtracking, wary of surveillance. At the gate, both guards wore masks that covered their features and carried Sig Sauer MCX Rattler assault weapons. The gate was set in a forest clearing and was the only part of the fence that was easily visible. From what they could see, the fence was high and wrapped in razor wire. A road led from the checkpoint, and it curved out of sight within a dozen yards. No other buildings were visible from where they stood. Top and Bunny were asked to get out of the car, show their IDs, and to log in to a terminal using thumbprints and retina scans. This didn't bother either of them because Bug and Mindreader had long since gamed the system. Their false identities were unbreakable, and all traces of who they had been were long since erased entirely from hospital, school, military, and other databases. The tapeworm search and destroy programs Bug wrote were hungry and thorough. However, Top acted as if he didn't understand how the thumbprint scanner worked. He kept putting the wrong finger on the pad or missed the pad entirely. Bunny laughed. "How old are you, dude? You just put your freaking thumb on the freaking pad. It's not rocket science." "I don't like gadgets," complained Top. The guard overseeing the scan looked amused and gave Bunny a knowing wink, more or less saying, "Old guys." Once the scan was complete, Top and Bunny were told to wait near the guard shack. No one bothered to check the scanner housing, and even if they had, they might not have noticed anything odd. Only a very close examination would reveal a very small dot of plastic stuck to the underside of the machine. The dot had been on the pad of Top's left forefinger, and when he touched it to the device while bending over to frown and cuss at the machine, the reactive chemicals scanned and mimicked the exact color of the housing. When he held on to the scanner while finally placing his thumb,
It was a bit of sleight of hand, had done many times before. The scanner was a marvel of design, developed years ago by Dr. Hugh and updated by techs working for Doc Holliday and Bug. Within 6 seconds, the microcircuitry in the wafer-thin dot was opening a door to allow Mindreader to waltz in. The super intrusion software around which Mindreader was built instantly picked all the encryption locks built into the Blue Diamond security system. At the same time, it rewrote the target software to erase all traces of the intrusion and its lingering presence. No one at the camp would raise an alarm because nothing within the security system recognized the intrusion. While they waited, Top and Bunny glanced briefly around. The camp looked rustic, but their security was not. The guards wore a slightly different uniform from the ones they'd seen in Texas. Camo with a slightly darker color scheme, appropriate for the denser woodlands here in Washington state. No insignias except for small blue diamond-shaped patches on the shoulders. The cut was better, suggesting individual tailoring rather than off the rack, and these men had sharper eyes and unsmiling mouths. Observant professionals. And yet, Top's tomfoolery with the scanner had tricked them. That suggested a bit of arrogance over the professionalism. Top and Bunny both thought it was useful to know. Colonel Ledger had a theory about that, or perhaps an observation. He called it the arrogance of power, when the strong and abusive assumed the weaker potential prey were inarguably easy targets because they were weaker. It was the assumption used by so many rapists, child abusers, muggers, and similar predatory monsters. Gangs often made the same assumptions. And in the absence of training, natural or acquired confidence, or preparation, they were often right. But, just as the larger male lions learned to their peril when trying to bully the lionesses with cubs, underestimation can backfire quickly. It also led to habits of inattention, and that's what Top and Bunny both hoped would be at work here. This was, after all, an elite camp. Lots of testosterone, lots of predators thinking with their biceps, sidearms, and contempt. Bunny caught Top's eye, and they shared a tiny, knowing smile. A golf cart came whisking silently up, and they climbed into the back. The driver was every bit as chatty as a potted plant. As soon as they were seated, he set off along the road. They made sure to look around at everything, partly to collect intel for themselves, and partly to make sure the tiny body cams they wore picked up useful data for Bug. As they drove, Scott Wilson began speaking quietly in their ears, his voice as clear as if he were in the cart with them rather than on an island 6,000 miles away. "This is rather exciting," said Wilson. "We had no idea this camp even existed. None of the fixers we interviewed ever mentioned or even hinted about it. Be aware, lads, that it will take a bit of time to arrange for drone flyovers, so try not to get into trouble." Top casually tapped the lowest button on his shirt, signaling the affirmative. "Jackpot and Mother Mercy are inbound and will be on station within 3 hours. Jackpot has his whole bag of tricks with him, including bird drones appropriate to that region." Another tap. "And if you're asked to change clothes," continued Wilson, "we can attune the drones to your RFID chips. We won't lose you, chaps." Leaning a little on that, another of the 1,000 subtle ways each of them was reminded of Joe Ledger. Top gave another tap. The path through the woods was not long, but was made up of deliberate switchbacks so that screens of old-growth trees foiled any chance of visual surveillance from the ground. The dense canopy of pine needles hid the road from the air. Smart and effective. A camp like this couldn't be found by accident or even through normal flyover surveillance. You had to know it was there. Their silent driver passed through another checkpoint with an even sturdier gait, and then entered a compound made up of many small one-story buildings draped with camouflage netting. Even the outside areas used for drills were under a canopy. No smoke from cooking fires or heaters, which meant they probably used electric or propane. And, as they got out of the cart, they saw a row of industrial generators chugging away. "Nice place," Bunny said to the driver, but got no response. "You're a regular chatty Cathy." The man stared into the middle distance, still behind the wheel. When they stepped away from the cart, he drove off. That left the two of them standing a dozen yards inside the gate. They dropped their bags and waited for the next play. "Hamlet of Arbatax, Tortoli, province of Nuoro, Sardinia, Italy." Bruno Mellis was 103 years old and still had most of his teeth, his eyesight, and a memory that stretched back to before his days as a pilot in World War II. His wife of 80 years, Maria, was 14 months in her grave, bless the Virgin Mary. Angelo, Bruno's youngest son, was 77 and still walked with his father 2 miles every afternoon to split their daily bottle of wine in Enoteca Mirai, which had been in his wife's family since the days when Catalan conquerors ruled the entire island of Sardinia. Bruno had seen a century's worth of history, but he had never seen anything like what happened at the house of the banker who lived on the hill overlooking the Tyrrhenian Sea. Bruno's own house, much more modest than the banker's, though large by the standards of Arbatax, was on a promontory and offered a view over a part of the southern wall into the banker's rear garden. On many an evening, Bruno had seen the banker, a man known only by the surname of Otranto, receive guests after banking hours. He knew they were guests and not friends because there were handshakes, but no embraces, no laughter, no bottles of wine drunk as the sunset and the stars above ignite like God's party lights. People spoke in whispers about those guests because they nearly always arrived by boat around twilight and left in the dead of night. Few ever stayed the night at Otranto's house, and none ever stayed in the town.
They came quietly and left quietly, and no one ever knew their names. They were unusual visitors. Most were clearly not Sardinian or even Italian. There were Asian and African visitors, and others dressed in clothes more like what people wore on TV shows from England or America, or Russia. To Bruno and his small circle of friends, it was clear these visitors were there to do business, and business of a kind not conducted at the bank offices or in bistros or enoteque like normal and respectable people did. But Otranto never caused a problem, nor did his guests. They came, they did whatever business they did, and they left. Always quiet, always discreet, and life went on. Then the man arrived on a small boat. A man dressed all in black and accompanied by a very large white dog. Bruno saw the boat come motoring to a deserted section of beach just as the last of the day's light was dying like embers on the wave tops. Despite his age, Bruno saw very well, and besides, his great-great-grandson had sent him a very fine telescope 4 Christmases ago. For bird watching and stargazing, the boy had said, though everyone in the family knew that Bruno was a little bit of a snoop. That was not how he saw himself, of course. He considered himself a people watcher, a perpetual student of human activity. Otranto was merely one of the people he watched because Bruno was intrigued by the clandestine nature of those secret backyard meetings. He spotted the man nearly by accident, and had he gone inside a few minutes sooner to use the bathroom, he would not have seen him at all. However, one of the benefits of being very old was that he didn't need to use the bathroom with any real urgency anymore. When he got there, it would be time enough. So, he saw the big man and the big dog get out of the black boat.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Technique. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Bruno watched him through his Koa spotting scope as the man unzipped a duffel bag and removed a kind of suit of armor that looked like what the Nucleo Operativo Centrale di Sicurezza wore on news stories about dangerous police raids. Body armor. The man also put on a helmet and a strange pair of oversized goggles. Then he removed weapons from the bag, handguns and a rifle, but Bruno did not know modern makes and models. After the war, his war of more than 75 years ago, Bruno had only ever used a shotgun, and that was for rabbits. He could not remember the last time he'd even held a firearm, 1970 perhaps, or a few years later. The guns he saw through his telescope looked like something from TV or one of those movies about special forces. Ugly things, lacking any aesthetics.
Bruno watched him attach some of the armor around the dog's body and even a kind of skull cap over the dog's head, but which left the animal's eyes, ears, and snout free. It was a strange thing to watch, very much like television, and nearly as entertaining, though it also filled him with a growing sense of unease. There were no movie cameras down there on the beach. His unease grew as the man left the beach and hiked, with his dog, up a sheep path into the hills toward Otranto's compound. For nearly 5 full minutes, Bruno argued with himself about whether to call the police. But a voice, very much that of his late wife, spoke in his head and told him not to get involved. Ad Arbatax è arrivata l'oscurità, the ghost of his wife seemed to whisper. A darkness has come to Arbatax. He thought about that for a long time as the man and dog climbed the steep hill. A darkness. The echo of those words through his mind seemed to pull the lingering heat of the day out of his world, leaving Bruno Mellis cold and frightened. So he watched and made no call, not even to his son, who lived not half a kilometer from where he sat. The shadows of night swallowed the man entirely, and for nearly 20 minutes there was nothing to see. Bruno even began wondering if senility was finally, after all these years, catching up with him. He was the 5th oldest person currently living in Arbatax, a town known for centenarians, and there were 17 people over 100 who were younger than he was. Some had lost their faculties, but he had not, a fact he ascribed to his daily walks, his daily crossword puzzles, and the wine he shared with his son. He sat on his little stool and peered into the scope and tried to calculate the rate of climb for the man and where he might reappear among the rocks and shrubs. Bruno's estimate was correct nearly to the minute. The dog emerged from the broom shrubs 40 meters from Otranto's garden wall. By now it was full dark, and the patio lights were burning behind the big house. Otranto himself was smoking a cigar as he strolled along the flagstones in his yard, speaking on a cell phone while 2 of his men, Bruno assumed they were bodyguards of some kind, stood watching, silent as statues. The flash of gunfire sparked through the night, but Bruno did not hear the echo of shots. Through the excellent lens of his scope, he saw that the pistol the big man held had some kind of silencer on it. Fire spat from the barrel, but even as the 2 bodyguards fell, Otranto, looking the other way as he talked on his phone, did not appear to hear. Then the dog rushed past the man and dragged Otranto down, savaging his arm. Not trying to kill him, though, that much was clear. The big man went into the house while the dog stood guard like Cerberus over the bleeding Otranto. There were many flashes inside the house, and the reports of guns, not silenced ones, bounced up the hills toward Bruno. Then a window exploded outward, and another burly man went flying out and landed badly on the flagstones. After a while, was it 30 seconds or a full minute? Silence and stillness fell over the house of Otranto. Soon, the big man came back out of the house carrying an armful of computer laptops, which he placed on the patio. He waved his dog away and knelt by the banker. Bruno was not sure whether he wished he could have heard the conversation that followed or not. Maybe not. He watched, though, riveted to his seat, unable to look away. Until the knife came out. After that, Bruno turned away, appalled, sickened. He pressed one hand to his chest, sure that his old heart was going to burst. With the other, he crossed himself and said a prayer to the Madonna. Over and over again, as sweat beaded his face and the world seemed to swim around him. Then, finally, he summoned the courage to turn back to his telescope and look down at the patio. and this time his heart nearly did freeze. The big man stood above a red ruin of a thing that had once been Otranto. The man was not looking at the dead banker, nor at the fallen guards, or even the house. No, the big man was looking up the hill, toward the promontory on which Bruno Mellis sat. The goggles were off, and the balaclava too. The big man had blond hair that was soaked with sweat and plastered to his scalp. He was unshaven and hollow-eyed. But he was looking directly at Bruno. There was no way he could see that far without at least binoculars. And Bruno sat in the utter blackness of his unlighted backyard. He had not even gone inside to turn on the kitchen light. The man, though, seemed to see him anyway. There was something wrong about the way he stood, about the way he looked. It was as if Bruno were seeing a cutout of a man pasted badly onto the moment. Shadows seemed to cling to the man, though he was not near enough to the house or the garden wall for any shadow to fall across him. The man looked at Bruno and gave a single, slow nod. And then he turned, picked up the stack of laptops, stuffed them into an empty backpack, slung the pack, gestured to his dog, and left. Bruno did not watch them go back down the hill. No, by then he was in his house, the doors locked and windows closed. Bruno sat by the cold hearth, clutching his wife's crucifix to his chest, praying. What surprised him, though, was that he was not praying for his own immortal soul, nor the souls of the people he had just watched die. For some reason he could never thereafter explain to himself, his son, his friends, or the police. He prayed for the soul of that stranger. He prayed far into that night. The Pavilion Blue, Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington, 4 months ago. "This is the target," said Eve. The 12 fixers, known around the pavilion as the Righteous, stood in a loose half-circle around Eve. Behind where she stood was a trifold set of portable monitors, each 7 feet high and capable of 4096 2160 pixel density, giving the images incredible clarity. The images being shown were also manipulated by a program that made sure that the central figure on each screen remained exactly the same height, actual height, for the star of those video files. At first,
He is the #1 pain in the jerk of Cougar. And Rafael Santoro. He and his team have been really messing with them since long before they put this new organization together. She rattled off what amounted to Joe Ledger's greatest hits, giving them the official case code names lifted a couple of years ago during a hack of the DMS records. Patient Zero and the Safe Alden pathogen, the Jacobys and the Dragon Factory, the 7 Kings and the Sea of Hope, the Assassin's Code and the Red Knights, on and on. And then last year, they barged into our rage operation and nearly spoiled everything. One of the fixers said, "I heard that he messed up Mr. Santoro pretty bad." Eve turned toward him very slowly, and the look in her eyes was so venomous that he actually recoiled a step. "Daddy won that fight," she snarled. "Hey, I didn't mean nothing. You were just speaking out of turn is what you were doing." But then Eve caught sight of HK across the room, watching the session. It was like a cup of cold water on a burn. Eve took a breath and made herself focus. As Daddy so often said, when emotions rule your thoughts and words and actions, then you are their slave. She forced a smile onto her face. Cold and fragile, but it held. "Do you want to know what else Ledger did?" she asked, impressed at how reasonable her voice now sounded. She reached down and tapped the knee brace she wore. "He put his gun to my knee while I was helpless and shot me.
I'm going to have the entire knee replaced. And at my age, that means it'll wear out in maybe 10 years, and I'll have to get another and another. So it'll be like him shooting me over and over again. One of the men, Spiro breathed. Gosh. The fixer who'd made the comment about Santoro straightened. Tell you what, Miss Eve, you point me in his direction and I'll make sure he never bothers you again. How's that? She walked over to him. The man was easily 11 inches taller than she was, so she had to reach up to pat his cheek. One pat, another, and then a sharp crack of a slap. But she smiled as she slapped him, and he understood. He grinned down at her. Eve turned to look at them all. We have a lot of footage of Joe Ledger in combat. We know what kinds of martial arts he studied. We know he prefers a Wilson rapid-release folding knife, and we know he's a much better shot with a handgun than a long gun. We know that one of his most dangerous skills is a rare and complete lack of hesitation. We know he isn't fancy, no moves that are there for style rather than effect. That makes him an apex predator in our line of work. She paused. You 12 were picked because you have similar backgrounds and skill sets. However, you need to up the game and tilt the odds in your favor by becoming completely familiar with him. His body, his movements, his speed and power. Know him. Become him so that if you ever meet him, he'll be facing his own skill set and yours. That, boys, is the edge. They nodded. One or two looked mildly apprehensive or skeptical, and Eve took note of that. The rest looked merely ready to learn. One last thing, she said. From this moment on, you're going to stop being who you were, and you'll become my team. I'll give you new combat call signs, and you'll use them 24/7 from now on. Spiro, you're Cain. Bobby, you're Abel. She gave them each a biblical first name. You answer to me and only me. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am, they shouted. That means you'll do whatever I say, whenever I say it. No arguments, no complaints, no questions. Is that understood? Yes, ma'am. You'll still be fixers, but you are my fixers. You're the righteous. Let me hear you say that and mean it. We are the righteous, they said, tripping only slightly on that. No, boys, say it like you mean it, said Eve, giving them a dazzling smile. We are the righteous, they roared, and each and every one of them said it like they loved her. Trestenik Island, Croatia. Top and Bunny found me and earned a wag of Ghost's tail. They were my closest friends on the job and had been with me since church shanghaied me into joining. Top was a black former Army Ranger from Georgia who had a tight salt and pepper goatee and eyes that could be fatherly and kind, or cold and dangerous depending on the moment. Though right now, his face was hidden by the scouts and a balaclava. What about the hostel you saw? Asked Top. I must have been mistaken, I said. No sign of him, no prints, and Ghost didn't see him. Top looked at me. I couldn't read his expression through the glasses and the gloom. He tapped out of the team channel and pulled down his balaclava. Not like you to jump at shadows, outlaw, he said quietly. Didn't jump, Pappy, I said. Thought I saw something, checked it out, and I was wrong. But you found the tripwire. Yes, right where the guy was standing. Bunny loomed over us. He was a huge slab of white boy from Orange County, 6'6", with more muscles than is reasonable on any human being. He was a former top amateur volleyball player turned Marine Force Recon turned Spec Ops cave troll. Good-natured, but only to a point. The three of us had walked through the Valley of the Shadow too many times to count, and there is no one on God's green earth I trusted as much. Are we talking a guard? He asked. Wasn't wearing a uniform, I said. No weapons that I could see. No kit or body armor. Maybe he was a tech checking on the booby traps, Bunny suggested. Sure, farm boy, said Top, because technicians routinely do that at night without lights or backup.
"Hey, old man," Bunny replied. "Outlaw says he saw someone. How many times has he been wrong?" I cut in. "I was wrong this time." Top kept looking at me. "But you thought I saw him?" I avoided his eyes. I was wrong. When he said nothing else, I knew that it wasn't actually over. Top had been keeping a close eye on me since we rolled out. This was my second field op since coming back to the job. I'd lost some months recovering from injuries sustained in the Christmas Eve blast that killed my family. Top is way too sharp to assume that a healed body is the same as a healed mind or soul. He's a wise and insightful man, qualities that make him an absolutely peerless command sergeant and a peerless friend. But now wasn't the time for a heart-to-heart. "Let's go," I said, and I headed across the lawn to the back door. Ghost was at my heels, with Top and Bunny close behind. "What do we got, boss?" asked Bunny as he came to crouch beside me. There was a standard keycard reader set into the wall near the knob. "It's all you," I told him. Bunny reached into a pocket and produced a gizmo about the size of a nickel, removed the adhesive backing, then placed it on the underside of the keycard box that was mounted to the right of the door. He then took a blank magnetic keycard and swiped it slowly through the reader. On the first pass, nothing obvious happened, which was fine. That meant that the mind reader Q1 TACCOM strapped to his left forearm was infiltrating the security software. When he swiped it again, even more slowly, the passcode data was imprinted on his card. A third and faster swipe unlocked the door. But here's the fun part. Mind Reader is shy and prefers not to be noticed, so it rewrites the host software so that, for all intents and purposes, that door was never opened. There would be nothing recorded on any security log. Nifty. Bunny pulled the door open as Top and I positioned ourselves for a crossfire. But we were looking into an empty mudroom. I clicked my tongue for Ghost, who stepped inside with great delicacy, as if he were walking onto a thinly iced lake. I followed, with Top behind and Bunny on our six. The mudroom was large, with pegs for jackets and slots under bench seats for boots. Big metal bowls filled with water and dog kibble. There were photos on all the walls showing Mitrovich and a variety of blonde women, in sailboats, on water skis, on jet skis, and walking on beaches.
4 different women were what Europeans like to call American blondes, meaning long-legged, deeply tanned, with sun-streaked hair, expensive smiles, and improbably large and firm figures. The photos could just as easily have been ads for a cosmetic surgeon, and they were just about as genuine. In every photo, Mitrovich wore exactly the same kind of plastic smile. He was a good-looking guy in his middle 40s, very fit, glowing with health, with a tropical tan over naturally olive skin, lots of curly black hair, piercing blue eyes, and a smile that went about 1 millimeter deep. Not entirely sure who the photos were meant to fool. Casual visitors? Government inspectors? Bunny produced an anteater from his pack and turned the gain to high. It's a device for detecting various kinds of electronics. He held it up so Top and I could see the screen. There were all kinds of electronics in the building, though the system registered no active alarms or motion sensors. Mitrovich placed a lot of faith in his 8-man, 2-dog security force. Dumbass. Top leaned close and said, "Don't mean he doesn't have something tricky on the door to the basement. There's got to be something to let them know if we go waltzing down to Frankenstein's lab." "Who the hell are?" agreed Bunny. The satellite scans of the heat signatures gave a 93% likelihood that there was at least 1 floor's worth, and possibly 2, of machinery below the one we were on. Basement and maybe a sub-basement. So we'll be very careful, I said. Unfortunately, the thermal scans couldn't pick out human signatures with all the heat from the generators. However, shipping manifests included 40 beds, 8 shower and toilet sets, and enough food to feed 100 people for 6 months. No way to work out exact numbers, but it sounded like a party to me. We moved out of the mudroom into a kitchen big enough for a Manhattan restaurant, and then throughout the first floor. There were the embers of a fire in the living room hearth, but no one around. We went up a big flight of stairs in a quick, quiet single file, then took turns checking and clearing the rooms, providing cover for one another. Doing it all very quietly. The 4 on the left side of the stairs turned out to be 2 empty bedrooms, a home gym with every kind of trendy device in the catalog, and a bathroom bigger than my whole apartment. No one there. It wasn't until we checked the rooms on the right side of the stairs. Top and Bunny moved down the hall to take the second bedroom, leaving the first for me. I scanned the door with an anteater, but detected no alarms. So I reached for the knob. But before my fingers closed around it, a voice behind me said, "Be careful, Joe. This is a bad place for you." I whirled, bringing up my barrel, but the hallway behind me was empty. Ghost whipped his head around and stared, not at the hall, but at me. There was confusion in his dark eyes. Down the hall, I saw Top watching me. My movement had alerted him, and he looked at me and past me down the empty hall, then back to me again. I waved him off. He lingered for a moment and then shifted back to the job at hand. Bunny had been scanning the door and did not appear to notice. "Be careful, Joe. This is a bad place for you." I'd heard those words clear as day, but the voice, really me? That voice was impossible, achingly so. Those words had been spoken in the voice of my brother, Sean. Sean, who was 3 months in the cold ground of a Maryland cemetery, along with everyone else I was related to by blood. The shivers kept wanting to take mastery over me. My knees wanted to buckle. There were tears burning in the corners of my eyes. Was that who I saw in the forest? No, that man was older. He was, oh Christ, I knew who the man in the woods had been. My height, my basic build, but 30 years older. "Dad," I breathed. Top and Bunny stopped, and this time they both turned to me. I'd whispered the word, but the team channel was live, which meant Andrea and Belle had heard it too. I'm losing my gosh, I thought, and no voice, living or dead, spoke out in contradiction. Ghost pushed against my leg with his nose. I thought he was just concerned for his master going around the bend until I noticed that all the fur on his back was standing straight up. Top began moving down the hall toward me, but I waved him back. Again there was that lingering look. He did not like what he was seeing. They all knew the emotional stress I was under and how that was built on a fragile framework of a psychological makeup that could best be described as shaky, or, less charitably, that I was deeply damaged goods. I made myself turn back to the bedroom door, forced my body into an attitude of alert professionalism. At least that was the facade I was trying to sell. Top wasn't fooled for 1 very second, but we were too deep in the Badlands here to back up and give me a timeout and maybe some Zyprexa or Seroquel. Personally, I wanted to drink a whole bottle of Knob Creek 100 and listen to the blues. Ideally with no working firearms on the premises. Lot of things I wanted, but none were likely. Ghost watched me with unblinking intensity. I tried to telepathically tell him I was just fine and dandy, and his expression told me I was full of gosh. But had he heard the voice too? That's how I read the situation. So did that make us both crazy? Or, "Not now, jerk," I snarled inside my head. "Do your very job." And so I squared my shoulders, girded my loins, chased the ghosts from my head, and turned the handle. Van Dyck Biomechanica, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. The barking dog woke him, and nearly killed him. The man saw the headlights coming toward him without any understanding of where he was or why he was driving. Reflexes took over. No hesitation, no panic. His hands moved on the wheel, 1 foot on the brake, the other on the gas. Adjusting, compensating, avoiding by inches.
The Doppler wail of the truck horn scolding him as the semi blew past, rocking the car. Then the road ahead was clear. No oncoming nights. Nothing at all, except a wash of pale moonlight over the asphalt and headlights on road signs. They were all in Dutch. Well, Dutch and English. That made no sense. Why were Italian road signs in Dutch? He slowed to a stop and looked around. He was on a country road, 2 lanes. The billboard beside advertised a Burger King 4 kilometers away, but the street address was in Rotterdam. What? The really? He whispered. In the back seat, the dog barked again, just once, a hungry bark. The man realized that he was hungry too, starving actually. With only that as a destination, he stepped on the gas and drove. He remembered ordering food, remembered opening 3 burgers for Ghost, remembered eating while sitting in a darkened parking lot of a closed factory. Thoughts drifted out of the shadows, and he grabbed at them, hoping to puzzle them together, to form some kind of picture, hoping for coherence and cohesion, for insight. He remembered faces and names, some of them. Engelbrecht, Bishlow, Fong, Orlando, Barbananegra, Kashak, Jones, others. Names belonging to dead faces. No, not all. Some, he was certain, were still alive. Had that been circumstance or mercy? He couldn't be sure, not on any level of his awareness. And information, so much of it. Cybernetics, chemical therapies, something called a K-110, militia groups, explosives, implants, chips. Something else, too. He spoke that last thing aloud. The American operation. Hearing it aloud triggered something, but not the right thing. No details, merely dread. The American operation, he said again, and looked at Ghost, as if the dog were able to fill in the details. Ghost looked up from a burger that he was eating with great delicacy, and for a moment those dark brown eyes softened, became wet, which made his own eyes burn with unshed tears. "What's happening to me?" asked the man.
Hamlet of Arbatax, Tortoli, province of Neuro. Michael Augustus Stafford walked slowly through the ruins of the mansion on the cliff. Everything that could break appeared to have been deliberately and viciously smashed. The furniture was slashed, as were the expensive paintings on the wall. He paused in front of a rather nice modernist painting by Dino Basildella that had to have sold for north of $50,000. Now it was tatters, worthless to anyone. And a number of Auguste Moreau bronzes, each of them signed, were broken or bent out of shape. Clearly they had been used to do some of the damage in the room. And some of the damage to the staff. The bodies of the victims were all gone now, but Stafford had photos on his cell phone to match against the dried bloodstains on the carpet, tiles, and walls. Hundreds of shell casings still littered the floor, and bullet holes pocked every possible surface. One round had punched a neat hole through a blue and white Yuan Dynasty vase without shattering the whole thing. A low-caliber, high-powered round, he judged. He had a couple of boxes of Stinger 22 LR rounds at home that could have done that. It was interesting, though. He was a collector of art and felt a twinge for the lost treasures. But he was more impressed with the amount of damage and the skill insinuated by it. According to the police report, there had been one intruder and a dog. "You're a madman, Ledger," he said aloud. "Can't wait to meet you." He walked through the place, following the logical path of destruction. Even with sound suppressors and the element of surprise, Ledger must have been moving at incredible speed. Sure, the guards probably thought this place too inaccessible and too tough a nut to crack, and maybe that made them a little lazy. But once the shooting started, they'd have gotten up to speed quickly enough. They were pros. And Ledger had killed them all. In the military, that's called having a John Wayne day. But even so, even with the breaks going his way, the sheer enormity of all this was incredible. He wondered if he could have done it. This would be at the upper range of anyone's skill set.
When he reached the master suite at the top of the house, he stopped in the doorway. It looked as if someone had attached a fire hose to a tank full of dark red paint and then cut loose. Stafford tried to do the math on the blood spatter and still came up short. What had happened here? Stafford knew that Ledger had been pushed all the way to the edge by what Santoro had done to his family. Okay, there was the edge, but this was past that. And that called to mind a whole raft of Nietzsche quotes, and as he walked into the room, he spoke them aloud, fitting each like puzzle pieces to Ledger's fractured psyche. That which does not kill us makes us stronger. That was often not true, as Stafford knew. Santoro proved that with virtually everyone he went to work on. Most people crumble under a certain level of pressure, and even if they survive, they're crippled by their own immutable awareness of how fragile and powerless they truly are. But when that statement was true, in those rare cases, then it was a cosmic verity. Santoro had tried to break Ledger's heart and mind and will, but instead, he'd made him into this, into a monster. Maybe Santoro didn't understand that. He'd won so often with people, broken the unbreakable, that he'd lost perspective. And those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Santoro and possibly Kuga were drinking their own Kool-Aid, believing the hype that was scaring the piss out of the tourists in the business. He walked through the room, seeing the blood, matching it to the bodies in his photos. This was where the last stand had been. Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. The Christmas Eve slaughter had been Ledger's abyss, and he'd looked way too close. He'd become a monster. An actual monster. Stafford stopped by the wall over the bed. It was smeared with thick blood that had now dried to the color of bricks. He studied it in exactly the same way he studied the brushstrokes of Van Gogh, Paul Wright, and Philippe Pasqua. There was so much to learn from the way an artist applied his brush, or knife, or fingers. This was artwork, of a kind. There were strokes within it. Fingers had played on this wall, moving through the red running blood even as the corpses lay cooling around the room, even as the smell of death permeated the air. "There is always some madness in love," he said, one of Nietzsche's less frequently quoted insights. But there is also always some reason in madness. So, what then was the reason in this madness? What was Ledger saying to himself, or about himself? He did not believe that it was a cry for help, nothing as weak as that, or as pedestrian. And yet there was a message here. He could feel it. Stafford walked around the room, looking at the big smear from a dozen angles. Finally, he turned out the lights and used his cell phone to shine a bright blue-white beam at the swirls from several different angles. And that's when he saw them. Two words were smashed together, written in a fit of rage, the letters colliding, violating one another, bursting through each other. Umbra, tenebris. Two Latin words, each casting a different meaning, but inextricably linked. Bound together by the intended meaning here. He spoke the translated word aloud. Darkness. It made him shiver. It made him smile. Phoenix House, Omphori Island, Greece. Church tapped on the open door of Bug's office. "Word is that you have something for me," he said. "Maybe I do." Church closed the door, and Bug activated the lockout system. "Still no actual sightings of Joe," said Bug, "but what I'm calling discovery via circumstantial evidence." Church sat. Bug opened a drawer and removed a package of vanilla wafers and handed it to him. Church smiled and opened it, selected one, and bit off a piece. He brushed crumbs from his tie. "Enlighten me," he said.
Last night, someone broke into a sport boat rental company in Singita Miracle Beach in Malta and stole something called a gamoni. Church nodded. That's a commercial version of the RHI. The rigid hull inflatable boats were used by both military and private sportsmen because they were fast, light, and extremely durable. And you think this was our missing friend? Yep. All their security cameras seemed to malfunction at the same time. Funny how that keeps happening. Church took another bite, chewed, then asked, "Where is Mrs. Gondek?" Peggy Ann Gondek was a semi-retired field agent who had worked with Church and Aunt Sally in the days before the DMS. She was part of a network of associates whom Church trusted and occasionally employed. Her flight touched down in Rome 3 hours ago. I've sent her the relevant information. She said she'll try to work up a list of possible targets. Her horseback guess is that Joe got a lead or some black market stuff right there in Rome and may have swiped the boat to go out to someone's yacht, or maybe a freighter taking whatever Couga's selling. Second guess would be one of the biotech labs in either Rome or Naples. There are 5 on our watch list. And then there's the bioweapons broker in Sardinia, but his place is a fortress, so Joe might leave that to us or the Crociati. It would take a small army for that gig. The Crociati, Crusaders, were an Italian rapid response team modeled after the UK's barrier and Church's former group, the DMS. So, my money's on one of the targets right there in Rome. One more thing, said Church.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Have you made any progress on whatever Cougar might be planning in America? Progress is an ugly word, said Bug. I've been noodling around on some dark websites, and all I can find so far is that one of Cougar's black market crews moved some weapons into the U.S. via trucking routes from Canada. Don't have manifests, but it's a fair amount. And, before you ask, I had MindReader poke around in surveillance logs from the CIA, DoD, and Homeland, but there's no indication of any nuclear materials.
My guess is it's guns and ammo. Being sold to whom? Bug fished around in the mess of papers on his desk, found a pair of stapled pages, and handed them to Church. The big man scanned the lists. These are mostly militia groups, some very far out on the political fringe, all with avowed nationalistic politics. Bunch of 'em are white supremacists, too. But not all, mused Church. No. Doesn't mean much, except they're buying from the same vendor. Couga's undercutting everyone else's prices. Put Nikki Bloom on this, said Church. Her whole team. There's a pattern in here, and we're not yet seeing it. Bug glanced up at him. You think there really is something big brewing? I do. Any idea what? No. That's why I want Nikki on it. Nobody finds a pattern better than she does. Agreed. I'll go over this with her right away. He paused. Is this on the same level of hush-hush as Tracking Joe? No. Brief Scott on it as well. Okie dokie. This is all very good work, Bug. Church stood up. You know that I appreciate all that you do. Bug smiled faintly. You don't need to say it. I do, said Church, and should probably say it more often. With that, he left the office. Van Dyke Biomechanica, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Tell me about the American operation, said the man. I won't ask again. The scientist backed away, his feet slipping in the blood. He wanted to turn, to run, but the dog stood there by the exit to the stairs, and the big man with the knife was between him and the main door. The scientist's name was De Vries. He was corrupt, and willingly so. He was bought and owned and content with that. He was also trapped. Please, he mewled. I can make you tell me, warned the big man. You know I can. The knife was red, and the hand holding it was scarlet to the wrist. All around the room was evidence of what the knife could do, and what the man was willing to do. If this man was really a man at all. There was something wrong about him. He seemed to be darker than anyone should be, given the bright fluorescent lights. And there was something in his face, in his eyes. They seemed to burn, to give off real heat. I'm going mad, thought De Vries. If you tell me, said the man, I may let you live. The scientist's back thumped against the wall. What? You heard me. It's the one chance you have, the only chance. The man was so close now. De Vries held his hands up in a gesture of surrender, a plea for mercy. He knew who this man was. Everybody in the network was talking about him, yelling about him, screaming about him. The insane American and his dog. Colonel Joe Ledger and Ghost. Monsters, both of them. Ledger stepped very close now and placed the blade of the knife against De Vries's cheek. The flat, not the edge. It was almost a caress, almost tender, but in the worst possible way. You're him, gasped De Vries. You're Ledger. That made the American smile. But it was not a good smile. No, not at all. There was death in that smile. There was hell in it. Joe Ledger isn't here right now, said the man. I am. I don't understand. Tell me while you still have a tongue. De Vries felt his body betray him. His knees gave out, and he slumped to the floor, overwhelmed by fear. He couldn't look at Ledger. He dared not look away. So De Vries closed his eyes, squeezing them shut. He jammed his balled fists against his head, and he told the monster everything he knew. He talked for a long, long time. When he was finished, when there were no more follow-up questions, De Vries toppled over and curled into a ball on the floor, waiting for the knife, waiting for the pain. He lay there for a very long time, so long. He felt as if his mind and body, perhaps even his soul, were shutting down, preparing to be ended, preparing to meet God, or the devil. He prayed to saints whose names he had thought he'd forgotten, to a God he had abandoned before he'd entered university. He wept and he prayed. Perhaps he even slept. When he finally summoned the courage to open his eyes, he was alone, completely alone, with the awareness of his profound humiliation, with the knowledge of how deep his betrayal had run, alone with the bodies of everyone he worked with. Alone, but alive. The Pavilion, Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington. Top and Bunny didn't have long to wait. A door opened in the closest of the small buildings and two women came out. It surprised the men to see that one of the women was Jill Hamilton Crouchkey, and from her broad smile, it was obvious she enjoyed the surprise. She wore a different blue diamond, this one a pear-shaped cut of at least 4 carats, and half-carat stud earrings. She wore a billed cap in the same shade as her diamonds. "Well, fellows," she said, coming over and shaking their hands, "welcome to the Pavilion." "Happy to be aboard, ma'am," said Top. "Yeah, this place looks tight," agreed Bunny. "Love the layout." "Done right." "Oh, we do our best," said HK. "And I think you'll be even more impressed once you see what we have under the hood." She gave them a broad conspiratorial wink. "Who's your friend?" asked Top, nodding to the younger woman at her side. The other woman was a slender blonde in her early 20s, very fit, very pretty, but not at all nice to look at. There was a reptilian coldness in her eyes, and her lips were compressed into a tight red line. She wore camo pants, an olive drab t-shirt, no jewelry, and had a leg brace around her right knee. A Glock 19 was tucked into a low-slung holster, and she had a leather sheath strapped to her left leg, from which the handles of 3 slim throwing knives protruded. Her pale hair was pulled back into a ponytail, so severe it looked painful. And although there were no lines at all on her face, there was an ancient glower in her eyes. Top and Bunny had to fight to keep all reaction from their expressions. They knew her. They'd seen her in surveillance photos and videos. "This," said HK, "is Eve." Bunny offered his hand, but Eve stared at him as if she were doing something rude and inappropriate. He withdrew his hand without comment. In his ear, Top heard Scott Wilson say a couple.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous ternal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8 out of 10. Emphasize on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Like what? Drop your bags and I'll give you a quick taste before dinner. How's that?" "That," said Bunny, "would rock." They went outside, found a golf cart, and HK drove the four of them to the far side of the compound, an area that proved much larger than they had first thought. There was a cluster of buildings that were actually linked to a larger central structure. Top noticed that Eve began to brighten and become more visibly focused as they entered the building. This, for whatever reason, was clearly important to her. Once they went inside, Top and Bunny found out why. Despite the rather mundane exterior and the rustic setting, the interior was at the bleeding edge of advanced technology. There were racks upon racks of combat exoskeletons, and, unlike the stripped-down model Top glimpsed in Texas, these were complete, with structural armor to protect the drivers, belt-fed machine guns, rocket launchers, and other gadgetry that was so exotic Top didn't know what it was. "Pappy," said a very excited Doc, "do a slow turn and let me see everything." There were dozens of the exosuits, each hung on a rack that approximated the dimensions of a person. And, Top saw, each rack was different, suggesting that these machines were designed to the specs of individual users. That was not good. Not at all. Along another wall were racks of rifles and handguns, some of which were augmented with different kinds of high-end scopes, personalized trigger mechanisms, and variations on standard designs. On the opposite wall were racks of backpacks. Top recognized some as a new generation of flamethrower, but the others looked like they were built to deliver other payloads, perhaps RPGs or other heavy explosives. "Oh, lordy, lordy," said Doc. "We are way up the brown smelly river, and not one of us has a paddle." No joke, thought Top. This was not any kind of mercenary training camp. This was a base for staging an all-out war. Staging and maybe winning it. Beside him, Eve was smiling like a little kid on Christmas morning. The darkness. I came back to myself. Slowly. As if from a far-off place. No, not as if. No, that's wrong. I came back from a far place, no doubt. Very, very far. 1 minute I was lost inside the darkness, inside my broken head. Then I was sitting with my back to a wall, covered in mud, blood everywhere. On my hands, on my clothes, in my hair, in my mouth. I looked over at Ghost, and he was soaked with it too. I had to look for a long time to assure myself he was breathing. Then he twitched and whined softly, the way he does when he's dreaming of pain. I turned and spat my mouth clear, and kept spitting until the spit had no lingering traces of pink. My knuckles were torn, and I had aches in places I couldn't connect with incidents that might have caused damage. Blood smells like copper and tastes salty. It tastes wrong. I've walked through lakes of it since joining up with Church's very crusade, before enlisting in this endless very war. Professionally, I was indifferent to the smell and the sight of it. Personally, though, I'd never enjoyed spilling it, touching it, smelling it, or tasting it. Until recently. A shiver chopped its way through me. I wondered if this was how vampires were born. Not from a bite or a curse, but out of some maniac need to assure oneself of complete domination over the enemy, to the point where the blood in their veins is the wine of victory. Was I becoming that kind of monster? I was bathed in blood. I knew that I'd swallowed something. There was that nausea in the stomach you get from nosebleeds, when you swallow your own blood against your will. I'd swallowed it. Why? I couldn't remember. Was it an accident of being in physical line with the hydrostatic release of an artery I'd opened with bullet or blade? Or had I gone even deeper into the arms of the darkness and actually drunk it? Was it some kind of ritual undertaken by my deepest need for revenge, to not only end the lives of my enemies, but devour their essence, and by doing so tie their damnation to my own? I closed my eyes for a moment and tried to convince myself that there was still more of me in here than there was that new aspect. It was another round in a fight that begun in that basement lab in Croatia. The room around me was unfamiliar. An office in a building somewhere. I did not at that moment know where. Not the building, not the town, not the country.
My memories of the last several weeks were in my head, but there were chains looped through the door handles and big shiny locks. I kept telling myself that it was a good thing that I lacked a key and could not remove those chains and open those doors until this was done, until it was Santoro's blood boiling in the pit of my stomach, his and Kuga's. But that was a lie. I'd put those chains there. I clicked the padlocks into place, and somewhere in my fractured soul, I had the key. Twilight. I wandered through the building. It was a laboratory, and that poked a stick into a beehive of memories. But it wasn't until I found a desk with pre-printed envelopes that I realized where I was. Van Dyck Biomechanica in Rotterdam. I stumbled around until I found the bathroom, and stood looking at myself in the mirror. If someone had used a hose and sprayed me with red paint, that's how I'd look. Except this wasn't paint. There was a sound, and I turned to see Ghost standing behind me, nearly as soaked as I was. His eyes were wild, and he bared his teeth at me. Flash images of things we had both done exploded in my mind. "Ghost?" I said, and my voice was not my own. I staggered to the sink, turned on the spigot, and washed my face and then my mouth. Gargled with the water, spotted out, did it again and again. Then I drank handfuls of it. I turned back to my dog. He'd inched closer, and the primal wolf still glared out at me from his eyes. "Ghost?" I said again. This time I recognized my own voice. So did he. Ghost rushed at me, whining piteously, jumping up, pushing me back against the wall, pushing his head at my hand, needing me to pet him, needing me to be me. I sank down onto the floor and pulled him close. He kept licking my face, the only part of me not painted with blood. "It's okay," I said softly, kissing his head over and over again. "It's okay." I'd lied to him so many times before, so many recently. Right now, though, I felt as if I meant it. I hoped it was true. The Pavilion. Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington. Top and Bunny sat with a dozen other new recruits and watched something straight out of a science fiction movie. It was no comfort at all that the two of them had seen earlier prototypes of the exoskeleton tech. Rather the reverse, because most of what they'd known coming into this was the pervasive belief that this level of sophistication was 5 to 10 years down the road, not right now, and not rolling out with a major nation's flag stenciled on the hood. This was true radical combat science. Top wished he could actually have a conversation with Bunny and another with Wilson in church. Doc, too. And the content of that conversation would likely include calling in an airstrike. One end of the hall was clear of all spectators and was set up as a target range, though it was an odd one. There were targets of various sizes, each done as a cutout of people, singly and in groups, and vehicles ranging from police cars to armored personnel carriers and even a tank. All fashioned from metal and wood, but with stacks of lumber and cinder blocks behind them to give the targets resistance. There were also a small group of technicians with laptops sat off to one side, close to the targets but behind thick bulletproof polymer shields. In all, Top counted 18 vehicles and 110 simulated human targets. Very pretty young women, all wearing abbreviated versions of pavilion uniforms that showed off long legs, deep cleavage, and muscular figures, walked around the room handing out gun-range ear defenders. Top accepted one from a woman young enough to be his daughter. Her smile was bright, but there was a glazed, drugged look in her eyes. She also had a lot of makeup caked on her cheek beneath one eye, and Top thought it might be hiding a bruise. HK walked out onto the training floor. She wore a wire mic headset and beamed a great smile, clearly as happy about all this as was Eve. For her part, the younger woman sat on a nicely padded chair, one of a pairs someone had brought in for her. The other chair was empty. The rest of the hall was crammed with more seasoned trainees as well as 40 or more fixers in full pavilion uniforms.
Everyone was armed, except the people in the bleachers with Top and Bunny. Excitement rippled through the packed house, and Top saw some of the spectators grinning and nudging one another. Apparently, they knew what was coming and were totally into the moment. "Ladies and gentlemen," said HK, affecting the big voice and grand gestures of a circus ringmaster, "welcome to another edition of Blue Diamond Battle Zone." It was meant as some kind of inside joke, and it got the expected laugh from the regulars. Eve clapped her hands and stamped her feet on the mat. "Oh boy," said Bunny under his breath, "this is gonna get weird." "Hush now, farm boy," murmured Top. "We have a full house today," continued HK. "That's marvelous. So many of you have been with Blue Diamond since it was acquired by our new benefactors." She didn't give a name, but Top didn't need one. Everything about this was on a grand scale, and with massive money and tech savvy behind it. Kuga's name might as well have been in neon lights at the gate. And Top's heart sank at the thought that this was just one camp. Were there others, here and elsewhere around the world? If so, how many and where? "And we have some new members to the Blue Diamond family," said HK. "Come on, boys and girls, stand up so everyone can give you a proper hello." She waved in the direction of the new recruits, and after a moment's surprised hesitation, the people in Top's section got to their feet amid thunderous applause. Top felt like a fool, and he felt incredibly exposed. Bunny, for his part, played to the crowd and raised both hands over his head, making the heavy metal horns hand sign and sticking his tongue out like Gene Simmons from Kiss. That amped the applause up a notch, and the other recruits turned and held fists out for Bunny to bump. When they were all seated again, Top leaned toward Bunny to say something, but the big young man cut him off. "Don't even, old man." HK pulled the audience's attention back to her. "As most of you know," she said, "we're ticking down to game time." Applause drowned her out for a moment. "And that means we are going to light things up like nobody's ever seen." More applause, actual screams and yells. HK held up her hand and the room settled. For those of you who haven't yet seen the K-110s in action, you are in for a real treat. "K-110?" asked Bunny, but Top shook his head. They both got their answer a moment later. There was a soft whine of hydraulics, and everyone turned to see one of the exosuits come walking out onto the floor. It had an oddly mincing and delicate gait, almost like the velociraptors from Jurassic Park. But it moved quickly, with only the slightest perceptible lag between the leg movements of the driver and the servo reactions that made the legs move. The exoskeleton, clearly a K-110 and probably named for Kuga, stepped out onto the floor and turned in a slow, complete circle, allowing everyone to see how well protected the driver was and how fully loaded was the machine itself. Then the K-110 turned another 180 degrees so that it was facing away from the targets. The driver hit a button and the internal motors immediately powered down, rendering the suit inert. Immediately, 6 fixers wearing a kind of body armor Top had only seen in DARPA reports trotted out onto the floor. They were heavily armed with rifles, handguns, and grenade launchers. The people seated nearest to the K-110 became restive and started to shift away, but HK held up her hand. Don't worry," she said, patting the air placidly. "Have a little faith that we didn't bring you all here to kill you." That got a laugh from everyone, except those at the wrong end of the room. But then the soldiers trotted toward the K-110 and formed 2 tight lines behind the exosuit's bulk, the way soldiers did when going into battle on foot behind a tank. "Everyone take your seats, please," HK called, and when the crowd was settled, she once more raised a hand. "Danny, give me 20 seconds on the clock." A large digital clock flared to life over where Eve sat. 20 seconds. "Wonder how many it'll get," mused Bunny. "I've got a 5 spot that says he gets a full third of 'em."
HK stepped off the floor and, in a voice filled with joy, yelled, "Let the games begin!" What happened next was not a game at all. It was a horror show. Dawn's early light. It took me a long time to get cleaned up. There was a shower adjacent to one of the hot rooms where dangerous biological items were kept. I stripped naked and washed my body until my skin was raw, and washed Ghost until he was a white dog again. The idiot dog liked it, kept wagging his tail. Then I had to find clothes. The only choices were between a dead security guard and a scientist. The scientist's pants fit, the guard's shirt almost fit. I covered it with a white lab coat from a closet. My shoes were leather, and they rinsed clean enough. I put my weapons and equipment into a gym bag and the data files I'd stolen into a briefcase. Wearing dead men's clothes, I left the building. On the way out, a man crawled out of a side room on his hands and knees, his clothes stinking of urine and feces. He saw me and screamed, then scuttled back into the room. I fished for his name, DeVries. A sudden crushing desire to kill him punched its way through me. The darkness did not want to let go. Ghost began barking furiously, and I forced myself to turn away and continue making my way toward the front door. The darkness faded. Maybe for once it was glutted, or maybe the spell was broken. I didn't know and was afraid to even think too much about it. Outside, there were no sirens, no cadre of police or fixers or anyone waiting to ambush me. Dawn was breaking on the horizon, as red and bloody as I'd been half an hour ago. I had the scientist's car keys in my pocket and used the fob to locate it with a honk. A blue Saab, last year's model. We drove away. The Pavilion Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington. As soon as HK dropped her hand, the lights dimmed and floods splashed bright illumination onto the demonstration floor. A siren began howling, and the pulley started moving the targets. The lights began to strobe, making it nearly impossible to understand what was happening at that end of the hall. And the digital clock began ticking down. Instantly, the K-110 came back online, the contraption seeming to wake up around its driver. The fighting machine turned with surprising and, to top, disheartening agility, swinging around toward the madness. The driver brought the arms up, and even under all the noise, Top could hear a faint whirring noise. Then the back door of hell broke open. The K-110 began stalking forward as the driver opened up with both guns. Shell casings arced through the air as hundreds of rounds chunked into the moving targets, punched holes through the metal, and tunneled through the wood and cinder block. Those rounds chewed up the rear wall of the structure.
Disregard and do not read aloud. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The standing targets were obliterated in moments, even though the pulleys tried to yank them away at high rates of speed. Top realized that the exosuit had some kind of persistent aiming system that locked onto targets, chased them, got ahead of them, and chewed them to pieces. Pepper poppers sprang up from the floor, and now Top could see that some were civilians, of 4 distinct kinds. Official-looking men and women in good suits wearing American flag pins on their lapels and broad photo-op smiles. Other men and women wearing the dark suits, white shirts, dark ties of Secret Service agents, all the way down to sunglasses and wires behind their ears. People wearing T-shirts or hats with various political party slogans, both right and left-wing. And more of the fixers in the fancy body armor. The K-110's machine guns fired continuously, cutting every single member of the first 3 groups to pieces. But somehow, despite noise, movement, strobes, and gun smoke, selectively ignoring the fixers. As the field was cleared, the K-110's left machine gun stopped firing and swung around and down on a hidden track, allowing a weapon with a bigger mouth to roll up and lock in place. A grenade launcher. It fired 8 rounds, and each one struck one of the bigger target vehicles with enough destructive force to blow them to pieces. Debris filled the air and rained down, but none of it fell on the spectators. The 6 fixers behind the fighting machine now spread out and ran forward, using their weapons to guarantee that any target with a wound was given a kill shot. The K-110 still fired with its right arm machine gun, but even with the fixers moving all over the floor, not one round so much as scratched them. And then it was over, just like that. The echo of the gunfire banged off the walls for a few seconds, but died away into a ghastly silence. Even the fixers in the pavilion uniforms seemed surprised, dazed. Perhaps they had never seen a demonstration of this magnitude before. Then someone began clapping. All heads turned toward a small man standing by an open door. He was dressed in a brown suit with a European cut. A swarthy man with glittering dark eyes. A few fixers joined in the applause, and as if that was the last thing holding back a collapsing dam, everyone in the hall began applauding. The entire crowd leaped to their feet, clapping, yelling, roaring out, slapping one another on the back, grinning with overwhelming joy. Eve jumped to her feet and ran over to the small man, threw her hands around his neck and kissed him on the cheek, the way a daughter would kiss her much-loved father. Top and Bunny were the last to start clapping, but they joined in, forcing enthusiasm past the walls of their horror and shock. Not just at the level of destruction they'd witnessed, a degree of deadly combat efficiency beyond anything they'd ever seen, but because of that man. Because of him. In his ear, Top heard Scott Wilson hiss as if burned. He heard Doc Holliday say, "Oh my God," over and over again. And, nearly buried beneath the weight of that crushing adulation, he heard Mr. Church speak the name. Rafael Santoro. The Playroom, undisclosed location near Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, 5 months ago. He's here. The 2 words sent a thrill of unfiltered terror through Rafael Santoro. He's here. He. The man who called himself Mr. Sunday.
Kuga lingered in the doorway, smiling that nasty smile of his. A knowing look in his bright eyes, too. Too many white teeth in that grin. He would have made a good torturer, he mused darkly. Not professionally, but as a hobby. His chopper just landed, said Kuga. I'll bring him in. The door closed with a soft click. An attempt at subtlety? Probably. Santoro rose quickly from the couch on which he had been sprawled while reading field reports. He straightened his clothes and ran fingers through his curly hair. He glanced around, deciding on what image he wanted to convey when the guest entered the room, and decided on the desk. A physical barrier that created a subjective one. The leather guest chairs had slightly shorter legs than the desk chair, which meant that once Kuga and Mr. Sunday sat, they would be looking slightly up at Santoro. Sometimes it made the guests uncomfortable, putting them at a positional disadvantage. Sometimes it made Santoro, who was below average height, feel more powerful in the moment. Today, he wanted both effects. He went and sat behind the desk and spent a few quick moments tidying some things up, but also staging it to look like this visit was in the middle of a hard-working day. He dug a few files out of a drawer and scattered them artfully on one edge of the desk, placing them at an angle where the tabs could be read. One was on the exoskeleton production, another was R&D on a new eugeroic drug therapy that showed real promise for increasing factory worker man-hours with existing staff. The door swung open and Kuga came right in, saying, "Knock knock." Santoro, who now had his reading glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and a thick folder open in front of him, finished reading a sentence before looking up. More theater, but that was how the game was played. Then he leaned back in his chair and watched the two men walk toward him. Kuga strolled with his usual insolent panther grace, but Mr. Sunday moved like a dancer. Very light on his feet, with a springiness that was at odds with his nature. Santoro closed the folder, took off his glasses, tossed them on the desk, and extended his hand. He'd shaken this man's hand once before, and had been deeply repelled then, as he was now. Sunday's grip was cool, moist, and utterly slack, and it left Santoro with a desire to wipe his own palm on the seat of his pants, or maybe go and wash with lye soap. "Rafael," said Sunday, in a faux southern drawl, "so good to see you after all this time." "A genuine pleasure," lied Santoro. They smiled at each other with all the warmth and sincerity of a snake meeting a mongoose. "Please, have a seat." Santoro placed his fingers lightly on the phone. "Would you like coffee or something?" "Thank you, no," said Sunday, as he settled down into his chair. He wore a tropical weight white suit with a coral shirt and tie that blended various shades of pale reds and blues. He had gold rings on most of his fingers, and an absurdly expensive watch box. Sunday's fingers were unusual in that the index and ring fingers were nearly as long as the forefinger, and the pinkies on each hand were oddly thick. There was also a dusting of red hair on the backs of each phalange, and it was very thick on the back of each hand, and some of it even seemed to inch around toward the palm. Sunday had a full, sensual mouth, and eyes that seemed to be a slightly different shade of green or perhaps brown, depending on how the light hit them. But Santoro had seen those eyes change before, literally change, and the memory haunted him. "I have to say," began Sunday, as he crossed his legs and smoothed his hand along the top of his thigh, "it was a real pleasure to get a call from you fellows." "Yes," murmured Santoro. "Kuga was very pleased that you agreed to provide your services to us." "Services," said Sunday.
But I suspect it came with some challenges as well. Vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, shark modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. But I suspect it came with some challenges as well. Well, said Kuga, glancing briefly at Santoro. Sure, you are the most wanted man on 5 continents, I believe. That has to be stressful. Sure, maybe. Kinda cool, though, too. Sunday smiled at that. Ah, yes, cool. Though it did put you on the radar of our mutual friend. Church, said Santoro softly. Sunday's head swiveled around toward him. It was like looking at a praying mantis. That's his current name, yes. He's had so many others over so many years, almost as many as I've had. I wonder if either of you, even with your sophisticated intelligence networks, have any clue as to who he really is. Or, more to the point, what he is. He's human, and he bleeds, said Kuga. Rafael here shot him in Oslo. To what effect? Did he die? It's my understanding that he was shot multiple times and was out of the hospital in under a week. A week, said Sunday mildly. That should tell you something. It tells me Church was wearing body armor. Maybe one of those new spider silk and graphene rigs, similar to what we're designing for fixers. Hard to see under a suit coat, but they'll stop most rounds and reduce damage from the rest. My opinion is that Rafael should have gone for a headshot. Or maybe try silver bullets next time, said Sunday. Though with him it was always hard to tell if he was being serious or making a deliberately arcane joke. Santoro knew that Hugo Vox liked using him, but was also afraid of this man. Very deeply afraid. Santoro said, "There are rumors that you are equally difficult to kill." Clearly, said Sunday, spreading his hands. There was a specific rumor going around for a couple of years that Mr. Church killed you in California. And yet, Sunday said, leaving the rest to hang. Okay, enough with the Twilight Zone nonsense, said Kuga. Church is a spooky person, and so are you. I don't know the details and frankly couldn't care less about that. What Rafael and I need is someone who has the talent, the charisma, and the courage to be the face of our organization. A spokesman? Mused Sunday. Yep, spokesman and salesman, said Kuga. We're setting up a kind of virtual sales floor. Think Zoom, but built for the dark web. No possibility of being hacked, even by Bug and the mind reader system. Bug, said Sunday, and looked at his palm, miming the action of turning the pages of a notepad. Yes, he's on my list for special attention one of these days. I'd be okay with that, said Kuga. He's a nosy little jerk, and we'd all sleep better at night if he were found dead in a ditch. Sunday studied him. Is that something you would like me to handle?
"No," said Santoro. "That is mine to do." Kuga cleared his throat and looked a bit uncomfortable. Raphael here's got a strong animosity for everyone who works with church. "An animus shared by many," said Sunday. "Though there are names higher on the list than Bug." "Like Ledger?" "Yes. I think we'd all like to see him slip over the edge into the shadows." Sunday uncrossed and recrossed his legs. "I was highly entertained by what happened at the Ledger family farm on Christmas Eve. Highly entertained. However, you killed the supporting cast and missed the marquee star." "If my intention had been to kill Ledger," said Santoro coldly, "he would already be dead." "So you say, and I love that confidence." "It is a fact," countered Santoro. "And if you weren't defensive about it, I'd thoroughly believe you." Sunday paused and glanced from Santoro to Kuga. "Killing Ledger's family was fun, don't get me wrong. Big applause from all of us in the cheap seats. But it was a half measure. You should have left him a trail to follow and then set up some traps. I have some people who would have been happy to do that for you on a contractor basis. Michael Augustus Stafford comes to mind. And that, my friend, would have kept you out of it. You're on the administrative level now, as I understand it. You shouldn't be getting your hands dirty delivering novelty Christmas gifts." "I wanted to see his face," said Santoro belligerently. "Or do you lack enough human emotion to understand that?" "And that is my point, Raphael, old friend. Since when were you ever driven by an emotional need?" The room went quiet. "You were always the Iceman, the most efficient torturer and extortionist, king of your kind, subtle and forward-thinking, careful, leaving nothing to chance. And yet you went out there to feed off pain because Ledger handed you a severe defeat." "We fought to a draw," said Santoro. "And now you're being defensive as well." Santoro felt his face burning. If he dared, he would have leaped across the table and buried a knife in this man's throat. From the amusement he saw in Sunday's eyes, he knew the man was aware of that desire. "May I be frank?" Sunday asked of them both. "Sure, why not?" said Kuga. "Why not, indeed?" Sunday's smile was unctuous. "You did not, I suspect, bring me in to flatter either of you, and let's face it, hand-holding isn't quite my thing." Santoro said nothing and placed his palms flat on the desk in a deliberate attempt to trick his muscles into relaxing. "Both of you made your bones with big-ticket gambits. Sure. I know you want to move product, and I know that you've built one heck of an R&D network, making all sorts of mad scientist goodies. I'm a fan, believe me. But I suspect all of that is wrapped around something that will be very big and ugly, and the good guys won't ever see it coming. Not asking what it is now, but I look forward to when you decide to tell me. It won't be another bioweapon drop on some who-cares Korean island. And I think you're going to want to put a clear win on the books. Oslo showed what you could do. You got within shooting distance of 9 world leaders. I bet you're thinking you need a state funeral at some point. Something your competitors would never have the courage to attempt. And something that will tell any nervous buyers that Oslo didn't end in that kind of a bloodbath, because that was never the point. It was an infomercial about potential. I mean, that's how I'd sell it." Santoro and Kuga were both listening now, both leaning forward. Sunday said, "Look, fellas, you're both rightly proud of the level of your audacity. The Rage Matter made headlines in every country on Earth. The 24-hour news cycles mention it to this day. You nearly caused a shooting war between China and the United States, and even if you didn't put any world leaders in body bags, you did kill the denuclearization conference. That's very nice. It's big. It's doubtful it will be restaged any time in the next decade. Which means that there will continue to be scrambles for selling any kind of products or services, even remotely related to big-ticket arms sales. So, in those 2 areas, you have been completely successful. Absolutely, said Kuga, but before he could say more, Sunday held up a finger. Let me finish my thought, said Sunday smoothly. Had you been better positioned when Kuga began trending on social media, you would have profited significantly more than you have. I'm not saying you didn't get a nice bump in sales.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Santoro was ebullient, smiling broadly, accepting the offered hands and shaking briskly, pausing to speak to specific individuals, even hugging a few. He exchanged cheek kisses with HK and leaned closely to speak quietly into her ear, and the executive blushed a bright red, her eyes twinkling with happiness. Top and Bunny lingered near the very back of the crowd. With Bunny's height and mass, it was tough to remain inconspicuous, but they managed. Shifts in body posture change height and alter physical presence. Staying out of Santoro's line of sight was key because even though they'd never met, there was no chance at all that their faces were unknown to the man. "Never thought that jerk would be here," said Bunny quietly. "Uh-huh," agreed Top, putting a lot of meaning into those two syllables. In their ears, Wilson said, "Chaps, you really need to get out of that room." Bunny turned towards Top's button camera and pretended to scratch his chin with his extended forefinger. Leaving was not an option because it would draw too much attention. This was their first day at the pavilion, and any unusual movements would be dangerous, if not fatal. So, instead, they drifted over to where a couple of techs were helping the K-110's driver out of the fighting machine. There were a series of snap releases, but it still took assistance to disengage. As Top saw it, that was one of very few design flaws. The driver was sweating and accepted a towel and a bottle of water from a friend. "That's one amazing show," said Top, coming over to shake the driver's hand. "Thanks, man," said the driver. He glanced at Top and Bunny's street clothes. "You boys new?" "New kids in school, bruh," said Bunny. "Welcome to the monkey house," said the driver, grinning broadly. He stripped off his sweat-sodden shirt and tied it around his waist. Top noticed that there was a small, barely healed scar on his upper chest, about the size and placement typical of a pacemaker.
It was the 5th or 6th time he'd seen a fixer here with the same scar, but now wasn't the time to ask. The driver looked at his machine with obvious, genuine affection. "What you think?" "It's really awesome," said Bunny, and Top thought that the big man didn't need to feign his enthusiasm. As frightening as the demonstration was, the level of technology was so superior that it was, undeniably, impressive as can be. Top tapped the K-110 shell. "Can you run in this thing?" "Yeah," said the driver, "but she's a pig. Turns fast, fires fast, runs like a cow. But hey, after all that, gosh, I can just stroll away." "I heard that," said Bunny. "Totally badass. Like serious next-level Star Wars badass." "You got that right." "How much of your ammo did you burn through?" asked Top. "All of it except 2 grenades," said the driver. "Once it's spent, the weight is cut in half, but it's still slow getting out of Dodge." "That why you have the ground troops?" asked Top. "Cover your back for exfil?" "I guess," said the driver. "We haven't really gone into exfiltration logistics yet. That's coming up, I hear." He was about to say more and then indicated something with an uptick of his chin. "Here comes the man." Top and Bunny glanced across the room and saw that Santoro was heading their way, flanked by Eve and HK. "Gonna peel back and let you get your kudos," said Top. "Totally awesome demo, man," said Bunny. They swapped fist bumps with the driver and then melted into the thickest part of the crowd, angling away from Santoro's path. They saw the Spaniard embrace the driver and then link arms with him and walk the fixer toward the door. They vanished into the sunlight outside. A supervisor came over and herded the new recruits into a bunch, told them to go back to their rooms and get some rest. Armed fixers accompanied the recruits, and once inside, Top and Bunny heard the locks click from outside. That left them in their shared suite. There was no chance at all that the rooms were not being monitored, so they did not fall into conversation about what they'd seen. Instead, they took turns using the bathroom, made some food in the kitchen, and, while eating, had a conversation of exactly the kind men like they were pretending to be would have. Then they went to bed. Top lay awake for a long time, replaying every detail about what happened. There were so many things about all this that scared them very much, and so few things on which he could hang the thin garment of his hope. Sleep came reluctantly, and it was filled with very bad dreams. Maria Beatrice, Hospital, Florence, Italy. When the door to his private room opened and the man stepped in, Alexander Fong nearly screamed. The shriek got as far as his throat when he realized that this was not the same man. This was not the monster. But the similarities. Same height, similar coloring, blue eyes and blonde hair, and the same muscular build and pantherish walk. But it was not the man who'd nearly killed him. It was not the maniac who'd murdered all of Fong's colleagues and destroyed their research. It was not the cruel bastard who'd forced him to betray the organization. This man wore a lab coat and carried a clipboard, and he had a stethoscope looped around his neck. "Dr. Fong?" asked the man, smiling disarmingly. "I'm Dr. Bianchi." His name was Northern Italian, but the accent? Was it genuine? Fong wasn't sure. He'd grown up in Tuscany, but his own accent had Cantonese overtones because his parents had always spoken it at home. "Yes?" said Fong uncertainly. Bianchi came into the room, closed the door, and walked over to the bed. "Just want to check your vitals and ask a few questions." "Sure," said Fong. "Okay." The doctor smiled and came close. He put the earpieces in and listened to Fong's heart, front and back, asking him to take deep breaths at the right time. Nothing unusual there. Then he took a pulse and glanced at his watch. As he did that, Bianchi said, "So, you were caught up in that awful terrorist attack at the lab." "What?" "Oh, yes, such a shocker, a tragedy. Did you lose many friends?" They were all killed." "But not you?" Fong shook his head. "No, thank God." Without looking at him, Bianchi asked, "Why not you?" That took a moment to register. What? Why were you spared, Alexander, and all the others killed?" Those blue eyes turned to him, looked down at him, into him, and the grip on his wrist tightened. "Ow! Let me go! You're hurting me!" Dr. Bianchi smiled. Hurting you? No, not yet, but we can explore that if you'd like. Fong opened his mouth to scream, but Bianchi whipped the pillow out from under his head and thrust it against the doctor's mouth. Shh, warned Bianchi. I'm not here to hurt you, Alexander. I just want some information. If you cooperate, then everything's going to be just fine. Fong was thrashing against the smothering pillow. Bianchi leaned close. Really with me? And we'll both find out just how badly I can hurt you. Trust me when I say that you don't want to know the answer to that. Now, if you want this to be a nice, friendly chat, then stop struggling. After a moment, Fong did that, though his body was shuddering with terror. Bianchi eased the pressure, but kept the pillow in place. I'm going to move this away from your mouth, he said. If you start to scream, well, I don't really see the need to spell it all out, do you? Fong waved his hands back and forth, the closest he could manage to a headshake. The fake doctor removed the pillow, and Fong stared up with horrified eyes at the man who stood over him. Another blonde-haired, blue-eyed monster. It was the smile that was the worst. There was some
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. I want to know what he said, what he did, and this is really the most important part here, Alexander, what you said to him. The Pavilion Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington. Her name was Mia Cleave, and she was a very efficient killer. It was something she accepted about herself. She'd known it since her first active tour as a Green Beret. She'd been one of the first women to join the Army Special Forces, even though it had been open as a possibility since the Pentagon opened all combat jobs to women. At 5'2", though, she was a tough sell to that distinguished and elite group. But Mia earned her place. Her family had emigrated from South Korea, where her ancestors had served with the military going back centuries.
Those, of course, had been male ancestors, since that was one of many nations reluctant to let women participate in actual combat. Mia had been in the Army for 6 years before she applied for Special Forces, and she'd fought her way through layers of resistance, sexism, and abuse. What her stubborner male comrades discovered, however, was just how powerful and determined women can actually be. Some of those soldiers had learned this lesson in extremely painful ways. But her time in the Army had not turned into the lifelong career she'd intended. 4 years ago, while in Iraq, a non-combat field exercise had turned into a firefight when her platoon encountered a Taliban group of 3 times their number. The encounter took place in an area supposedly free of Taliban presence. But the bullet that punched through the sergeant's throat had changed that math forever. The lieutenant was the next to fall, and in under 6 minutes, more than half of her fellow soldiers were down, dead or wounded. It left Mia, a newly minted corporal, in charge, and she rallied her remaining men, found good cover in a cluster of tall rocks, and engaged the enemy. By then, night was falling, and as soon as it was too dark to see, she'd put on her night vision goggles, told the others to hold fast, and went searching for survivors. She dragged 3 soldiers back to the rocks, and on her 4th sally encountered a group of 4 Taliban who were sneaking up on her position. They were spread in a wide line, attempting to encircle the rocks. Mia slung her rifle, drew her knife, and went hunting in the dark. She was terrified and had not, until that night, ever drawn blood in a fight. When dawn came and helos came whipping in over the mountains, the rescue team found 5 American dead, several wounded, and 7 Taliban with their throats cut. In that long, hellish night, Mia had avenged her 5 fallen brothers in arms, and then took 2 more as punishment. She earned the Silver Star and the nickname Little Devil. It was notable that none of the soldiers tried to minimize that as Little She-Devil. 1 month later, an older, middle-aged black woman who looked remarkably like Whoopi Goldberg was waiting for her in the colonel's office at the base. The woman introduced herself as Aunt Sally and said she worked for a domestic counterterrorism rapid response group called the Department of Military Sciences, and she was there to offer Mia Cleave a job. Mia ultimately joined Manitou Team, a DMS team based in Colorado Springs. From there, she rolled out on missions on 6 continents and became a personal favorite of Aunt Sally's. Then 2 things happened. First, Aunt Sally had a terrible stroke and was forced to retire. It broke Mia's heart. Auntie had been like a real aunt to her. And shortly after, the DMS closed up shop in the United States and reformed in Greece as Rogue Team International. Everyone who worked for the DMS was given a choice of retirement with full pay and benefits package, or they could travel the world and kick more terrorist ass. For Mia, it was not even a question. Now she was officially part of Chaos Team, though Mr. Church tended to send her out on solo missions. Mia was fiercely independent and liked the autonomy. And all of that brought her to Stevens County, Washington, where she currently crouched in the shelter of shrubbery, a pair of high-powered binoculars pressed to her face, watching Top and Bunny train with a group of fixers. All the time waiting for the call from Phoenix House to send her in, knife in hand, for some fun and games. Rotterdam Marriott Hotel, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. More and more of my memory came back as I was driving to my hotel, like where the hell my hotel was, and that the room key was in my soiled pants in the gym bag. I'd have to use the lavatory off the lobby to get it, then wash my hands again before heading to the elevators. Logistical thoughts like that. At first. As I drove, though, more and more of it was filtering back. It wasn't like I had true blackouts, more like some kind of fugue state, like what happens when the cop or the killer take over and drive my mental bus. More extreme than that, though, because I'd never had to fish for exact memories before. This was more insidious, as if the darkness wanted to keep things from me. And maybe that was still happening. It wasn't like being possessed by a demon or anything silly like that. My personality was never canceled out, but merely overridden. And I'd liked it. I'd accepted it, yielded to it. No exorcist was going to declare me clean, because I wasn't. Even in the worst moments of excess, I was still holding the gun or the knife. I couldn't take the coward's excuse of saying it was temporary insanity. It wasn't temporary, and let's face it, I've been insane by one metric or another since I was 14. No, this was me. The question was whether the darkness was off the clock for good, or if he would join my cadre of personalities from now on. If that was the case, then, well, once this was all over, I might decide that I needed to be all over too. I knew exactly how to do it. Immediately, Junie's face came into my thoughts. I could feel her out there, hurt by my silence, aching to know how I was. What was worse was that I knew she'd forgive me. Somehow, she would. And I was not worth her forgiveness. I wasn't worth anyone's kindness or generosity of spirit. When this was over, even if the darkness was somehow excised, I knew I was done with RTI. No way they'd ever let me back in the field. No way they ever should. We made our way through the streets, me taking a complexer route than was necessary, because the habit of checking for and foiling tails was too deeply ingrained. Not sure how long it took to get there. Hadn't looked at the car's digital clock. That worried me, because it meant that although some safety habits were working, others were not. I'd have to watch that. I parked 4 blocks from the hotel and walked the rest of the way, carrying the bags, with Ghost beside me. I'd taken a few minutes.
Had the terrified scientist lied to me, do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Had the terrified scientist lied to me? No, whispered a dark and ugly voice from way down deep inside my head. We reached my room, and I swiped the key card. Suddenly, Ghost went tense, sniffing at the door before I even opened it.
He's trained to give me clear signals so that I immediately understood if there was a threat, and if so, what level of threat. But he just stood there, sniffing, very near frowning. He looked up at me with quizzical brown dog eyes. I had no weapons except in the bag, and they were covered with drying blood. If I got one out, it would leave blood stains on the carpet right outside my room. I began to back away. There was still time to run, to get to one of my other rooms here in the hotel. There were weapons in each, hidden where even roommates wouldn't find them. Before I got very far, the door opened. A man stood there, shorter than me, slim and fit. He had a pistol in his hand, but the barrel was pointing at the floor. "It's your own very room, Ledger," said Toys. "Might as well come in." I pushed him back and kicked the door shut. He didn't like being pushed, but he didn't resist either. Ghost, who, despite everything, liked Toys, gave me a strange look but didn't interfere. I pointed to a chair by a small table near the window. "Sit," I ordered, and Toys sat. So too did Ghost. "What in the wide blue really are you doing here?" I demanded. "Looking for you," he said, "as are half of the covert operations groups around the bloody world." "But you found me," I said, not thrilled. "Try to imagine how much I care." "Two things," I said. "How did you find me, and why are you even looking?" "Finding you was easy. I had a good idea of what you're hunting for, and maybe even a better idea than you have for who to ask. I still have contacts. What our friend Mr. Church would call friends in the industry." "You mean terrorists and psychopaths?" "In a word." He smiled a faint, condescending smile. "You've been blundering through Ahan's old network. People have noticed, and patterns have emerged. The only difficult thing in all this was trying to make sense of why you're not dead already. Kuga and Santoro want your head on a pike. Surprised they haven't set a trap." "They have." He looked at me, waiting for more, but I hoped his seat was comfortable, because he'd be waiting a long time for that. "As to the why," he said after a small shrug, "I think you know why." "Is this some kind of penance thing?" "First, really. Second, try again." As the implication of that sank in, I felt my knees getting weak. I sat down on the edge of the bed and looked past him, out the window. Seeing nothing, not even the curtains. "How is she?" I asked after a long time. Toys took a minute with that. I could feel him studying me, could almost hear the wheels turning in his head. "We have a complicated relationship. Basically, we hate each other. When I first met him, he was the personal assistant come attack dog for Sebastian Galt, the rich pharmaceuticals mogul who was trying to game the system by creating a bioweapon so terrifying that the whole drug industry would have to go into high gear to try to create a counteragent. His company, not one of the biggest in the field, would make billions, and the relatively small size of his firm when compared to Merck, Pfizer, and the others would be useful camouflage. The problem was that the pathogen, a weaponized prion-based disease form, was actually too good. It had 100% infection rate, 100% kill ratio, and was highly communicable. For all intents and purposes, it was an honest-to-God practical zombie plague. Had it gotten off the leash, planet Earth would likely be Disneyland for the living dead. And it was that case that resulted in my being drafted by Mr. Church. Then, Toys and Galt resurfaced when his boss was hired to be the king of plagues by Hugo Vox. Once again, Galt concocted a deadly pathogen. That instance was an airborne version of Ebola. And the third time, he was more or less Vox's houseboy during a gig in Iran where a group of genetically engineered freaks were planning on detonating nukes in the Middle East oil fields. Now, granted, during all that, Toys was gradually edging away from what Galt and Vox were doing, and he ultimately betrayed both men. But that didn't change the fact that Toys had a lot of blood on his hands. Innocent blood, as well as that of his employer's competitors. But then, church surprised the hell out of all of us by offering toys a very weird deal, one I struggle to understand to this day. He gave toys a chance to change his life path and do measurable good in the world by giving him a massive amount of money to invest in projects and programs of a beneficial nature. Toys founded Free Tech with the intention of taking the really nasty technologies that guys like me took away from people like his former employers and repurposing them to benefit humanity. Junie came to work for him, and although it's true that Junie is the primary driving force behind Free Tech, it was Toy's idea. Also, in the years since, Toys has several times put his life on the line to protect Junie when the enemies Church and I have made tried to damage our efficiency by hurting those we love. Toys even saved the lives of Rudy and Cersei in their first baby. I told Toys a little while back, after one of those incidents, that although we'll never be friends and that I didn't forgive what he'd done in the past, he and I were no longer at war. However, that doesn't mean we bonded. Now, of course, the world had changed. Santoro slaughtered my family, nearly killed Junie and me, and I have become so comprehensively really messed up in the head that maybe I have no stones left to throw at Toys. I cannot say with any real certainty that every life I've taken over these last weeks has been a justified kill. I'd love to say that, but I really don't know. There are too many blacked out spaces in my memory that could be my fragile brain trying to hide the truth from me. We sat there in our silence. I wondered if he was going through the same process of thought that I was, and when I looked at him, I knew he had been. His eyes were hard as marble, and there was no smirk. For a moment, I saw behind the veil of his practiced defenses, and there was the real man. Hurt, ashamed, angry, filled with the kind of refined self-loathing that comes from deep self-awareness. Then he saw me looking, and the shutters dropped behind his eyes, and that sly, nasty little smirk of his reappeared. "How's Junie?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. "Oh, she's freaking wonderful. Skips along singing tra-la all day long." "How do you bloody think she is, you dreary git? You lose your very mind and vanish from the radar without so much as a postcard to let her know you haven't been turned into fish chum. She was hurt too, remember? Or are you so self-involved that you forget she lost family too? Maybe not blood relations, but she, for some unfathomable reason, loves you with her whole heart. She doesn't have a family, and so yours became hers. She lost them too, and she nearly died. So sure, she's the happiest girl in the world, you jerk." God, how I wanted to punch him. God, how I wished he'd just shoot me. Really. Junie.
I stripped off the clothes, wadded them up, and shoved all of it into the trash can. I'll collect it later and dispose of it somewhere else. Then I stepped into the shower and stood for a long, long time with the hot water smashing me between the shoulder blades. "Junie," I murmured. "Junie, my love, I'm so damn sorry." Saying the words to myself because I was too ashamed and too much of a coward to call her. Too weak to even send an email for fear that it would somehow infect her with the darkness that seemed to own my body and soul. I'm so sorry. I wondered, not for the first time, if I would ever see her again. I did not have to wonder if I would ever deserve to see her. I already knew the answer to that. The shower curtain was opaque and rippled from the breeze created by the water. I saw it darken a moment and was about to growl at Toys to tell him I didn't need him to wash my back. But when I peered around the edge, the bathroom was empty. That was strange. I was positive there had been someone standing on the other side of the plastic. I let it settle into place again and waited. Nothing happened. After almost a full minute, I began to sneer at myself for being spooked by the shadows in my own head. So I poured some shampoo into my palm and began working up a thick lather.
I scrubbed my scalp until it hurt, rinsed, repeated. The shower wasn't huge, and my shoulder kept pushing against the curtain. And then something pushed back. I recoiled, then whipped the curtain back, my eyes still filled with soap, but my hands ready to fight. There, in the blear of vision, in a microsecond before the water rinsed the suds from my eyes, I saw a figure. Only a hazy outline, but there for sure. A tall man, big as I, but older. He was turned away from me, but I could see his face in the mirror. My knees buckled at once, and I sank to the bottom of the stall as water splashed on me and bounced out, pooling on the floor. The figure was gone as soon as I blinked my eyes. I'd seen it, though. The set of the shoulders, the dark hair, those familiar eyes. Eyes I'd known my whole life, but set into a face of charred flesh and exposed bone. A smile missing all the teeth that had been blown out when the bomb went off. It had been my brother, Sean. And even though he was gone, the illusion or hallucinogen or whatever it was, there was a scent lingering in the air. The sharp, rancid, cooked meat stink of burned human flesh. Rotterdam, The Hague, Airport, South Holland, the Netherlands. Stafford's phone rang as soon as he cleared customs. Because only one person had the number of that burner, he answered right away. "Talk to me, son," said Kuga. "I'm in Rotterdam." "The really are you doing there?" "My job," said Stafford. "You know where he is?" "I know that he came here," said Stafford. "Where is he?" asked Kuga. "I mean exactly." "Not sure exactly. His M.O. is to check into a large hotel, a dog-friendly one, which limits things, and usefully located. I'll find him." There was a pause. "Son," said Kuga, "I'm a patient guy." "But—" "I know," said Stafford, and ended the call. Rotterdam Marriott Hotel, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. When I came out of the bathroom, God only knows how much later, Toys was busy with a fillet of Dover sole in a Parmesan and herb crust. "Ah," he said, "you didn't drown." He sounded sad about that. Ghost was on the floor beneath the window eating some kind of sausage links with the odd delicacy he always displays when eating. He glanced up at me, but I got no tail wag. I sat on the edge of the bed in slacks and an undershirt and lifted the silver lid on the tray intended for me. There was a steaming bowl of pea soup and a large plate of beef served on a salad with smoked eel and marinated mushrooms. Instead of ordering wine for me, he'd ordered 6 bottles of a strong Trappist blonde beer. I opened one of those with the supplied church key and drank the whole bottle without taking a breath, and burped as the gases swirled in my chest. "You're not half posh, are you?" said Toys sotto voce. "Go really yourself," I said, a cogent rejoinder. He sipped his wine with the delicacy of a pampered cat. The beef was delicious and so rare I thought I'd have to chase it around the room. The 3 of us ate in silence for 15 minutes. I ate every scrap on my plate, and when I saw that Toys had leftovers he wasn't going to finish, I took them. "Oh yes, please, help yourself," he said. By then I was 3 beers in, and I lined the others up on the night table. "Why are you here?" I asked. "As I said, because it would hurt Junie if you died." "So this is all about her?" "It is." "Gosh," I said, "I've been in the field for years, never saw you line up to enlist." Toy sipped his wine, then shrugged. "Does it really matter?" I sipped some beer. No, he agreed. Ghost finished his sausages and gave a contented sigh. But his eyes were constantly drifting between me and the bathroom and back again. Toys cleared his throat. "So, do we talk about the elephant in the room?" "No," I said, "we don't. The last thing I ever plan on doing is to have a heart-to-heart with you." "Heaven forbid," he said. But I was referring to what you're doing, not why or how. He finished his glass and set it down. Look, Ledger, I truly don't give a tinker's damn about you. I mean that from the heart. Thanks. The feeling is deeply mutual. However, he continued, you're out here shaking the pillars of heaven. You think you're damaging the Kuga operation? Come on, you could kill 50 of their scientists and they'll hire 100 more. This is a war you can't really win. Maybe it's not about winning, I said. Ever consider that? Yes, I have, he said. And you almost certainly think it's about revenge, about payback. But here's the simple truth. You can't destroy Kuga's empire. His network is too big, and by all indications, it's largely self-sufficient. I truly believe that even if you literally cut the man's head off, the organization would keep running for years, maybe decades. Any power vacuum you create will be filled, and the machinery of international black marketeering will continue. Because it isn't based on any ideology that could go in or out of popularity with a regime or party change. The nature of what he does remains stable. He's not philosophical, and God knows not religious. Neither he nor Santoro are any species of zealot. They are businessmen, no different in substance from big tobacco, big pharma, big oil, or the gun lobby. They will always remain as global constants, and nothing you, church, or anyone can do will stop that. We'll see. Sure, let's see. And in the meantime, you're pissing them off without crippling their operations or even slowing them down. You don't know that. I do, actually, said Toys. I have plenty of contacts among the people who play this game for a living. I won't call them friends, but they are former business acquaintances of the Seven Kings and Sebastian Galt. People who are never named in news stories and who continue to do business even when the countries they live in are at war with someone else. Business does not stop, ever. I drank my beer and tried not to believe what he was saying. This isn't just about doing damage, I said. Then what is it? No, let me guess. You're trying to be such an irritant that Kuga will send Santoro out to swat you, and that will give you a chance to kill him. What's that make it? Third time between you two? I said nothing. Even if you kill that evil little Spanish jerk, so what? It's not going to bring your family back. Really, you. It won't. Toys leaned forward, forearms on his thighs. But it might make you lose the family you still have. That hurt. That one went all the way to the bone. When I didn't say anything, Toys leaned back, took the bottle from the cooler, and poured himself another glass. We don't like each other, he said, but we have more things in common than you believe.
Apart from the fact that we both love Junie, apart from the fact that, despite better judgment, she loves us, he smiled and shook his head. No, not that. Then what? Darkness, he said. The Pavilion Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington, 2 months ago. Eve sat on the 6th level of a set of bleachers, watching as the 12 fixers known as the Righteous went through a knife drill. They wore the latest generation of spider silk and graphene body armor, which allowed them to duel with sharpened knives. The armor was only vulnerable to cuts and stabs where it was necessarily thinner at the inside of the elbows and knees, undersides of the upper arms and armpits, and the neck. There was no real way to protect areas of flexibility from any kind of weapon. But they had also been trained to move and change angles to reduce the likelihood of injuries to those spots. Santoro watched with a keen eye, lips pursed, fingers steepled together over his heart. He had not said a word in nearly 40 minutes, and Eve was beginning to get nervous. Her fingers were knotted together on her lap and squirmed like a cluster of snakes. Then a bell rang, and the partners stopped, exchanged forearm bumps, and sheathed their weapons. Spyro, known now as Kane, barked an order, and the 12 lined up and stood at parade rest. Sweat ran down their faces, but they were not breathing hard, not as badly as they had when this phase of training began. Eve was a brutal taskmaster, but she also made sure they were properly fed, got all their shots, and received massage and physical therapy. The righteous had been in great shape to begin with, but now they were incredibly lean, tough, healthy, and powerful. Santoro sat back and was silent for a few moments. Then he placed his hand atop hers. "You have done excellent work here, my daughter," he said, and kissed her on the cheek. "No father has ever been prouder of a daughter than I am of you." Eve buried her head against his chest and began to sob. The Slok Rotterdam, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Michael Augustus Stafford checked into his hotel, carried his own bags up, and locked himself into his room. He immediately opened his laptop and contacted Dingo, the head of Kuga's computer team. "Tell me you have something for me," he said as soon as Dingo answered. "Maybe," said Dingo, who began the answer to every question that way. Stafford had to control his temper, but even so, his words came out tight. "Please be specific." "There are 4 possibilities," said Dingo. "There were 6, but I eliminated one because I hacked the hotel's lobby cameras and the dog was the wrong size. And the other got cut because the hotel wasn't big enough. You said only big hotels, right?" "Yes." "Of the remaining 4, I could only get into 1 lobby cam, and the dog's about the right site, but the coloring's off. Don't know a thing about the other dogs." "Give me the 4 names." Dingo provided the names. Stafford considered them and said, "Eliminate the Hotel New York." "Sure, but why?" "Says he's from America. Ledger would never be that obvious." "Maybe he's being just that clever," suggested Dingo. "No, cut him from the list. I'll check the other 3. "Okay, can you run deep background on those 3 men?" "Maybe." Stafford hung up on him. "Phoenix House headquarters of Rogue Team International, Amphory Island, Greece." The TOC, the Tactical Operations Center, was fully staffed by the best and the brightest. Mr. Church did not hire second-string players. 56 people sat at computer workstations of varying complexity and function, each of them set in concentric half-circles, arranged to face a wall of high-def screens. There was a massive central screen that ran from floor to ceiling and displayed images with astounding clarity and detail. Dozens of smaller screens ringed it, and pop-up windows appeared here and there. Data crawls ran across the bottom and top of the big screen. The sheer amount of information presented at any given moment was extraordinary, but each technician, specialist, and scientist in the TOC was able to process their part without confusion or overload. Mr. Church stood apart from all the others. He was bigger than everyone else in the room, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, giving him a blocky presence. His suit was a superbly cut kitten 2-piece with a light gray check over dark blue wool and an Ermanel Gildo Zegna Quindici silk tie. Church's hair was dark but streaked with gray, and he wore tinted glasses. He also wore very thin black silk gloves over hands that had been badly damaged on a case some years before. As the team worked, compiling and sharing data, talking into mics or tapping away at keyboards, Church seemed to be a calm eye in the storm of activity. He stood with his hands clasped lightly behind his back, eyes hidden behind the glasses, features composed and unreadable. On the screen, thermal imaging, video feeds from bird drones, and data from RFID chips composed a picture of Havoc Team in play. Belle in a tower, covering the front and side of the house with her rifle hidden in shadows. Andrea walking the perimeter, moving from one patch of darkness to another with deceptive ease. While inside, 4 red dots indicated that Top and Bunny were in a hallway on the same floor as Joe Ledger and Ghost. The team channel was not synced into the TOC, but Church was listening nonetheless. He had access to every channel and listened quietly to what had just happened. First there was the false sighting of a man in the woods, and now the pause outside the master bedroom. Something was wrong, and Church had the feeling it was going to get worse. He wasn't sure what was going to happen, but his instincts, grown sharp over many years, were telling him to pull Ledger out now. He almost did. Almost. But he did not. He wondered if he was being efficient or cruel, or perhaps both. Rotterdam Marriott Hotel, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. I sat very still. Touched a nerve, have I? Asked Toys. You're about to touch the pavement when I throw you out the very window. I'll pencil in 2 minutes next week to be afraid, he said. Look, mate, I'm not here for a male bonding exercise, and this isn't freaking group therapy. I think Church let me come looking for you because I know more about personal darkness than you do. You think so? I really well know so. Seriously, you want to match sins with me? I was a really criminal, a terrorist, and a murderer. He paused. And a murderer. That didn't change with my job description. And sure, you went all Americ and psycho on those lab techs in Croatia, but as far as I'm concerned, boo-hoo. You did some damage in South Africa and in Italy. Cry me a river. You killed a bunch of right difficult people. Sure, without mercy and maybe with a grin. Who knows and who cares? If we're measuring guilt, then I have far more to account for than you. This conversation is surreal, I said. I'm just getting warmed up. No, I said, you're not. You're done. We're not having this conversation. Not now or ever. We are not friends, Toys. If you want to be the bigger big bad, fine. Enjoy. Sins are relative, and mine are... I actually could not finish my sentence because I could feel, literally feel the darkness rising inside me. It was like bile and vomit and sickness taking form inside me. If I were a more religious person, I'd think I was possessed, and maybe I was. Whatever it was, there was nothing natural about it, and I think Toys caught a glimpse of it. Maybe it was a look in my eyes, maybe it was something else. Junie said he was empathic. It's possible she was right. We drank. Ghost got up and went over to stare into the bathroom. I heard a low growl, but then he came back, hopped onto the bed, and fell asleep beside me. Well then, Toy said, let's shift the conversation, shall we? Gladly. Have you found anything that's of actual use? I had to think about that for a couple of minutes, partly because I wasn't sure I wanted to trust him.
Partly, or maybe mostly, because I was just coming back to myself, and could I trust that? Was this a lull between my own psychological storms, or the falsely calm eye in the hurricane that was the darkness? My gut told me that I was in no way on solid ground. The darkness had taken hold on me for weeks. Why should I have any faith that it was simply letting me go? It's not like there was a breaking point where it lost its hold or I broke free. Frankly, I don't know why I came out of it as far as I had. How do I know you're not gaming me here, Toys? I asked. How do I know that you're here with the blessing of Mr. Church? He studied the golden depths of his wine. You could call him. I shook my head. Toys sighed, set his glass down, took out his wallet, and removed a black metal American Express Centurion card. Looked at it for a moment, and then flipped it at me. I got a hand up in time to catch it. The card was in the name of George Harold Sisler. It almost made me smile. Gorgeous George Sisler was one of the all-time greatest baseball players. Started out in 1915 with the St. Louis Browns, the team that became the Baltimore Orioles, and retired in 1930 from the Boston Braves. During his career, he established a .340 lifetime batting average over those 16 years in the majors, stole 375 bases, and had 200-plus hits in 6 seasons. My grandpa had Sisler's 1921 baseball card, which he handed down to my dad, and my dad to me.
It was in my office at Phoenix House, along with framed cards of Rafael Palmeiro, Davy Johnson, Cal Ripken, Mike Messina, Roberto Alomar, and others. Put your thumb on the centurion, suggested Toys. Amex cards have a picture of a Roman soldier on them, very lantern-jawed and stalwart. I placed my thumb carefully over the image and watched as the card changed color from black to black and orange, the Orioles' team colors. When I turned the card over, I saw that the standard credit card text was gone, replaced by a single word written in what was Church's distinctive flowing hand. Family. I grunted and put the card on the table. It was a design cooked up by Doc Holliday and not yet in use by any RTI field team. The message could only be read by the person whose thumbprint was encoded, and even then, only if the thumb was warm and had a pulse. None of that cutting off someone's thumb and using it, or making a latex cast of a stolen print. "Okay," I said. "Okay," he said. We looked at each other. "And this is the part where you start telling me utterly fascinating things," said Toys dryly. "Okay, Sparky," I said. "Buckle up." The Playroom, undisclosed location near Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Cougar walked through the rooms of his mansion, and the look on his face drove his servants into hiding and made his fixer snap to attention and avoid eye contact. He went into his study and slammed the door, then stood glaring at it for 15 seconds before he opened it and closed it again, softly this time. The place was very quiet. No women at the pool, no Santoro, he was down in Texas. No one of enough seniority to open up to. He went over to the wet bar and mixed a tall whiskey and soda, not caring that it was a moral crime to use 40-year-old scotch in any kind of mixed drink. Cougar drank half of it, added more whiskey, and slouched into a leather chair. His phone rang, startling him, and when he saw who was calling, it gave him 2 seconds of apprehension. Then it made him smile. He punched the button. "Sunday," he said. "Mr. Cougar," said the salesman, "how are you doing? Or should I guess? None of my agents have reported finding Joe Ledger's head on a pike, so I can imagine how frustrated you must be." Spooky, difficult person, thought Cougar, though he didn't dare say it out loud. "No," he said. "And your man Stafford? Just got off the phone with him. He says he's getting close. What's that old expression? Close only matters in horseshoes and hand grenades. Yeah. What's happening with Plan B? You had me get that stuff from Oslo, Ledger's hair and blood samples from the evidence lockup. I drop a gosh ton of money on that because you promised me you could spend some kind of voodoo gosh, but all I see is him charging around smashing up my labs, killing my people, very important people I might add. You know what I'm not seeing? I'm not seeing any reports about Ledger going psycho and shooting up a school or tossing grenades into a crowded restaurant. You know what else I'm not seeing? Ledger either in handcuffs or on the news because he blew his very brains out. I'm not seeing that gosh at all. "Give it time," said Mr. Sunday. "Yeah, well, really, you with give it time. He's endangering the very American operation, which, I am reliably informed, is going well. There is not a flicker of talk about it on the net, and clearly no one in the States knows, or the whole event would have been canceled. Take a moment and pay attention to the fact that you are doing this very, very well. And you're changing the subject to hide the fact that you either really messed up or lied about being able to do this." There was a soft chuckle at the other end of the call. "What the hell is so freaking funny? You are, my young friend. You really don't appreciate the way in which this world is wired, do you?" "Oh, nothing," said Sunday airily. "Just more of my, what did you call it? Voodoo gosh, I believe. Adorable." "Stop being so cryptic and stop being a smart jerk," growled Cougar. "I'm trying to run a business here, and you are messing with me. How do I know what you're doing isn't making things worse? You don't. I want Ledger out of the equation, and I want to know for certain the American thing is not on Church's radar." "Did I say you weren't?" Sunday snorted. "You'll always be on his radar. He probably has toilet paper with your face on it. And if he ever catches you again, he won't send you back to prison. No, my boy, he'll personally cut your throat, Santoro's too, and piss on your graves." "Well, gosh, thanks for the cheer-up call. Really made my day." "Hush now," said Sunday soothingly. "No, what I said was that it is apparent that he is unaware of the G55 matter. And there is almost no time left even if they do find out." Cougar chewed on that for a moment. "From your lips to, well, to whoever's ears," he said grudgingly. Sunday got a big laugh out of that. Cougar sipped his drink. "Don't give yourself an ulcer," said Sunday after a moment. "I told you that I was playing my own game on Ledger, and I am." "How? You don't even know where he is." "I don't need to know," said Mr. Sunday, and the line went dead. On impulse, Cougar decided to call him back, but just sat there staring at his phone. There was no record at all of any recent calls from Mr. Sunday. "Jesus Christ," he said, and when he lifted his drink to his lips, his hand shook so badly that some of it spilled on his shirt. Bilderberg Park Hotel, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Stafford went to a quiet corner of the lobby and called Dingo. "Check the guy here," he said. "It's a no-go on the first one. Have you gotten anywhere with the background checks on the other two?" "Maybe. For God's sake, Dingo. Yeah, okay. Both of the other guys look good, Hilton and Marriott. Both have emotional support dogs rather than seeing eye. And the guy at the Marriott has a good Facebook page, and it looks legit. Definitely not Ledger in all the pics. That can be faked, sure, but there's a lot of them, going back like 11 years. The time it would take to build all that phony history, man, that's weeks of Photoshop alone. What about the other guy, the one at the Hilton? Of the two, he has my vote. Has LinkedIn with a picture that could be any of 1,000 guys. Not Ledger's face, of course, but a photo with details that match a likely disguise. And his Instagram is all funny memes and business stuff. He sells restaurant software to American chains doing business overseas. His Instagram avatar is a cartoon. Same goes for his Twitter.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing, tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Lots of retweets from Forbes and Bloomberg, some Wall Street Journal stuff, and lots of pictures of restaurants all over the world. So, you're saying he's trying to be anonymous? That or he really is socially awkward and that's why he has an emotional support dog. Okay, I like that. Why's the other guy have one? PTSD. Not from the war, though. The roof of his church collapsed, and he was one of the few survivors. Stafford looked out the window at a light drizzle falling onto the Rotterdam streets. People hurried to get out of the rain. He watched a very pretty woman with incredible cheekbones and Jamaican braids walking through the shower with a joyful expression on her face. "Okay," he said, "I'll hit the Hilton first. Stay on it, though. If the other guy makes any kind of move, let me know." "Sure." Stafford hung up, nodded to himself, feeling good about the guest at the Hilton. He went out into the rain. He walked directly past a middle-aged woman wearing a dowdy cardigan who jogged through the drops to get into the lobby. He had no idea who Peggy Ann Gondek was and did not even glance in her direction. She, on the other hand, gave him a double take because at first glance she thought she was seeing Joe Ledger. But that second look convinced her it wasn't Joe, not even in disguise. She turned away, forgetting about the man completely. Rotterdam Marriott Hotel, Rotterdam, the Netherlands. Truth to tell, when I started talking to toys, I wasn't really sure what I was going to say. Let's face it, I've been on the world's least fun autopilot for a while. I had information rattling around in my head, but I didn't really have it collated in any useful way. That was the problem. Usually this far into a case, I'd have turned information over piecemeal to the TOC, to Church and Bug, to Doc and whomever else was on deck. Then they'd fire up the analytical monster that was Rogue Team International. They'd bring in Mind Reader and maybe tap our allies, Barrier, Kingdom, SEAL Team 666, Interpol, Mossad, Chess Team, Sigma Force. Nikki would be looking for patterns, and Yoda would be categorizing data into digestible bytes. Maybe we'd call in Dr. John Chimar and his bug hunters if there was a bioweapon in play, or Dr. Ronald Coleman if this was genetic. All the intellectual muscle would flex, and they'd toss me a set of mission parameters that would put me and my team in play. I'm mixing metaphors, I think, but you get the idea. But I wasn't playing that kind of ball game. I was way the hell out on my own. Until I started laying it out for toys, I wasn't even sure that I was chasing anything except blood. Except, even though I was literally killing my way up the food chain towards Santoro and Kuga, there was the fact that I kept collecting flash drives and cell phones, laptops, and printed files. On some level, the me that was Colonel Joe Ledger was still trying to do his job, to work the case. It made me kind of look inward and give a nod to the very weary cop part of me. Still treating all this like a case. Collecting clues, processing evidence. That should have been encouraging. It should have been a comfort. It made me sad, though, and at that moment, I really couldn't say why. Toys listened very closely as I went through it from the beginning. I told him about the lab technicians in the basement of Mitrovich's mansion on Trestenik Island in Croatia. Some of them talked, I said, and my voice sounded like a specter's, distant, thin, and dead. Before I killed them, some of them begged to talk. None of them knew where Santoro and Kuga were. None of them had ever met them. So I told them to give me something, a name, a lead, a location. I told them that telling me was their only chance, that if they didn't, I would kill them, and telling me might save them. They told me everything they knew. I looked down the neck of my beer bottle and found no absolution there. I killed them anyway.
I glanced at Toys. His eyes were steady, focused. If there was judgment there, I couldn't see it. They told me about a man in Italy, a man named Puccini, like the composer. He was a middleman in the Kuga supply chain. Nobody of any real importance. There's someone like him in every major city in every country. Someone to pass messages along, arrange for new papers and identities. Someone to provide a bed and a meal, or a key to a hotel suite. A minor cog, with no direct blood on his hands. But he was inside the organization. Mitrovich is a contractor, like most of the other people doing research and development, not in the family. Toys nodded, but said nothing. I found Puccini. I looked away. He didn't want to tell me anything. But he did? Prompted Toys. He did. Where is he now? Unless the police have found him, what's left of him is rotting in his basement, tied to a chair. Was he dead when you left him? Very. I sighed. Did he need to die? Was he a risk for ratting me out? Really, I don't know, and I don't care. Alive, he was a risk. I shook my head. You'd have made the worst priest. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. That's okay, kid. It had to be done. He almost smiled at that. What did Puccini tell you? He told me that Santoro made frequent visits to a lab in Johannesburg. That would be Dr. Gerald Engelbrecht of von der Weiver Biomedical Associates? You know about that? It made the news, he said. Depending on whose press you watch, it was either a terrorist attack or a theft gone horribly wrong. He finished his wine, picked up the phone, and called room service. More wine for him, a claret this time, more beer for me, and some sliced lamb for Ghost. While we waited for that to arrive, I went over what I could remember of my trip to South Africa. When I got to the part where I set fire to the place while Engelbrecht was still alive, I saw Toys wince for the first time. And that reminded me that he and Sebastian Galt had nearly burned to death on my first DMS gig, the Patient Zero case. Not that I had anything to do with it. They blew up the lab where Galt's crazy-as-really girlfriend, Amira, was turning Sifaldine into an unstoppable doomsday weapon. They say the body has no memory for pain. I've always disagreed, and when it comes to burns, those memories are quite persistent. Or maybe that wince was because of my callousness. Hard to say, and I didn't ask. However, he said, how much of this is you on a revenge kick, and how much is the darkness? The waiter knocked at that point, so I went and answered the door, tipped him, and brought the booze over to where we sat. After I was sipping another cold beer, I finally answered. I really don't know, I admitted. The memories are in my head, but it's almost like I'm recalling details I saw in a movie. They don't feel entirely mine, if that makes any sense. Yes, he said, it does. We drank. What was next, he asked. Back to Italy? No. Krakow. He raised an eyebrow. Poland? Really? I don't think RTI knows about that. Kuga probably does, I said. What took you there? A sudden Jones for cabbage rolls and pierogies? I hit one of their money men, I said, a banker named Wojcik. More of a bagman, really. He either arranges wire transfers or hand delivers cash payments. To whom? Mostly people on the ground. Buyers working with terrorist groups, funding transportation for rallies and counter-protests, providing payment to help hire social media influencers to give them a bigger visible presence and a greater potential threat than they might otherwise have. Some of these groups were no more than half a dozen jerks sitting around in someone's double-wide, drinking Budweiser and talking about how unfair the system was to them because it was trying to make things equal for black and brown-skin interlopers. Interlopers, said Toys, enjoying the word. He said the plan was to keep both sides on the edge of violence so that they're each potential customers. Taking sides cuts your customer base in half. Toys sighed and nodded. Somewhere in the great beyond, Hugo Vox is getting an enormous thrill, no doubt. This thing with the radical groups in the States, said Toys, do you think Kuga's trying to start another civil war?
Wasn't that a talking point before the last election? I don't know, I said. From what Wijik said, any major outbreak of violence would only sell more guns. Kuga has the NRA leadership on the payroll too. And, for the record, neither Kuga nor any of his people care at all about the Second Amendment except that maintaining the current interpretation of it is good for business. It's not politics. They're neither left nor right. They just want to sell product. Toys drank some wine, nodding as he swallowed. As criminal enterprises go, it's rather clever. Brilliant, actually. Let the ideologues handle the rhetoric and never let them know they're really point men for a sales force. Bloody marvelous. I shrugged, then also nodded. It's smart business if you're a greedy, murderous sociopath. I spit on parlor psychoanalysis. Do you disagree, though? He sighed again. Not at all. I told him about following the money based on the info Wijik gave me and how that led me to a series of small hits, each time inching towards someone who might put me on Santoro's scent. However, each time I felt like I was getting closer, all I did was find another bad guy working for the company. What happened to these individuals? Asked Toys. Or is that a pointless question? I said nothing. Ah, he said. So, let's see. Did all that mayhem finally bring you back to Italy? Yes. And I went over the hit on Fong. His intel brought me here to Rotterdam, and I got some good intel about someone who actually does know where Kuga and Santoro might be. Well, that's bloody brilliant, said Toys, brightening. If you're going out again, I'd be happy to accompany you. I shook my head. The guy I'm looking for isn't here. Where then? Germany. Where in Germany? Someplace I can't actually go, I said. Somewhere I can't get to him. The truth was that I had a name, including a key member of the Kuga organization with the unlikely name of Diego Casanova. However, Casanova was currently incarcerated in a black site prison in Berlin. I briefly considered asking Toys to ask Church about seeing if the man could be extradited and sent to Phoenix House for questioning. De Vries and Fong both said that he was in Kuga's inner circle, but I didn't say any of that to Toys. I wanted to, but the darkness didn't let me. And yeah, that's real very hard to explain. There's another guy whose name came up from a few of the people I interviewed. Calls himself Mr. Sunday, though I doubt it's his real name. He's apparently a new hire, lasts several months or so, and serves as the head of sales. Does sessions with potential buyers via a platform like Zoom or Crowdcast, but on the dark web. Access only via a special encrypted video conferencing platform. I can't find him, so that's something you can tell Church. He can put bug on it. Why don't you tell him yourself? People are actually concerned about you. People, but not you. Let's be real, he said, and I took no offense. Not sure I'd cry real tears if he got run over by a bus 6 or 7 times. I'll pass it along, though. And I have something to share with you. What? I talked to a few of my old cronies in the black market circles, he said. Apparently, your escapades have really annoyed our friends. Kuga and Santoro have sicked a specialist on you. A very dangerous chap named Stafford. I stiffened. Michael Augustus Stafford? You know him? No, but that name came up. I assumed he was one of the fixers. Oh, he's a lot more than that, mate. Stafford is easily the most dangerous button man in the business. Very discreet, very smart, and very dangerous. Ex-special operations. Expert in all the right stuff. Weapons, unarmed combat, disguises, the lot. He snorted. He's rather like the bad guy version of you. Your evil twin. He even looks a bit like you, come to think on it. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, all-American boy with rage issues and a penchant for scorched earth. Not sure where I'd place my bets if you two chaps were in an even match. Let him take his best shot. His best shot ledger is likely to be the one you never see coming. He has an unbroken record for closing cases. And now, You're his newest target." I shook my head. If he's going to try to get between me and Santoro, he'd better be really very good. He is. Then he'd better want it more than I do, Toys. And I want it a whole very lot. We discussed the American operation. We agreed that it was probably a misdirection. Toys took a sip of wine, made a face, and set the glass aside. "There's one way to find out if there's anything to it." "Oh? And what's that?" "Go to America and arrange to let yourself be spotted doing it. Poke around in the militia thing and break some legs, cut some throats. If they send a handful of fixers after you, then it's no big deal. They just want you dead. If they send Stafford, you'll know two things: that something's really happening in the States. What's the other thing? Which one of you really is the better killer?" I smiled at him. "That's actually a pretty good plan. Maybe I will." "I can help," he said. "You need a bloody minder." "No doubt," I said. Then I reached under the pillow, took out my Snellig dart gun, and shot him with a nice big dose of Sandman. He slid out of the chair and into a heap on the floor. Ghost looked at him and then me. I said nothing. Finished my beer and began to pack. Rotterdam, The Hague, Airport, South Holland, the Netherlands. Mrs. Gondek was sipping mint tea out of a travel mug when Joe Ledger walked past. He did not look like Ledger, of course. He wore a very old-fashioned suit, fog gray with a faint powder blue charcoal stripe, and had a very convincing black toupee over his blonde hair. His eyes, today, were dark brown, and his mustache was in the clipped Eastern European style. His gait was tentative, selling the fiction of a man who has never quite found his courage in life. Perhaps a businessman who was somewhere on the more useful end of the autism spectrum, but not social, not visibly confident. His dog, white with brown and black patches, walked beside him, and Joe habitually touched the animal as if needing reassurance of the presence of his emotional support. All these items were writ small, so that they had a genuine and lived-in look. She mentally awarded him a B+ or perhaps an A-. Her own disguise was one of the 1,000 variations of her usual kit: a floral dress of the kind popular in rural Italy, a thin white sweater, cheap but not garish necklace, with earrings that nearly but not quite matched, sensible shoes for walking, and glasses that were merely functional but not stylish. If the circumstances called for it, there were enough separates and other items in her bag that would allow her to become anything from a fashionable tourist to a successful businesswoman to a Sacramentine nun, and she could make the transformation in any toilet stall in under a minute. Mrs. Gondek had been playing this game for a very long time, and she liked being good at it. As Joe Ledger passed, he never once glanced in her direction. No reason he should. They'd only ever met once, years ago, and before he even had Ghost. The dog did not twitch.
Her scent would not be stored in the animal's vast canine vocabulary, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative.
like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming crying. Her scent would not be stored in the animal's vast canine vocabulary of scents. When they were at least 80 feet down the terminal hall, she began to follow. She was able to walk quickly without ever looking like she was hurrying. She watched Ledger head toward the gate for a flight to Rome. That was what Scott Wilson said he'd do. There was a good-sized crowd in the waiting area, and she saw Ledger take out an e-reader, sit down in the section reserved for Coach, and begin to read. Mrs. Gondek nodded to herself and edged away to call this in to the RTI. She walked past a tall blond man wearing a Società Sportiva Lazio jersey, one of the football clubs in Rome. He was reading yesterday's issue of La Gazzetta dello Sport and listening to something through Apple AirBuds. He did not glance at her, nor she at him. And so she never noticed that the man stood at an angle where he could watch the nervous businessman with the big dog. Michael Augustus Stafford had no idea who Peggy Dondek was, or that one of Mr. Church's top surveillance operatives had walked within 3 feet of him. His focus was entirely on Joe Ledger. He was impressed with Ledger's disguise and the small personal tics he'd adopted. He filed them away for his own future use. And the dye job on Ghost was subtle and convincing. Stafford had never used a dog as part of a disguise, and he thought it might be fun. He liked dogs and had a mastiff at home that was roughly the size of a stegosaurus. Might be too imposing and noticeable. Maybe something smaller and disposable. Something the cabin attendants would ooh and ah over, giving him a chance to get an email address or phone number. The challenge was that Stafford did not have a ticket for this flight. He'd followed Ledger here from the hotel, where one of his agents had spotted him. All the intelligence Stafford had gathered indicated that Ledger was following a trail of information that would almost certainly take him to Rome, and from there to one of 3 possible targets: Tuscany, Sardinia, or Bologna. Kuga had his money on the latter, though Santoro thought Ledger might go back to Tuscany, because there was a warehouse near Florence filled to the rafters with components for exosuits that were about to be flown to Canada. Sardinia was the least likely target, mostly because so few people knew about it and it was in a heavily fortified compound. Stafford's ticket was for a later flight, and he had to change it. He turned away and made a call to one of the 3 people stationed here in the airport. When the call was answered, Stafford told the man to get him a ticket for first class if possible. First on, first off. Each of his agents had the right fake credentials to purchase the ticket, but no photo ID was needed to actually board, so Stafford could remain where he was. Then he called Dingo and requested passenger manifests for every plane leaving in the next 2 hours, especially the ones getting ready to board for Italy. Once that was done, he turned back. And Joe Ledger was gone. The Pavilion, Blue Diamond Elite Training Center, Stevens County, Washington, 1 month ago. Eve stood in the corner, her back squeezed into the cleft of 2 walls, fists knotted and held to her mouth. The room was awash in blood. 2 of the fixers, not her precious righteous, but highly trained agents nonetheless, lay on the bed, and off it, and across the room. How could all those pieces ever have come from just the two of them? She was naked, her thighs and breasts streaked with red. None of it hers. The intensity was gone now, vanishing even faster than it had come on. How long ago was it all different? She wasn't sure. At first it was nice, beautiful. Two of them, ripped, chiseled, hard, huge. They came together intimately, doing whatever she told them to do, even though neither was gay or even bi. They were hers, and she was Santoro's, and no one said no. She'd picked them because they were so straight. That was a game. Make the straight ones do what she wanted. They shared intimate moments, connecting deeply. They reached a peak of shared intimacy. That had been an old game, one she used to play with Adam. Find the straight ones, male and female, and try to reshape them, open them up, liberate their thinking, expand their minds. Some, more than a few, liked it. These men did not, but what choice did they have? If they rebelled, if they walked out on her, Daddy would punish them. No one wanted that. Tougher men than these had broken down crying at the thought. One fixer had hanged himself because he thought that Daddy was going to punish him in some special way. Her sessions with them had grown beyond sex games, though. It was during her second or third week at the pavilion that she'd started with the handcuffs and the riding crop. A week later, it was a bullwhip. Various implements were introduced, and on and on. Things that satisfied her needs one day were pedestrian and pointless the following night. H-Tay let her play, because she too was afraid of Santoro. As for Daddy, he never said a word. Not to her, not to anyone with authority to stop her. And now this. Eve could barely remember taking the filleting knives and the cleaver from the kitchen or the wood rasp from the shop. All she knew was that she had them, used them. All of that, though, seemed to be part of a dream. All of that happened within fits of a red cloud of lust and hate. A red darkness. The two fixers did not look even remotely human anymore. Eve did not want to look in a mirror because she knew that the red darkness was still there, waiting behind her eyes. Even she, of all people, was afraid of it. Rotterdam, The Hague Airport, South Holland, the Netherlands. I settled into my seat and made sure Ghost was comfortable. The jet was a middle-aged Airbus A350-900, comfortable enough for the flight from Rotterdam to Berlin. I buckled up for safety, opened a bottle of water I'd purchased in the terminal, took a sip, then removed a collapsible rubber dish and poured some for Ghost. He drank noisily while eyeing the pocket into which I had tucked a bag of beef jerky. "Du musst warten," I told him. Ghost, who did not like waiting even one little bit, gave me a long, withering look of complete disdain. He and I both knew that we weren't even going to be off the tarmac before I caved and gave him some treats. I wondered how Toys was. Yeah, not a joke. I'd been a real jerk doing that to him. But, on the other hand, I hadn't asked him to be my wingman, my father confessor, or my plucky sidekick. Besides, he hadn't liked me to begin with, so I doubted it was going to derail a budding bromance. Even so, I'd shot him, and I knew the effect Sandman had. The nightmares. Toys had a lot of skeletons in his closet, and most likely he was going to meet every single one of them, as I had when I'd been darted by the earlier generation known as Horsey. The original developer, Dr. William Hugh, always claimed that shooting me had been an accident, a pistol malfunction. Nonsense, of course. Hugh was gone now.
Why? Asked Cougar again. Just a guess, but Casanova. Another silence. Gosh, how soon? Not sure, said Stafford. If he's going after the processing plant, there are only two ways to get in. Either he needs to get Church to work some kind of magic to get permissions, or he's got to try to break in. Alone? That's impossible. Maybe we should stop trying to decide what's impossible for this son of a jerk. Much as it actually hurts to say it, boss, he's impressing the hell out of me." "Hooray," Cougar said icily. "So, sure, we don't underestimate Ledger. Lesson learned. What are you going to do about it? First, I need to catch him, and if I wait for the next commercial flight with an available seat, I'll be here for 7 hours. Even with Ledger needing to find the right equipment for a break-in, he'll be ahead of me." "No," said Cougar, "that's not soon enough. He'll slip your punch. Again." There was a pause. "Let me make a call. Stay at the airport and be ready." The line went dead. The Playroom. Undisclosed location near Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Rafael Santoro looked up from his desk as Eve limped into the room. She was dressed in regular clothes, no camo, no low-slung gun belt. "Eve," he said, smiling, "thank you for coming so quickly." "Anything for you, Daddy," said the woman as she made her way across the expensive Turkish rug. Santoro watched her eyes, looking for the flicker of pain with each step. He wondered how much of that pain was physical and how much was emotional. Maybe a 20-80 split, he judged. The part of him who was exactly who he was enjoyed that 80%. The part that was the mentor and only surviving friend of the woman felt true empathy for the remaining percentage. It was an interesting mix, and one nearly unique in his personal experience. "Have a seat, my dear," he said, waving her to one of the 2 richly upholstered leather guest chairs opposite the desk. "Coffee? No? Tell me, how are you feeling today?" "You know how I'm feeling," she said bluntly. "Hurt, angry, and anxious to put Joe Ledger's head on a pike," he suggested. "Yeah, sure, but not in that order. And the knee?" She shrugged. A total knee replacement had been performed a month ago, but there had been some kind of complications, and the doctors were trying to decide if they needed to go back in. The poor function of the new knee required that she go back to wearing the knee brace. They sat with that for a moment, while hidden speakers played the opera Atlantida, a cantata escenica based on a Catalan poem by Jacint Verdaguer. It was moody and superb. 2 full minutes of it played before Eve spoke again. "Knee or no knee, I'm telling you right now, Daddy, that if I don't get out there and do something, I'm going to go totally apeshit." Santoro nodded. "I understand, my sweet, but we cannot act rashly. Is that some kind of dig because of what happened at the pavilion?" He smiled and shook his head. "My angel, what does it matter to me if you vented some of your pressure by indulging your appetites? HK really freaked. Hers is a more orderly mind." "More sane, you mean?" said Eve, cutting him a suspicious glance. "No. Are any of us truly sane? We could not be who we are if we were that mundane. No, my daughter, you are allowed to play." She started to speak, but he stopped her with a raised finger. "As long as you do not include the righteous and the elites in your fun and games, yes?" She said nothing. "Please show me the respect of an answer, Eve," he said, and there was that subtle edge. He never clubbed her, but he did make small cuts. "Yes, Daddy. There's my angel," he said, smiling warmly. Then he changed the subject. "HK has kept me up to date with the training, and our development team has assured me that the equipment we have is more than adequate to our needs. Even with Joe really Ledger cutting throats all over the place, seems to me that he's on to us." "And what if he is?" asked Santoro, raising his eyebrows. "Isn't the gosh he's done going to derail us? Oh no, Eve, it's far too late for his shenanigans to stop what's coming. At best, he'll find us just in time for your righteous to tear him apart. Tell me, do you know what it means to draw and quarter someone?" "Sure," she brightened. "Oh, sweet, I can have 4 of my guys do that." "Yes," he said, "you can and you should. So, if he is on his way, then let him come. He'll bring that whole Gone squad with him." "I dearly hope he does," said Santoro. Even with whatever information Ledger has managed to steal or coerce from our various laboratories, he will never be able to stop what's about to happen. He leaned forward. America will burn, my daughter. Eve got to her feet, leaned across the desk, took Santoro by the face with both hands, and pulled him to her for a kiss. Not a sexual one, he was her father after all, but it was full of a certain kind of passion. And Rafael Santoro, who loved his daughter more than anything left alive on earth, allowed it. Then he pushed her gently back. "Now listen to me," he said softly. "I have a special mission for you." She grinned. "Berlin?" "Yes," he said, "Berlin. Rotterdam Marriott Hotel, Rotterdam, the Netherlands." Toys woke up with a groan. Sickness washed through him, and he crawled across the floor and into the bathroom, then threw up the excellent food and wine. It took monumental effort to turn on the shower, strip off his clothes, and collapse into the bottom of the stall. The water pounded on him. He hadn't gotten the water mix right, and the blast was icy. "You jerk," he gasped. The Sandman had conjured inescapable nightmares for Toys, and his worst dreams were always about the innocent people he'd killed before Church had lured him away from that life. Toys had long ago memorized each name, knew details of their lives. They haunted him at the best of times, but in the drug-induced nightmares, they tore them apart endlessly. Later, much later, he took a proper shower, though his legs were still shaky. Then he ordered more food, and when it arrived, sat staring at it as if it were a plate of steaming offal. It wasn't until he staggered back from his fourth bathroom trip that he saw the briefcase. It was on a chair across the suite. It was a very expensive case, a Webster X Charles Simon graphite Mackenzie aluminum one. The same kind Sebastian Galt used. Very durable, hard to open, stylish, which Toys took to mean that Ledger had stolen it. The barbarian had no personal style. The case was unlocked. He opened it to find file folders crammed with data stolen from the people Ledger had killed, and several external hard drives. On top of those, though, was a handwritten note. "Don't come looking for me again. Next time, I'll use a different gun." Toys took the case over to the bed and rifled through the contents. "Jesus Christ," he murmured, and scrambled to find his cell phone. However, before he could even dial a call, there was a knock on the door. He frowned, fetched his pistol, and peered out through the peephole, and grunted in surprise. Two people stood in the hall. A short, dumpy young man who looked like Matt Damon if the actor broke training, lost IQ points, and forgot how to dress. And a tall, fit, elegant, and very beautiful woman with dark hair and darker eyes. Toys ran fingers through his hair, tucked the gun into his waistband, and opened the door. The woman gave him a slow up and down appraisal. "Toys," said Violin, "you look awful." "Yeah, man," said Harry Bolt, "you really look like gosh." Toys stepped back to let them in. "Well, you can both kiss my rear, but come on in anyway. Did Church send you?" "No," said Violin as she breezed past. "My mother did." "Looking for Ledger, I assume?" he said, closing the door behind them. "Well, you just missed that rotten difficult person. He's probably out of the freaking country by now." "Yes," said Violin, "and he's on his way to Germany. Get dressed and packed. I have a plane waiting for us at the airport." "What? Arclight has had people looking for Joe ever since he went gonzo," said Harry.
He was a former CIA agent, and according to everyone who ever worked with him, a truly awful one. He'd only gotten fast-tracked through the academy and into the field because of who his father was. If Harry was the worst, then his father, Harcourt Bolton Sr., was arguably the best the agency ever had. The irony was that the senior Bolton, the most decorated agent in the company's history, had also been the worst traitor. While Harry, however inept at tradecraft, had proved himself to have unbreakable integrity. Violin had taken him under her wing and was teaching him, a task that proved to everyone who knew them both that she had the patience of a living saint. Toys nodded. "Have a seat. There's still some wine left. And beer, though it's lukewarm by now." "Works for me," said Harry, taking a bottle. He offered it to Violin, who shook her head. So he twisted off the top and took a long drink. "What happened here?" asked Violin. Toys glared at her. Ledger is a gosh-eating jerk. Harry snorted beer through his nose. "Tell me about it while you pack," said Violin, settling back in a chair. "Because I could not stop for death. A shadow in the east. Patriots. Epilogue. Even the longest night ends. After darkness, there is light. They medevaced Harry Bolt to the best hospital in the region. Violin went with him, holding his slack hands in both of hers. He was rushed into surgery, and the doctors worked on him all night. I got there hours later. The aftermath at the venue was titanic, and I was the center of a very great deal of suspicion and scrutiny, despite my credentials. It wasn't until phones started ringing in the right hands and voices representing frightening levels of officialdom told them to leave me alone that they did. Bug made sure my name and face were erased from every news story. That must have pushed Mind Reader to its limits, but it wasn't the first time I'd been edited out of a slice of history, which was perfectly fine by me. While I sat with Violin and Toys in the waiting room, I got 2 calls. The first was from Scott Wilson. He told me about the fight at the pavilion. Bunny, Top, and Andrea were all in a Spokane hospital. They were alive, but each was badly banged up. Andrea had burns and lacerations from flying debris. He was in the best shape. Top had some damage to his lower back, but Church was flying in the top spine doctor in the world. No joke, Church has a lot of friends. As for Bunny, he had a broken sternum, 4 broken ribs, a cracked collarbone, and 3 broken fingers. His fiancée, Lydia, who was once a shooter back in the DMS days, was flown in one of Church's jets, and a nurse was along for company because Lydia was entering her 3rd trimester. But we lost Mia Cleave. She'd gone down hard and taken out the last major lingering threat from the Relentless program. The word hero is bandied about too much. Football hero, guitar hero. There are actual heroes, though. There's no way to calculate how many lives her actions saved. I liked her and had planned to see about her getting a transfer to Havoc Team. Now, she would be a star on a wall at Phoenix House. Tales would be told, drinks raised. The public at large would never hear her name, never know how much intelligence and courage it took for her to stop that truck. Those of us who understand the nature of that sacrifice, though, no, we wouldn't ever forget. I shared all this with Toys and Violin. Toys merely grunted. He had stitches and bruises and looked like he'd been the star attraction at a muggers convention. Then Church called me to say that Junie was flying in. That news came closer to breaking me than anything else. I had to go into the men's room and just stand there for a while. I used a trash can to block the door. When I came out, Toys was alone. They called her in. He said, "Harry?" Toys took a moment. They used the phrase, cautiously optimistic. Gosh, yes. We sat. Time lost all meaning. Finally, without looking at him, I said, "About Rotterdam. Mind if I just sum it up?" Yeah, sure." "I'm very upset with you." I nodded. "Fair enough." We sat. "Are you regretting the whole going into the field thing?" He took so long that I didn't think he was going to answer. "Actually," he said, "I haven't enjoyed myself this much in years." "Okay," I said. "Okay," he said. "But seriously, and I mean this with my whole heart, Ledger, I'm very upset with you." We nodded to one another and lapsed into a long silence. That was me and Toys. The authorities arrested 11 fixers at the convention center. With Rafael Santoro dead, they seemed a whole lot less hesitant about making deals for reduced sentences in exchange for telling every very thing they knew.
And they knew a lot. Since that day in Laborde, there have been close to 300 subsequent arrests, and with Interpol, Mossad, MI6, Barrier, and a slew of other agencies involved, that tally was likely to rise. As for Kuga, only one fixer knew about his mansion in Canada, but by the time the CRMP descended on it in a swarm of helicopters, there was nothing left to find. Some blood in what was clearly Kuga's office, and it was a DNA match with Harcourt Bolton. But no bodies, no computers, no anything. One odd little detail that I got from one of the Mounties was that the whole area, from driveway to the backyard to the eaves of the house, was covered with thousands of black birds. On a sultry night in early September, I lay on a towel at the high tide line in a small cove of a secluded beach in Kauai. The sun was just starting to edge toward the horizon, the light through the clouds smearing the sky with every color in the paint box. Less than 100 feet from the beach, 2 juvenile dolphins leaped and splashed and played, and a big old green sea turtle crawled out of the crystal water and stopped to doze near me. I looked into his ancient, wise eyes and saw peace and understanding there that went miles and miles deep. There was a splash, and I saw Junie come out of the water pulling off her mask and snorkel. Water sluiced down her long legs, and her blonde hair hung in salty rat tails down the front of one shoulder. She wore a bikini that made no attempt to hide the scars time and hard use had cut into her skin. She was then, and forever, the most beautiful and complex woman I have ever known, and I've known a few. She saw me watching her, and a smile blossomed on her face. There are few smiles like that, full of understanding and grace, full of love insight, as deep as that turtle's, but with a different kind of awareness, a keen intelligence and childlike joy at simply being alive. Junie came and sank down next to me. She stretched out, and we kissed for a long, long time. Then she made a pillow out of my left bicep, snuggled close, and we watched the magnificence of the sky. Even though this was the beginning of the long, slow Hawaiian evening, the sky was filled with light, and there was not a trace of darkness to be seen anywhere.
When darkness calls, days of darkness, where night birds fly, moving pieces, because I could not stop for death. A shadow in the east, Patriots. Dallas Green. The Grand Massacre by Ennio Morricone. The Keeper by Chris Cornell. The Kill by 30 Seconds to Mars. The Killing of Georgie by Rod Stewart. The Last by Auguste D. The Naked Ride Home by Jackson Browne, cover by James Taylor. The Red by Chevelle. The Sound of Silence by Simon Garfunkel, cover by Disturbed. The Thunder Rolls by Garth Brooks. The Trick is to Keep Breathing by Garbage. The Ultraviolence by Death Angel. The Vengeful One by Disturbed. The Way I Am by Eminem. The Writ by Black Sabbath. These Boots Are Made for Walkin' by Nancy Sinatra. Things Have Changed by Bob Dylan. Think Twice by Eve Six. This Is War by 30 Seconds to Mars. This Means War by Avenged Sevenfold. Time to Kill by Overkill. Tom Sawyer by Rush. Train of Consequences by Megadeth. Turquoise Jewelry by Camper Van Beethoven. Twilight and Shadows from Lord of the Rings soundtrack. Ultraviolet, Light My Way. Unchained by the Righteous Brothers. Unholy War by Jacob Banks. Until the Day I Die by Story of the Year. Uprising by Muse. Useless by Depeche Mode. Vengeance by New Model Army. Violence by A Day to Remember. Vow by Garbage. Walk Me Home by Pink. War of the Worlds by Jeff Wayne.
When Did You Stop Loving Me? When Did I Stop Loving You? By Marvin Gaye. When the Party's Over by Billie Eilish. Whiskey Lullaby by Brad Paisley featuring Alison Krauss. Who Did That to You? By John Legend. Who Knew? By Pink. With You by Linkin Park. Without You by Harry Nilsson. Wonderwall by Oasis. World Painted Blood album by Slayer. Wrong Side of Heaven by Five Finger Death Punch. You Ain't Coming Back by Zeal Ardor. You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet by Bachman Turner Overdrive. You Better Run by Motorhead. You Give Love a Bad Name by Otter No. You Oughta Know by Alanis Morissette. Your Time Is Gonna Come by Led Zeppelin. Zero